the industrial level under conditions of economic decline, will tend to steer the energies of frustrated workers onto the political arena in new and higher forms. Class battles that start in traditional union fashion will lead in the direction of open clashes with the government. Conditions will ripen for a leap from simple unionism to formation of an independent labor party. Once in being, a labor party would experience rapid growth, drawing to its support unorganized, retired, and unemployed workers, minority peoples, students, peace fighters, farmers and sections of the urban middle class. Although a labor party can be expected to start with a reformist leadership and outlook, its radicalization would be 215. Speeded up by reactionary counterattacks from the capitalist class. The repercussions would tend to pose point blank the need for labor to take complete power and proceed to a basic reorganization of society. 35. Capitalist reaction to a potential labor radicalization is previewed by existing trends on the right. Since the McCarthy period, incipient fascist cadres have been crystallizing as a reflex to the deepening capitalist crisis. The latest manifestation of this process is the rise of the Birchites. Rightist groups are beginning to enter candidates in primary elections and put up their own tickets in general elections, seeking to build conservative blocs within the two-party system. Labor's political default helps them gain unwarranted support among potential allies of the working class. However, the ultra-right remains a minority force which receives only limited capitalist support. With labor tied to their political setup, most capitalists favor continuance of the political status quo, which enables them to rule over the country and implement an aggressive foreign policy to promote their own interests. 36. Thanks to the misleaders of labor, liberalism still serves as a bellwether to lead the masses into the capitalist political fold. The workers are told that, if only they will help to elect more liberal Democrats, their interests can be protected through reforms under capitalism. But official liberalism headed by the Kennedy administration is moving steadily to the right, shaving down its promises of reform and exposing its political impotence. Instead of reacting sympathetically to union struggles in defense of the workers' interests, liberals deplore immoderate demands and stubborn strikes as they help prepare the way for new anti-labor laws. 37. Despite these cold political facts, the union bureaucrats cling harder than ever to the liberals as they try to maintain the outlived Labor-Democratic coalition. Communist Party leaders urge the masses to unite with the liberals against an alleged rival power center outside the White House, which means in effect to support the Kennedy Democrats. The Norman Thomas socialists call for a realignment within the two-party system in order to concentrate the liberals with labor under the Democratic Party banner. In the name of defending liberalism against reaction, Negroes are tied to a Jim Crow party, peace fighters to a war party and labor to a capitalist party. 38. The common line advanced by all these misleaders of labor is twice dangerous because of the devious arguments they present. They succeed in tricking people who want a political change but don't know how to achieve it, putting them at the mercy of the same old policies dressed up in new words. These deceived rebels can develop into conscious political opponents of capitalism with the necessary help. Their problem is to understand that the social difficulties plaguing them, no matter what precise forms they may take, all 216.3 stem from one fundamental cause, the bankruptcy of the capitalist society in which we live. They need political analysis, education, and leadership capable of mobilizing the full power of the working class and its allies in all-out struggle against capitalist rule. As the first step in that direction, they need help to make a clean break with capitalist politics and form an independent labor party. 39. Fulfillment of the political needs of such newly radicalized people becomes central to our activity as a revolutionary vanguard party. Our main task is to develop a propaganda offensive around the key issues of the day, with all party activities related directly to the general campaign perspectives. This means application of the appropriate slogans and demands from our transition program, sliding scale of wages and hours, Labor Party, etc., which are becoming more pertinent every day. Our political analysis and proposals for action should be focused on the fight for peace, civil rights, economic security, social welfare, and civil liberties. New militancy developing around these issues will in turn help to promote class struggle policies in the mass movement and demonstrate the need for an independent Labor Party. Our polemics against reformist ideas should be addressed primarily to politically inexperienced people who are interested in explanations rather than denunciations. Our press should serve as the spearhead and main organizer of the propaganda offensive, with its key functions reinforced through circulation of our general literature. Propagation of our views should be intensified through forums, public debates and other available means. 40. At the present stage, our work on the electoral arena remains concentrated primarily on running party candidates where possible for public office. While continuing our present efforts to enter party candidates in local elections wherever practical, we must also prepare to run our own presidential ticket in the 1964 elections, viewing the presidential campaign as our foremost propaganda action. 41. Our mass work must be linked with the general propaganda offensive. So far as we have party militants functioning in mass organizations, they will find new opportunities to participate in spontaneous actions and to advance our class struggle policies. But whether or not we have anyone in a given situation, the party's general propaganda efforts will gradually extend our influence among the masses. Where comrades are engaged in mass work, the broad ideological offensive will be vital to their functions, since their own activity remains essentially propagandistic. Looked at in larger terms, the overall party campaign serves to generalize, coordinate, and impart a central focus to the various forms of work in mass organizations. It also enables us to step up recruitment, which helps to reinforce party cadres where they now function in the mass movement and to develop fresh nuclei elsewhere through new people won over. 217. To our program. These primary considerations must be kept in mind in deciding the division of labor between mass work and general party activity. 42. Party growth may be accomplished in two ways. One is patient, persistent recruitment of individuals. Though this process is never out of season, it should not blind us to any realistic opportunities through the second form of growth. We must remain alert for signs of any trend toward our programmatic positions that might develop among other radical groups or within larger formations. Should such a trend arise, we would reach out toward those coming our way, seeking to win them over completely to our program. But we do not water down our program and adapt ourselves to the political views of others in eagerness to gain numerical strength. Such a course would only disorient our cadres and compromise the party. We proceed always on the premise that only the program can create the party. To act on any other basis would lead to political ruin. 43. There are small groups now functioning on their own after having broken away from Communist Party control, but none of them measure up to our programmatic criteria for a radical regroupment. They tend either to cling to Democratic Party politics or to give little more than lip service to independent socialist and labor political action. They show pronounced tendencies to substitute a small band of radicals for the necessary mass force in impatient efforts to speed up the class conflict. They also incline to resort to factional exploitation of actual mass struggles where they are able to intervene, doing injury to the struggle itself and thereby compromising the whole radical movement. We must frankly express our criticisms of these false policies and explain our counter-views. Political firmness toward these opponent tendencies does not prevent us from maintaining fraternal relations with them or with dissidents in the SP. We are ready to cooperate with all other radicals in opposition to the witch hunt, in counter-rallies against the ultra-right, in peace demonstrations, in defense of the Cuban Revolution, in support to civil rights and trade union struggles. But in no case will we go along with reckless attempts to substitute a radical vanguard for the masses. 44. Our paramount task is to reach out for people now becoming radicalized. Major attention must be given to work in support of Negroes and other minority peoples fighting for their civil rights. In addition to doing all we can to support the general battle for full equality, we have a special role to play. If the Negro minority is to achieve its objectives, it must split the white majority and win one section over to its side. Such a division among the whites can develop only along class lines. Our special task is to help win white workers over to active support of the Negro freedom fighters and in the process promote an anti-capitalist alliance of the labor and Negro movements. We begin. 218.3. This attempt by pressing for union support of the civil rights struggle and by backing demands of Negro workers for democratic rights on the job and in the unions. These actions help weaken the union bureaucracy and strengthen rank and file action to win internal democracy. They also serve to intensify demands for effective struggle in defense of the workers' interests and to speed the fusion of Negro and white militants into a left-wing union force. The general process leads toward a leap from simple union action to formation of a labor party, and in doing so improves our chances of recruiting both Negro and white workers into the SWP. 45. Full backing must be given to political work among student youth through close fraternal collaboration between the party and youth organizations. In addition to contact established in campus activity, students and other militants can be reached by way of the peace movement. An effective approach to these elements requires a combination of political firmness and tactical flexibility. We support all demands, limited though they may be, that bring the peace fighters into conflict with Washington's war policy and help generate anti-capitalist sentiments. We support united actions around these demands and oppose efforts to exclude any tendency from the movement. At the same time, we combat the efforts of liberals, reformists, and pacifists to disorient the peace fighters politically. We undertake to advance our views in a way that will bring the most sympathetic hearing, presenting our program in a patient, reasoned, educational manner. We follow a similar policy in the case of the Cuban defense movement, where comparable forces are involved. Ad hoc formations of the kind that arise in a movement of this nature are necessarily limited in capacity. Their struggle potential is of an intermittent character, depending on the degrees of intensity in the imperialist attack on Cuba. Ability to maintain consistent propaganda activity, and to develop it in sufficient depth, is restricted by the heterogeneous political composition of such ad hoc formations. In view of these limitations, our support must be realistically attuned to their actual capacity to meet the needs of the day. 46. If we are to build a revolutionary working class party, there can be no temporizing where basic class interests are involved, nor can there be any needless tolerance of obstacles to the propagation of our program. Militants moving toward revolutionary positions are already disoriented enough through lack of union intervention on their side in struggles around major social issues. Our role is to serve as a bridge in historic consciousness of the basic vitality and revolutionary power of the working class. We need to explain over and over again how revolutionary leaderships are built by linking together workers with class struggle experience and middle-class individuals capable of fully identifying themselves with the workers' cause. Young intellectuals who manifest 219. That capacity are coming toward and already entering our party. If they recognize the revolutionary capacities of workers in the party, and if the workers understand the worth of intellectuals dedicated to the revolutionary struggle, then the party will be capable of creating valuable new cadres of leadership quality. To help both the young workers and intellectuals in their political development, internal party education should be systematically related to external activity in basic terms of our theory, program, strategy, and tactics. 47. For the coming period, the SWP will still have to swim against the stream, contending with an unfavorable environment. The principal tasks in this period of transition are to hold firm to our principles and outlook and prepare those points of support which will enable the party to move forward most swiftly and effectively as soon as the anticipated openings in the next stage of the class struggle emerge. 220. S. Kennedy's War in Vietnam 21, 1963. Theodore Edwards, Edmund Kovacs. 3. Like its predecessors, the Kennedy administration continues to support every reactionary or counter-revolutionary ruling clique in the underdeveloped countries of the world under the guise of fighting communism. Economic and military subsidies to these native oppressors continue to be misrepresented to the American taxpayer as aid to the colonial masses. Whenever such assistance to kings, sheiks, assorted tyrants, and puppet rulers fails to keep the colonial peoples in check, the Kennedy administration has shown no hesitancy in resorting to clandestine CIA maneuvers, military shows of force, or outright armed intervention. Its most flagrant intrusion in Asia is the current military operation in South Vietnam. 12,000 US advisors are busily engaged in what the NY Times calls the secret war. The Times editorial of October 17, 1962 observes that a pall of unnecessary secrecy, which far transcends military requirements, has obscured from the public too much of the progress of a war to which we are now fully committed. Deliberate policy restrictions by Washington and by the South Vietnamese government in Saigon are blamed for this lack of information. The Soviet policy. The Western imperialists are not the only international force intervening in Southeast Asia. Since World War II, the Soviet bureaucracy has been applying its interpretation of peaceful coexistence to the Indo-Chinese Revolution. In World War I, the Japanese occupied Indochina, a colony of the French for 80 years. The collapse of Japan in 1945 swept the Communist Party-dominated 27 Edwards 1963. 221. Viet Minh movement under Ho Chi Minh into control of virtually the entire country. Under pressure of the Kremlin and of the French CP, however, the Ho Chi Minh government agreed to the incorporation of Vietnam into the French Union. As soon as the French had landed enough troops, they abrogated all accords with Ho and initiated full-scale warfare against the Viet Minh. Under instructions from Moscow, the French Communist deputies voted credits to finance the war in Indochina that was carried on by the various coalition governments in which they participated until they were thrown out of office in May 1994-7. For 9 long years of bloody civil war, the Viet Minh peasant fighters continued to battle the French expeditionary forces, inflicting 172,000 casualties and suffering untold casualties themselves. Stalin recognized the Ho government, not in 1945 when it had undisputed control, but in 1950 when it was fighting desperately to regain power from the French. The Kremlin's hand, moreover, had been forced by the arrival of the Chinese Communist armies at the borders of Indochina in 1949, at which time Mao Zedong recognized the Ho government. The Viet Minh fighters defeated the French at Dien Bien Phu in 1954, despite the $5 billion that the French imperialists had spent to get back their Asian empire, plus another $2 billion contributed by the US. At the Geneva negotiations in 1954, the Kremlin once more succeeded in bargaining away much of the gains won in the civil war by the Viet Minh partisans. The Soviets, and the Chinese, agreed to carve up Indochina into Laos, Cambodia, and North and South Vietnam, all to remain neutral in the East-West struggle. The 1954 Geneva Agreements provided also for nationwide elections in Vietnam in 1956 under the supervision of an International Control Commission, composed of India, Canada, and Poland, to set up a united government for Vietnam. The signatories, including France and Britain, agreed that there should be no foreign bases or foreign troops in any part of Vietnam, limiting the number of foreign advisors to 685 and banning any further shipments of military supplies. The US government agreed to abide by these agreements. However, Washington broke its word immediately and attempted to replace the French colonialists in trying to contain the Southeast Asian Revolution. Laos became a Cold War battleground. The CIA and the State Department spent over $500 million there in the course of 7 years, seeking to destroy the Pathet Lao movement by setting up, not a neutral, but a pro-imperialist landlord regime. In South Vietnam, the US government helped Ngo Dinh Diem to establish his dictatorial rule. Diem refused to carry through the 1956 plebiscite that he would have lost hands down. In spite of constant harassment and expulsions by the 222-3 Diem government and pressure from Washington, Western correspondents in Saigon have provided an accurate enough picture of the kind of government that Diem represents. In an article in Newsweek of April 30, 1962, probably written by Frarn, OIS Scully, who was later expelled by the Diem government, the following is observed: all real power in Vietnam still is concentrated in the hands of Diem and his numerous family. One brother, Ngo Dinh Nu, is official advisor to the president, another brother, Can, is governor of central Vietnam. A third brother, Tuc, is a Roman Catholic archbishop and Vietnam's ranking prelate, a fourth, Nguyen, is the Vietnamese ambassador to Britain. Nu's wife, Madame Nu, a member of parliament, not only controls the palace but wields enormous economic power. Her father is Vietnamese ambassador to Washington, her mother is the Vietnamese observer at the UN. The Newsweek correspondent continues, "I am putting loyalty above competence," says Diem when Americans ask why he does not pick the best men to serve Vietnam. And when anyone suggests economic and social reforms, higher taxes, more land for the peasants, monetary reform, Diem literally looks at the ceiling. The writer then asks, can the US really win the fight against the Viet Cong with Diem as its standard bearer? Many US officials, especially military men, are convinced that it can, and will. Unable to see any realistic alternative to Diem, they take the public position, "Don't knock our man, he can win," a politer version of Franklin D. Roosevelt's legendary verdict on the Nicaraguan dictator Anastasio Somoza, "He's a bastard, but he's our bastard." In another dispatch, written after his expulsion on September 24, 1962, Scully points out that even the most trusted palace officials are searched twice for concealed weapons. The power behind the secret police is a man named Tran Kim Thuyen, whose official title is Director of Social Studies. The power behind Thuyen in Tum is Diem's brother Nu. Scully continues, "Perhaps the most extraordinary personality in the Ngo dynasty is Ngo Dinh Nu's wife. Madame Nu is a beautiful, gifted, and charming woman. She is also grasping, conceited, and obsessed with a drive for power that far surpasses that of even her husband. Like Diem and his brother, Madame Ngo Dinh Nu sees the family as a dynasty rather than as an evanescent political force. It is no exaggeration to say that Madame Nu is the most detested personality in South Vietnam. This is because though Diem is nominally president, Madame Nu and her husband have the power, and the Vietnamese know and resent it." 223. Scully observes that, Ngo Dinh Nu's personal brand of nationalism has one aim, to identify the country exclusively with the Ngo family and with the Mandarin class into which they were born. Lately, Ngo Dinh Nu has been making increasing public appearances throughout the country. He travels like a viceroy, and often confuses the southern peasants with his aristocratic, low-keyed Annamese royal court accent. Scully, who lived most of his adult life in Vietnam, reports that one village notable told him after one of these visits, if the effect of all this were not so disastrous, it would be hilariously funny. Other longtime French residents in Saigon note that the regime of President Diem has much of the same paternalistic, authoritarian, and adulatory features as the preceding rule of the French puppet emperors. Like Bao Dai, Diem suggests that he rules by a mandate from heaven. In reality, the Diem government exists by the grace of the US. Diem does not control much more of Vietnam than did the French Expeditionary Force. Warren Rogers Jr. in May 1962 reports the following for the Herald Tribune News Service: "At present, the fact is that the Diem regime controls only the major cities and, in general, the China Sea coastline from the 17th parallel to the northern reaches of the Mekong River Delta swampy rice bowl. All else is either under effective, well-disciplined, government-like control by the Viet Cong, or it is no man's land." Peasant Revolution. The precise extent of guerrilla control is a matter of dispute, but all reports agree that the peasant revolution dominates the countryside. The guerrillas of South Vietnam, dubbed Viet Cong, i.e. Viet Communists, by the US military, are the authentic armed force of the Viet peasantry. Igor Oganisov, in the Wall Street Journal of March 20, 1962, estimates that the guerrillas collect money, provisions, recruits and labor from more than half the rural population, instituting land reform in their areas. Dennis Warner, in the September 13, 1962, reporter, judges that the Viet Cong is a bigger and better armed force than it was a year ago, dominating 3/5 of the land area and slightly less than a third of the population of 14 million, with access to an estimated 2 million potential recruits of military age. The economic effects of the peasant insurrection are striking. In the Wall Street Journal of December 27, 1962, Norman Sklarowitz writes that 224.3. By dominating the countryside for almost 6 years, the Viet Cong has been able to break the flow of food products to the government-held cities and cut off consumer markets for manufactured goods. The communist strategy of attacking lines of transportation and ambushing truck convoys and supply trains between the rice paddy fields of the Mekong Delta and Saigon has reduced the movement of rice by 1/4 in just 2 years. Overall rice production has sunk by 500,000 tons in 1 year. Sklarowitz points out that in 1960 Vietnam exported $27 million of rice. The 1962 export total will be down to $2 million and DM will have to receive US donated rice to feed the city population. The US spent an estimated $2 million in 1962 in direct food and aid grants. Seeking to crush the revolt in the countryside, the Vietnamese government is pursuing a course of action called, variously, Rural Reconstruction, Province Pacification, or the Strategic Hamlet Program. While DM's brother, New, is overall director, the US government is the prime inspirer and supporter of this project. The plan for crushing the peasant insurgency is the brainchild of a 45-year-old Scot named Robert G.K. Thompson, former defense minister of Malaya. Thompson's system of floodlighted, wire-fenced new villages, into which 450,000 Malayan peasants were resettled, is credited with helping the British imperialists crush the guerrilla uprising there in a bloody 12-year war that required 500,000 troops. Working directly with DM and his US advisors, Thompson produced a similar but bigger plan for the pacification of South Vietnam. It calls for control of the peasant population by resettling them into a nationwide network of strategic hamlets, a polite term for concentration or slave labor camps. Here is what these settlements are like. Farm families are uprooted, their houses and stores put to the torch, while the people are moved by force into the new fenced-in villages. On the door frames of each hut in the strategic hamlet are nailed census boards giving the names of all occupants. Only those whose names are listed are allowed to work their fields in the morning. Even these are first checked to see that they carry no extra food for the guerrillas. Anyone caught outside the fence after curfew is fair game. In January 1963, the program was reputed to total 4,077 villages, encompassing 39% of the population. It calls for 11,182 strategic hamlets by 1964, completing the agglomeration of the South Vietnam peasantry into a series of concentration camps. In a letter to the New York Times on October 22, 1962, Tran Van Tung, a pro-American Vietnamese exile, asks, "When will America learn that it is always 225 fatal to the cause of freedom and democracy to support a cynical tyrant as the only alternative to communism?" Tran concludes that, hated and feared by 80% of his people, continuing domestic policies that would shame Hitler, DM stays in power only because of US support. Other leaders of the Vietnamese Democratic Party, an anti-DM bourgeois grouping, appeal to the Kennedy administration in a similar vein. A letter by Nguyen Thao Binh, appearing in the Los Angeles Times of December 22, 1962, states that the Vietnamese regard the US simply as the latest of their colonial oppressors, since it is the US which keeps DM in power, all in the name of anti-communism. But feudal landlordism, propped up by concentration camps, mass arrests, murders, rigged elections, a censored press, and an autocratic regime, do not deter the Kennedy administration from supporting their man in Saigon. Newsweek of September 24, 1962 quotes an unnamed US official in Saigon, "We're going to win this war, with this government, and as it is." Newsweek adds, This is a considered statement of US policy in South Vietnam. Kennedy support. The Kennedy administration has dropped any pretense of reforming Diem's regime. With a sure class instinct, the US monopolists show only contempt for the advice of liberal dreamers on how best to organize democratic counter-revolutions. Recognizing that any democratic middle ground between revolution and counter-revolution has long since vanished in Southeast Asia, the Kennedy administration has thrown its full weight behind Diem's reign afterward. The US government spent $2 billion from 1954 to 1961 to prop up Diem. In the past year, the expenditures rose to $400 million a year, or over $1 million a day. In flagrant violation of the 1954 Geneva Accord, 12,000 US military personnel now help Diem pursue his war against his own people. Kill ratio experiments. The US military have taken enthusiastically to the Vietnam operation. An article in the Wall Street Journal of November 9, 1962 explains how Pentagon experts use Vietnam War to test new tactics, weapons. The Pentagon is using Vietnam as a convenient proving ground for assault boats, amphibious personnel car. 226-3. Rears, night vision instruments, wire lasso guns, squirt message radios, defoliation sprays, flashlight-operated landmines, pocket flamethrowers, new rapid-fire rifles, napalm bombing techniques, troop-carrying helicopters, armed helicopters, and other sky cavalry concepts, as well as war dogs to hunt down guerrillas. The fight against the peasant guerrillas waged with this latest technology is incredibly cruel. Men, women, and children are hunted down like wild beasts. Prisoners are habitually tortured and summarily executed, while US advisors watch. Entire villages are incinerated by napalm bombs dropped by US pilots. So are guerrilla hospitals. The ghouls in the Pentagon who feed the gruesome statistics into their war games computers report gleefully that the kill ratio is favorable to the Diem regime. For 1962, the official estimates are 13,000 Diem casualties against 30,000 peasants killed, wounded, or captured. US casualties are reported as 30 killed in action. Despite these new frontier experiments in military technology, the South Vietnamese guerrillas refuse to be crushed. Guerrilla units, estimated to number 20,000 in April 1962, are now said by the US military to number 23,000 full-time guerrillas, even after 30,000 presumably were killed, plus another 100 to 200,000 part-time guerrillas. The Diem government and the Kennedy administration would like to blame the South Vietnamese revolt on Ho Chi Minh. They charge that the guerrillas are being augmented and supplied by North Vietnamese slipping into South Vietnam over the Cambodian and Laotian borders. The role of their own savage repressions in driving the peasantry into armed struggle is glossed over in silence by the stalwart new frontiersmen and their puppet autocrat. Jerry A. Rose, in the May 10, 1962 Reporter, points out that numerous munitions factories, set up in straw huts, produce a steady flow of crude rifles and pistols, mortars and mines, grenades and bullets for the guerrilla fighters. The materials are purchased on the local market by peasant women, the work is done by the peasant men. Expropriate US arms. In addition, the guerrillas capture and use the latest American arms, including non-recoiling artillery. A UPI dispatch from Saigon, dated January 8, 1963, reports, US military advisors Tuesday said communist guerrillas, who have boasted they will win the war with captured American weapons, seized enough new arms in the past week to equip at least 2 companies. Other reports. 227. Say that the guerrillas are capturing sampan loads of modem American equipment. On January 2, 1963, at the village of AP Bay, only 30 miles from Saigon, 200 determined guerrilla fighters with automatic weapons mauled 2,000 Diem troops, killing 100, including 3 Americans, and downed 5 US helicopters. The Diem forces outnumbered the guerrillas by 10 to 1 and were supported by planes, artillery, and armor. A UPI dispatch from Saigon, dated January 7, 1963, reported that angry US advisors charged Sunday that Vietnamese infantrymen refused direct orders to advance during Wednesday's battle at AP Bay and that an American Army captain was killed while out front pleading with them to attack. This moved Hanson W. Baldwin, military expert of the New York Times, to observe that some helicopter enthusiasts tended to forget that it is men, not machines, that win wars. He observed further that DM's troops displayed some of the same basic faults they had demonstrated in other operations. They showed little inclination to use their legs and little desire to attack. On January 7, 1963, Arthur Kroc, his fellow commentator of the New York Times, called for a fundamental administration review of its current policy of military aid in South Vietnam. He concludes, however, that it will be very difficult for the president to find an alternative to the US policy that has proved ineffectual, and trends to deeper and deeper involvement in Southeast Asia. No end in sight. The Kennedy administration shows no disposition to veer from its fatal course. Admiral Harry P. Felt, commander of US forces in the Pacific, said this January that the war in South Vietnam is going fine. He added that the South Vietnamese are killing more Viet Cong than the government of South Vietnam is losing in battle and that the kill ratio is running from 3 to 6 in favor of the forces of Premier Ngo Dinh Diem. However, Diem's troops are untrustworthy. On November 11, 1961, 5 paratroop battalions tried unsuccessfully to depose Diem. On February 27, 1962, 2 Diem pilots, sent on a mission against guerrilla fighters, bombed and strafed the palace of President Diem instead. Afterwards, only US pilots were sent on air strikes. The Kennedy administration is following a plan of operations decided upon a year or so ago when the decision was made to crush the peasants of South Vietnam at all costs. At that time, the Wall Street Journal published a revealing article by Henry Gemmell with the dateline of March 26, 1962. It is headed, US. 228-3. Leaders are determined on victory, even if it means invading Red territory. Gemmell writes, determined on victory in South Vietnam, the makers of US policy must be willing to elevate the plane of warfare if low-level fighting isn't producing results. Suppose, for instance, that Ngo Dinh Diem's government, already lacking in solid support through the countryside, suffers further grave erosion, while the Red guerrillas gain. Suppose, too, that the American public becomes disturbed by slowly mounting casualty lists. According to Gemmell, doctrine now circulating would call for turning to more vigorous war. As outlined by the reporter, the first move would likely be an ultimatum to Ho Chi Minh that unless hostilities ceased in South Vietnam the war would be carried directly to its source, North Vietnam. If this went unheeded, US bombers would go to work on the airfields, ports, and rail lines of North Vietnam. If army divisions poured in, they'd be thrown into North Vietnam, not South Vietnam. The North Vietnamese aid that is successfully smuggled in could account for only a small fraction of the strength of the guerrilla forces. But facts are unimportant when the Cold War blazes up into a hot war against a colonial revolution. There seems little doubt that the National Liberation Front set up in Hanoi in January 1961 tends to control the political aims and leadership of the South Vietnam guerrilla fighters. There are indications that the North Vietnamese are split in the Moscow-Peking dispute, with Ho Chi Minh inclining towards the Russian and others towards the Chinese views on the tactics and strategy of colonial revolutions. A captured guerrilla document dated September 25, 1962, published in the New York Times, Western edition, January 20, 1963, would indicate that the Ho government favors a settlement along the lines of the Laotian formula. The document talks of forcing the Americans and Diem to the conference table, where they will be compelled to compromise. It emphasizes that the guerrillas must understand transitional steps on the way to victory. An end to the bloodbath now drenching the South Vietnam countryside would certainly be a relief to the long-suffering Vietnam peasantry. However, the Indo-Chinese peoples have borne immense sacrifices in their 20-year-long struggle for liberation. Their revolution should not be shortchanged again, as it was in 1945 and 1954. As of now, US imperialism seems little disposed to any kind of compromise. Moreover, its flagrant violations of the 1954 Geneva Deal are on record for all to see and learn from. The real face that the Kennedy administration presents to the masses of Asia can be seen in the brutal war it is conducting in South Vietnam without any authorization from the American people. 9. Reunification of the Fourth Intimational 28, 1963. Farrell Dobbs and Joseph Hansen. 229. The healing of a 10-year-old division in the ranks of the majority of the Fourth International, the World Party of the Socialist Revolution, which took place at a reunification congress held in Italy in June, marks a most encouraging step forward for the movement founded by Leon Trotsky in 1938. The two groupings of the Fourth International that participated in the reunification were headed by the International Secretariat and the International Committee, the views of the latter being supported in the United States by the Socialist Workers' Party. With the fusion, the United Secretariat of the Fourth International, representing a joint leadership, was elected to replace the former bodies and to head the reunified movement. For some years the majority of both sides had felt that the political and organizational differences which appeared in 1953 and which precipitated a split the following year had been largely superseded by events. While substantial differences remained, they were considered to be of secondary importance in face of the necessity and feasibility of combining forces on a world scale on the basis of a principled program. At the Reunification Congress, leaders of both sides stated that they had not changed their views about the past dispute, but all of them agreed on the advisability of deferring attempts at historic assessments and of putting the unsettled differences aside for consideration at a later date after common work and new joint experiences can be expected to have overcome whatever factional feelings remain from the past. A principled unification. A document submitted for the consideration of the World Trotskyist Movement by the Political Committee of the Socialist Workers' Party, advocating 28 Dobbs and Hansen 1963. 233. Early reunification on the basis of 16 points, was adopted unanimously at the Reunification Congress as a statement of the fundamental principles on which both sides stand. By this action the document became a charter of the reunification. The three main areas of agreement are outlined as follows. First of all, in highly condensed form, the document restates the views put forward by Trotsky in the Transitional Program of 1938, explaining the agonizing world crisis of our times as reflecting at bottom a prolonged crisis in revolutionary leadership in face of the need to go forward from capitalism to socialism. The delay of the world's socialist revolution is ascribed to the incapacities and betrayals of the traditional working class leadership, i.e., the trade union, social democratic and Stalinist bureaucracies. Strong emphasis is placed on the need for constructing revolutionary socialist parties, and certain tactical problems in this process, involving membership in existing mass proletarian parties, entryism, are noted. A special point reaffirms the principles of democratic centralism. Trotsky's characterization of the Soviet Union as a workers' state that must be defended and of the Stalinist bureaucracy as a parasitic caste that must be opposed and overthrown is likewise reaffirmed. Secondly, the analogous analyses made by the Fourth International of the new workers' states which have appeared since Trotsky's death are included. Prominent in this section is the characterization of Cuba as a workers' state. Thirdly, in the current world political scene, de-Stalinization is recognized as a two-sided development of prime importance, involving welcome concessions to the masses but intended by the bureaucracy to bolster and prolong its own arbitrary rule against the pressures for proletarian democracy. The differences that finally shattered the Stalinist monolith, now most dramatically displayed in the Chinese-Soviet dispute, are held to have been fostered by deep-going revolutionary processes, evident above all in the colonial world. The prominent role of the peasantry and of guerrilla warfare in the colonial revolution since the end of World War II is noted as an experience that must be consciously incorporated into the strategy of building revolutionary Marxist parties in colonial countries. This section ends with strong stress on potential developments in the imperialist countries where, it is held, the final decisive battles will occur, determining whether civilization will be reduced to radioactive ruins or go forward to the enduring peace made possible by a socialist reorganization of society. In addition to the political positions indicated above, the document makes organizational recommendations to be considered at a subsequent Congress which, without breaching the centralist side of democratic centralism, would 231. Remove any doubts that might still remain as to the guarantee of democratic rights contained in the statutes. The Reunification Congress adopted 3 other important documents. 2 of them deal with current developments in the Soviet bloc countries and with the Chinese-Soviet dispute. The third one, The Dynamics of World Revolution Today, is a study of the dialectical interrelationship of long-range trends in 3 sectors, the colonial world, the Soviet bloc and the imperialist countries. We are publishing it in this issue of the International Socialist Review. The reunification of the Fourth International was a conscious response to the widening opportunities for building revolutionary socialist parties. In 1953 the world Trotskyist movement was under heavy pressure from 2 major unfavorable developments. One was that although the establishment of workers' states in Eastern Europe and the victory of the Chinese Revolution were highly progressive events, an immediate consequence was the temporary strengthening of Stalinism. The other was the quiescence of the class struggle in the United States and the rise of McCarthyism. Today the situation is quite different. The strengthening of the Soviet Union through the proliferation of planned economies and the relative weakening of imperialism finally broke up Stalinist monolithism and gave fresh actuality to the program of trotskyism in the land of its birth. The colonial revolution has shaken all Asia, Africa, and Latin America, bringing the heartening developments in Algeria and placing a workers' state within 90 miles of Florida. In the United States itself, the great citadel of world reaction, social stagnation has been broken with the rise of the Negro struggle in new and dynamic forms. To the majority of Trotskyists throughout the world it became increasingly self-evident that the continued division of the Fourth International was anachronistic and that vigorous efforts must be made to heal the split so that united forces could be brought to bear in the promising situations developing in all directions. The victory of the Cuban Revolution and the fact that both sides, through parallel analyses, reached virtually identical conclusions concerning its meaning powerfully reinforced the trend toward reunification. The opposition to reunification. While the overwhelming majority of the Trotskyist movement, representing 26 countries, have now been united, 2 minority groupings refuse to participate. The holdouts are a faction headed by J. Posadas, located principally in Latin America, which split from the International Secretariat last year, and a minority of the International Committee forces headed by Gary Healy, a 232-3 faction based mainly in Britain and France. To justify their opposition to reunification, both groupings have developed political differences with the majority of the world Trotskyist movement and appear rather deliberately to be seeking fresh disputes. The Posadas tendency held a conference last year in secret from the rest of the Trotskyist movement. The delegates then announced that they had held an extraordinary conference of the RVTH International and had adopted a historical resolution to be the international provisional leadership until the extraordinary World Conference, which this conference summons. Since then the faction has called itself the RVTH International. It has published typographical facsimiles of genuine publications of the Fourth International. Despite the paucity of members, the grouping is impressively energetic about getting out publications. At first glance, so far as the names and mastheads are concerned, these are indistinguishable from the originals, and the counterfeits, which are heavily loaded with articles and speeches that either are signed by Posadas or done in perfect imitation of his verbose and turgid style, have led to some confusion, especially in Latin America. The main political position distinguishing the Posadas grouping is that it advocates the right of the Soviet Union to initiate nuclear war. The first issue of a newspaper distributed by the faction in England puts it this way. One of the slogans under which the extraordinary conference took place was, "The Bolshevik militant of this epoch is he who is prepared to face the last settlement of accounts between capitalism and the socialist revolution and the workers' states, which will be settled within the nuclear war, he who is prepared also to face its consequences. Emphasis in original. In a resolution passed by a First Congress of the Revolutionary Workers' Party, Trotskyists, held recently in England, the invitation to join Posadas in preparing for doomsday is explained. The permeating of the once-staid British society by violence in every sphere, will find its final expression in a desperate rallying of forces for the final throw. This will be a final military showdown against the workers' states and colonial revolution. The projected cataclysmic reckoning is described as being at the very heart of all politics today. The Third World War is the coming reality, and any failure to point this out with absolute honesty to the workers, preparing them for the dreadful destruction and, at the same time, the decisive opportunity for seizing power which this war before or during it, affords, is treachery to Bolshevism and a monstrous betrayal of the class. 233. It must be granted that fear of a nuclear world war has a strong basis in current reality. The majority of the Fourth International agree on that and, in fact, the Trotskyist movement has been sounding the alarm since Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The differences with Posadas occur on 2 points. First, the Fourth International takes a much graver view of the possible consequences of a nuclear war than Posadas does. In the opinion of all other Trotskyists, it could well mean the finish of civilization if not all the higher forms of life on our globe. Posadas, in contrast, believes that a communist society could rapidly be constructed on the wreckage. Secondly, Posadas believes that nothing can be done to prevent nuclear war. It should indeed be welcomed as the necessary means to clear away capitalism. The Fourth International, in opposition to this view, is confident that the working class will prove able to avert the disaster in time through socialist revolution. Posadas does not engage in much discussion on these questions. His method is the simple one of denouncing the opportunism, capitulation, and betrayal of the former Trotskyists, Pablo, Germain, Frank, Cannon, Healy. Here is a fair sample of the Posadas view of the majority of the Trotskyist movement, lacking confidence in the immense revolutionary elan of the workers awaiting revolutionary leadership. This clique is in tow to the so-called left in the labor and peace movements. They deny the possibility and even the need of open revolutionary sections. They flinch from preparing the workers for war and the seizure of power. When Posadas passed his historical resolution, declaring himself to be the leadership of the Fourth International, he could count on forces in a number of Latin American countries. At the time, he headed the Latin American Bureau, a regional subdivision of the movement, and he had utilized this body in factional preparations for his coup. As it became clear that his revelations about the political death of the parent body scarcely corresponded to the reality, he ran into trouble. The important Bolivian section, for instance, repudiated him and his Latin American bureau virtually unanimously. Elsewhere splits in his ranks have occurred. On the other hand, some vigorous personal crusading in Europe has won him a few new converts. Likewise, the Cuban Trotskyists remain faithful to the Latin American Bureau, and their newspaper Vaz Proletaria, which appears regularly in Havana, thus unfortunately presents a rather bizarre image of Trotskyism as it criticizes Castro for his stubborn centrist failure to accept the hard gospel of Saint Posadas about a coming nuclear apocalypse and how to win redemption by speeding it up. 234-3. The Helliite grouping. The other tendency which has opposed reunification is led by Gary Healy, the secretary of the Socialist Labor League. Healy, to his credit, does not share the views of Posadas about an inevitable nuclear doomsday that should be speeded up. He does hold with Posadas, however, that the leaders of the majority of the world Trotskyist movement have gone over to opportunism and betrayed Trotskyism. In the interests of strict accuracy, a shading must be noted in this common view. Healy differs with Posadas on one point, holding that the name of Healy should not be included in the list of betrayers. Healy is of the opinion that the reunification itself is a betrayal. The reasons he advances for this view are that reunification must be preceded by a full accounting of the differences of 1953 to 54, an assessment of responsibility, and corresponding acknowledgements of guilt. Any reunification without these prerequisites, Healy contends, is unprincipled, can only prove ephemeral, and he will have nothing to do with. It was argued against this that the world Trotskyist movement is not monolithic. Groupings with much deeper differences than opposing views over who was right in a past dispute can coexist and collaborate in the same revolutionary socialist organization under the rules of democratic centralism. In the Socialist Workers' Party, for instance, even a state capitalist grouping has lived for years without undue friction. Why should not common political positions on the key issues of the day prove to be powerful enough to cement the two sides of the Fourth International despite differences over the past? The reasonableness of this reply gave Healy trouble. His response was to probe more strenuously for current political differences that would preclude reunification. This search, however, led him to develop some rather far-reaching political differences of his own that finally brought him into grave opposition with the majority of the International Committee as well as the International Secretariat. These differences became sharpest over estimates and policies in relation to the colonial revolution, above all the Cuban Revolution. The majority of the world Trotskyist movement long ago came to the conclusion that Cuba is a workers' state and that under Castro's leadership it has entered the road towards socialism, the Cuban Revolution, in fact, being the opening of the socialist revolution in the Western Hemisphere. Even Posadas shares this view. The British and French sectors of the International Committee are virtually alone in holding otherwise. In an article last year, Trotskyism Betrayed, the National Committee of the Socialist Labor League maintained the outlandish position that the state foundations in Cuba remain capitalist. 235. The regime, we are told, is a variety of capitalist state power. Castro, it is argued, did not create a qualitatively new and different type of state from the Batista regime. Healy is quite serious in thus comparing the revolutionary Cuban government to the Batista regime. He goes even further, listing Castro himself as just another Chiang Kai-shek. These weird conclusions are derived from a simple-minded sectarian pattern of thought. It is impossible to carry a revolution forward to the successful establishment of a workers' state without the preceding construction in every instance of a revolutionary socialist party. Such a party did not exist in Cuba before the revolution. Therefore, no workers' state was established. Therefore, what exists in Cuba must be capitalist. It proved quite useless to call Healy's attention to the changes in Cuba's economic, social, and political structure successfully carried out under Castro's leadership. To insist on the facts, Healy maintained, is to reveal that you are not a dialectical materialist but an empiricist. Similar fantasies now determine Healy's policies in many fields. In the Negro struggle in the United States, he concentrates his attacks on the clerics, the Muslims, and the Socialist Workers' Party, which he holds to be opportunistic because it raises partial, transitional slogans. In Algeria, instead of joining in centering fire on the dangerous neocolonialist tendency, he singles out Ben Bella and the Trotskyists as the enemy. In Britain itself the fake lefts are his main target. Everybody to the right of Healy is denounced as a betrayer. In brief, instead of advancing to meet the leftward moving stream in Britain, Healy is taking the opposite direction, towards deeper isolation. Speaking at the July convention of the Socialist Workers' Party on the ultra-left, sectarian, isolationist, anti-international course now being followed by the National Committee of the Socialist Labor League, James P. Cannon, national chairman of the SWP and the most experienced leader in the world Trotskyist movement, came to the conclusion, the SLL is doomed. Despite the direction in which Healy was moving, every effort was made to bring the minority of the International Committee into the reunification. They were invited to participate in a preliminary conference of the majority of the International Committee. They were invited to send observers to the Seventh World Congress of the Forces of the International Secretariat, and to send observers to the Reunification Congress of the Fourth International. Healy brushed the invitations aside. He went still further. Instead of seeking friendly relations with the United Fourth International, he publicly attacked both the Reunification Congress and the Socialist Workers' Party, using, of course, the epithets of betrayal to 236-3, which his vocabulary has become more and more reduced. This was the opening of a campaign to further enlarge the already formidable differences which he has developed. To give his attacks more authority, he utilized the name International Committee, although the majority of this grouping participated in the Reunification Congress and now constitute part of the United Movement. In this, Healy echoed the not-so-novel organizational methods of Posadas. Doctrinaire conservatism. The course now being followed by Healy and Posadas and their followers is much to be regretted. Under the democratic centralism which governs the Fourth International, they could have maintained their political views within the organization and sought to win a majority. The fact that they rejected this course is the strongest possible proof either that they are opposed to democratic centralism or that they consider their political differences with the rest of the world Trotskyist movement to be so profound that collaborating in a common organization is excluded in principle. The two factions combined, however, constitute only a small minority. While they can prove to be a problem in certain areas, they can scarcely affect the progress of the Trotskyist movement as a whole. It would have been utopian to hope that the Fourth International could be reunited 100% and at a single stroke. Immense events have occurred since the end of the war, and the Trotskyist movement, which is a living movement, suffered its own crises in attempting to meet them on the theoretical and practical level. The Cuban Revolution, coming at the close of a long process, and, we hope, the beginning of a new one, had the effect of precipitating many things. In the Trotskyist movement, it increased the pressure for reunification and thereby also had the opposite effect of bringing out defects in theoretical understanding and political capacity. The end result was a clarifying process that forced the movement as a whole to review all that it has accomplished, particularly on the theoretical level, since the end of the war. In the intensive internal discussion, the analyses of the character of the state and regime in China, Yugoslavia, and even the East European countries came up. Some switches occurred in these areas, too, as comrades discovered that they hadn't really grasped the previous theoretical work or at least all of its implications. Misunderstandings were cleared up in some cases, masks came off in others. All the various shadings of opinion are now fairly well recorded either pub. 237. Lickly or in discussion bulletins available to the membership of the Trotskyist movement. This alone represents a considerable achievement and a big step forward. Despite the wildness evident in their positions, both the Posadas and Healy factions are doctrinaire. The revolutionary Marxist movement correctly stresses the importance of building a revolutionary socialist party. Healy converts the principle into an absolute, excluding thereby any variation which reality may present us with. The case of Posadas is not much different. Marxists have long stressed that war has often proved to be a mother of revolutions. Posadas converts this into the dogma that revolution can have no other mother, forgetting Cuba, and carries it to the absurd conclusion that the most destructive of wars will necessarily have the most progressive consequences. Thus the leaders of both factions see broad guiding principles as absolute prescriptions. Instead of trying to apply doctrine in an intelligent way as a guide in the infinitely rich reality which the historical process compels the movement to face, they insist on reality conforming to doctrine on pain of non-recognition. That these conservative tendencies did not succeed in holding back the majority from a dialectical appreciation of the great new achievements of the colonial revolution, and that they could not halt the process of reunification despite their bitter opposition to it, augurs well for the future of the Fourth International. The revolutionary opportunities. The reunification takes place against a background of unparalleled revolutionary opportunities. Thus, even though the healing of the split does not involve mass parties anywhere in the world, the substantial number of cadres it does bring together can move ahead rather rapidly. In a surprising number of countries they have already established promising beginnings. Where they have known how, in the tradition of Leninism, to adhere firmly to the basic principles of revolutionary socialism and yet adopt flexible tactics, and this is the case with the majority of the world Trotskyist movement, their prestige among vanguard workers and intellectuals is very high. In addition, they enjoy friendly relations with many of the new revolutionary and even socialist-minded currents that have been proliferating as one of the consequences of the rise of the colonial revolution, particularly after the victories in Cuba and Algeria. An upsurge in the class struggle could face these new currents, in association with trotskyism, with the immediate opportunity to organize mass revolutionary. 238-3. Socialist parties and in some places put them in position to move toward a contest for power. One of the most favorable sectors for such a turn of events is Latin America. Few days go by that do not bring news of coups or attempted coups, counter-coups, or attempted counter-coups, as Fidel Castro noted in his July 26 speech. The spectacular shuffling of regimes in the recent period in places like Ecuador and Argentina, the downfall of the Trujillo dictatorship in the Dominican Republic and the repeated efforts to similarly bring down Duvalier in neighboring Haiti are but the most visible symptoms of general social unrest reaching from the Rio Grande to Tierra del Fuego. This rise in revolutionary potential on a continental scale is now common knowledge. What is not so commonly known is the reflection of this process in the radical movement. The Cuban Revolution sent cleavages, sometimes with shattering impact, through all the political formations of the left. The Moscow-Peking dispute compounded the effect. The immediate results were a decline in the prestige, authority, and attractive power of the traditional leftist parties, communist as well as social democratic. Within these organizations, leftward-moving tendencies developed and totally fresh parallel ones appeared here and there outside the old formations. The subsidence of the old parties and incipient development of new formations has not proceeded in a simple way. On the contrary, sharp ups and downs show that it is a complex process. But three significant new facts should be noted. First, in places like Brazil and Peru, a tendency has appeared or grown stronger among the peasants to organize along trade union lines. Secondly, in many areas guerrilla forces have gone into action, seeking quite consciously to follow the example of the Cuban and Chinese fighters. Thirdly, the student youth have repeatedly displayed a strong bent toward action based on independent estimates of what is required nationally. Sometimes the actions have developed on an impressive scale. To discount the priority of opinion in Moscow, or Peking, is a symptom of greatest significance, for it is one of the prime requisites to build national leaderships capable of independent analysis and action. The weakening of the old communist and social democratic parties in Latin America may seem to be a paradoxical effect of the Cuban Revolution. It may even appear that the Kennedy administration is succeeding in isolating the Cuban Revolution. The truth is that we are witnessing the displacement of bureaucratic roadblocks to revolution. It is part of the preparatory process for the rise of genuinely revolutionary parties. The other part of the preparatory process is the ideological ferment, the testing of ideas, the attempts, sometimes inept, to take the revolutionary initiative, the discussions, and the assessment. 239. Of experiences, and the regroupment and bringing together of revolutionists of widely different origin. It is obvious that the unification of the major forces of world Trotskyism can help play a catalytic role in the formation of new leaderships in Latin America capable of following judiciously the example which Cuba set in opening the socialist revolution in the Western Hemisphere. The prospects are hardly less bright in Africa, where a whole series of new countries have emerged, through sometimes desperate struggles against imperialism, to take their place in the arena of world politics. Here the greatest hopes and expectations attach to Algeria. Although the newly independent country faces an exceedingly difficult situation inherited from more than a century of colonial slavery and 7.5 years of one of the bloodiest wars in history, its people have resolutely decided to move towards socialism. Already agriculture, Algeria's main industry, has been nationalized in effect and its operation placed under Workers' Council and Workers' Management Committees. The example has not been lost on the rest of Africa and the Middle East, and Algiers is coming to be regarded as the Havana of the African continent and the Arab world. The struggle against neocolonialism and against imperialism is far from one in Algeria. A polarization of forces has occurred, with the left wing rallying around Ben Bella against the neocolonialists. The Trotskyists in Algeria are very active in this struggle. Trotskyism, in general, has great prestige among broad circles of the Algerian vanguard because of its record in aiding the underground fighters in the most difficult days of their struggle. In the Far East, the fires touched off by the Chinese Revolution continue to blaze. The Vietnam freedom fighters have put up such a heroic and effective struggle that more and more voices in Washington suggest withdrawing from the dirty war in which Kennedy involved America. The rise of pessimism in Washington is paralleled by increased optimism in the colonial world over the possibilities of a revolutionary outcome in Vietnam. A defeat for imperialism in Vietnam could have immense consequences in Indonesia and Malaya, where the political stream continues to flow toward the left. Trotskyism was at one time a strong force in Vietnam, but the leading Trotskyists were killed by the Japanese imperialists during the occupation or by the Stalinists, and the movement has not yet recovered from the ferocious repression. In Asia, at the moment, the Trotskyists are strongest in Ceylon, where they head the labor movement and hold seats in parliament. The Trotskyist movement also has a base in India. In both lands, where the movement goes back to the struggle for freedom from British imperialism, the Trotskyists strongly urged reunification on 243. A world scale. Their representatives at the Reunification Congress expressed great satisfaction at the success that was recorded there and declared that it would have immediate benefits as well as greatly facilitate building the movement in other areas of the Far East with which they are in touch. In the Soviet bloc, the opportunities for the relatively swift development of revolutionary socialist forces in the colonial world are quite apparent. This is not so in the Soviet Union, the East European countries and China. In these lands, the main task of revolutionary socialism is to establish or to re-establish the proletarian democracy for which Lenin and Trotsky stood. But no organized tendency fighting for this aim is known to exist on any considerable scale. How long can the totalitarian forms of political rule continue to operate without generating an organized movement for the restoration or introduction of Leninist democracy? The fact is that conditions are quite ripe for its appearance, especially in the Soviet Union. De-Stalinization constitutes a series of concessions paid out to the masses in a calculated way by the bureaucracy in order to slow down, if not head off, this very tendency. The end effect of de-Stalinization, however, will be to accelerate the drive of the masses for political democracy. Trotskyism is endemic in the Soviet Union. It can flare suddenly and spread with great speed. This is one of the main reasons why the bureaucracy is so concerned about restricting freedom of thought in the arts and sciences. Implied in the freedom to discuss and engage in abstract art or psychoanalysis or research in genetics is the freedom to discuss and engage in revolutionary socialist politics. The thirst for political freedom is quite intense. Any number of signs show it, not the least of them being the immense popularity of Fidel Castro and all the Cuban revolutionists with the Soviet masses. The difficulty which the bureaucrats experience in keeping Trotskyism buried is ironically evident in their own revival of the subject, even if only in the form of accusations. Both Mao and Khrushchev hurl the charge of Trotskyism at each other. While the charge may not stick in either case, it certainly increases the pressure to discuss Trotskyism and to find out what it really stands for. The first consequences of the collapse of the bureaucratic monolith, so far as direct, immediate gains for the Trotskyist movement were concerned, came among communist parties outside the Soviet bloc. The revelations at the 20th Congress broke down the prohibitions against dangerous thoughts. 241. Enforced in the communist parties under Stalin. In the ensuing discussions, some rank and filers and even intellectuals came over to Trotskyism. It became possible in certain parties to discuss Trotskyist views and even to talk with genuine, live Trotskyists with at least the beginnings of objectivity. This process, which is far from concluded, in fact, it has hardly begun in sectors as important as the French Communist Party, put heavy pressure on the world Trotskyist movement to compose its internal differences. The reunification is therefore viewed by both sides as a great gain in the essential work of aiding members of the communist parties to overcome the evil heritage of Stalinism. The schism between Moscow and Peking, which is more and more compelling the protagonists to broach the most fundamental questions of revolutionary socialist perspectives and strategy, inevitably involves trotskyism to an increasing degree and opens up truly enormous opportunities for its ascendants. These opportunities alone made it the evident duty of Trotskyists to put aside differences of secondary order in order to effectively advance the main principles of the program on which they stand. In the capitalist citadels. In the main centers of world capitalism, the past decades have been particularly difficult for the Trotskyist movement. The combination of prosperity, reactionary political trends and relatively quiescent class struggle, characteristic above all of the United States, but extending to one degree or another throughout world capitalism, compelled the radical movement as a whole to mark time for an unexpectedly prolonged period. That the Trotskyists were able to hold their own and even register a few gains is a tribute to their stamina and to the power of the ideas that inspire them. The first signs of a shift in the objective situation have now begun to appear. In Europe, the new trend was announced by such events as the general strike in Belgium in 1960, the shift to the left in Britain, which has placed the Labour Party in position to win the next election, and a series of important strikes in Italy, France, and Germany. The underground movement in Spain has been inching ahead as a direct reflection of the growing self-confidence of the Spanish workers, particularly the miners. The beginning of the change in the United States proved to be spectacular, since it fell to the Negro people to take the lead in breaking the trance that has gripped the country since the rise of the witch hunt and McCarthyism in 1947. The independent self-action of the Negro people could take no other form but dramatic and often very militant demonstrations if it were to have genuine 242.3 effect in battering down the violent prejudices that bar the way to equality. It is possible for this movement to now move rapidly into politics, where its most effective field of action lies, and this in turn can open up an entire new and brilliant chapter for revolutionary socialism in America. For the Trotskyist movement in the United States, represented by the Socialist Workers' Party, the problem of reunification had no directly national aspect. But the Socialist Workers' Party is keenly alive to its international meaning and the benefits to be derived indirectly in its own work from a united world movement. The Canadian Trotskyist movement, represented by the Socialist Educational League, is similarly situated. In both the American and Canadian organizations, the Reunification Congress was hailed as a big step forward. One of the prime considerations in the minds of those who pressed most strongly for reunification of the Fourth International was the youth. On all continents it is they who are now moving into the center of the revolutionary stage. The series of student demonstrations that swept the globe from Korea to Turkey in the past several years is proof of this. The new generation has displayed its capacities up to this point with the greatest impressiveness in the Cuban Revolution. In Latin America, those most actively concerned about learning from the Cuban experience and applying the lessons are the young people. In the United States it was youth who took the initiative in the staging of demonstrations that touched off the new surge forward in the Negro struggle, and it is they who have provided the main active forces in the picket lines, sit-ins, and freedom rides that have made headlines internationally. The tendency of this new generation to begin its revolutionary experience with deeds is of the utmost significance. It testifies to the enormous internal pressures in the capitalist system, to the widespread diffusion of the idea of seeking a revolutionary way out, and to the power of the living examples of revolutionary success from the Russia of 1917 to the Cuba of 1959. The Cuban Revolution was marked by the predominance of action over conscious revolutionary theory, but in its course, as was inevitable, consciousness began asserting its rights and the Cubans themselves turned increasingly to the revolutionary classics in search of the meaning of what they had accomplished. This road leads in the final analysis to Trotskyism, which contains the quintessence of revolutionary socialist theory. In moving in this direction, the Cubans have blazed a trail for millions of youth around the globe. A generation of youth armed on a sufficiently wide scale with Trotskyist theory would signify the finish of the capitalist system. With an understanding of why they have rebelled against the social system into which they were born and how they must go about changing that system, the new generation will prove invincible. 243. May the reunification of the Fourth International help the youth to seize the unique opportunity which is theirs, the successful discharge of the greatest task in the history of humanity, the establishment of world socialism. 244. 10. A Study of the Feminine Mystique 29, 1964. Evelyn Reed. 3. The Feminine Mystique, by Betty Friedan, New York, W.W. Norton & Co., 1963. 410 pp. $5.95. The Feminine Mystique is an outstanding sociological study, an overdue challenge to the mercenary myth-makers who have invented the glorified image of the happy housewife heroine and imposed it upon American women. The author, a mother of 3 children, analyzes the plight of women like herself who belong to the privileged upper middle strata of American society. Most women have no choice except to be tied to a household or chained to a factory or office job, or both. But the women that Betty Friedan examines are more fortunate. They have access to all the advantages of our culture, education, scholarship, interesting and well-paying professions. And yet most of them have forfeited development of their higher capacities to enroll in the ranks listed as occupation, housewife. Exposed by the author are the realities behind the show windows of suburbia where female residents suffer agonies from a problem that has no name. This is their inability to adjust to their narrow, stultifying sphere of existence. She also describes the catastrophic consequences that this debasement of women inflicts upon the whole family. Few escape the pathology flowing from the feminine mystique. Betty Friedan's findings have a wider relevance than the well-to-do housewives she has investigated. These set the pattern of behavior and aspiration for working-class housewives, who mistakenly believe that because middle-class women have all the advantages, they also have all the answers. In this way distorted ideas and values seep down to infect masses of women, including some working women who wonder whether they might not lead a better life as a full-time housewife. This book should help settle their doubts. 29. Read 1964. 245. Springing Old Trap. The feminine mystique is a modernized version of the old formula for domestic enslavement, more bluntly expressed as woman's place is in the home. The new element is the poisoned bait of the mystique by which women today are voluntarily lured back into the trap that their grandmothers fought to escape from. Betty Friedan reminds us that in the 19th century and in the first decades of the 20th, progressive middle-class women led an inspiring feminist struggle for women's rights. Out of this rebellion they won the right to higher education, participation in production, professional careers, independent ownership of property and the vote. These reforms were an immense improvement over their previous chatteldom, and could have been a springboard to further advances to full human stature and dignity. Instead, the Second World War and its aftermath brought about a sweeping setback, characterized by the author as a counter-revolution against women. The call for this retreat was sounded by Farnham and Lundberg's book Modem Woman, The Lost Sex, published in 1942. The lost women were the independent ones interested in science, art, politics, and engaged in careers beyond the family circle. In place of intelligent, creative, public-spirited women came the new image of the feminine woman, the empty-headed housewife contented within the cozy walls of a pretty home. As the mystique gained momentum, domesticity became a religion, a pattern by which all women must now live or deny their femininity, writes the author. What began as a trek back to the old corral became a stampede during the prosperity of the 1950s. To mobilize women behind their own defeat, facts about the pioneer fighters for women's rights were distorted. Although most of the feminist crusaders had husbands, children, and homes, they were depicted as embittered sex-starved spinsters incapable of fulfilling their femininity as wives and mothers. Among the unforgivable traits of these spirited women was their enjoyment of participation in the struggle for social change. Also blacked out of the record was the ultra-reactionary source of this retreat back to the home. It was Hitler in the 1930s who enforced the notorious 3 Ks for women: Kinder, cookie, Kirche, children, cooking, church. By the 1940s a similar slogan was sold to American women in the disguised, glamorized package of the feminine mystique. The author likens the blind docility with which middle-class women accepted their fate to prisoners in Nazi concentration camps, who became unprotesting walking corpses marching to their own doom. 246.3. In a sense that is not as far-fetched as it sounds, the women who adjust as housewives, who grow up wanting to be a housewife, are in as much danger as the millions who walk to their own death in the concentration camps, and the millions more who refuse to believe that the concentration camps existed. True, the barbed wire surrounding the comfortable concentration camps of suburbia was invisible. What was visible to these victims of the American dream were the gilded trappings of the standard middle-class home. As a lifetime occupation, however, they were bogged down in domestic trivia requiring the intellectual exertions of an 8-year-old. Even then there was not enough work to occupy their full time. Thus, housework expanded to fill the time available, as the inmates squandered their energies in more frantic busy work on meaningless details. Working women can usually polish off in an hour the chores on which full-time housewives spend 6 hours and still leave unfinished at dinner time. Even with all the new labor-saving appliances, the author points out, the modern American housewife probably spends more time on housework than her grandmother. Like Diogenes with his lamp, Betty Friedan went in search of at least one intelligent, capable woman who felt fulfilled as a full-time housewife. She found none. What she did find, out of a sample test of 28 women in an upper-income community, was the following. 16 out of the 28 were in analysis or analytical psychotherapy. 18 were taking tranquilizers, several had tried suicide, and some had been hospitalized for varying periods, for depression or vaguely diagnosed psychotic states. You'd be surprised at the number of these happy suburban wives who simply go berserk one night, and run shrieking through the street without any clothes on, said the local doctor, not a psychiatrist, who had been called in such emergencies. 12 were engaged in extramarital affairs in fact or in fantasy. It was this conflict of reality with the widely publicized image of the happy housewife which caused Betty Friedan to break the hypnosis of the mystique in her own life. Asking the key question, what made these women go home again, she then proceeded to collect the data which explained how the trick was done. 247. The brainwashers. A high-powered propaganda machine was put into motion to exalt housewifery and stifle women's desires for something more than a husband, home, and children. Beginning with the sex-directed educators in the schools and colleges, this campaign has penetrated into every avenue of mass indoctrination. The key word in this technique of thought control, as effective as a blackjack on the skull in a dark alley, is the word feminine. College girls, terrified lest they lose their femininity through any display of brains or serious study, learn to camouflage their intelligence or obediently empty their minds altogether. Their main preoccupation, fostered by parents and educators alike, is the pursuit of a wedding ring. As one educator put it, college for women was the world's best marriage mart. Higher education for women was readjusted to fit the new goal, it became a veneer for suburban wifehood. Courses in advanced cooking, in marriage and family adjustment displaced courses in chemistry, physics, etc. Old-fashioned educators, repelled by the sophisticated soup dished up as liberal arts courses, were brought into line, or pushed aside. Even such Ivy League colleges as Vassar, Smith, Barnard, and others, which pioneered higher education for women in America and were noted for their uncompromising intellectual standards, tumbled from their heights. As the spokesman of a famous women's college put it, we are not educating women to be scholars, we are educating them to be wives and mothers. With commendable irony the girls promptly abbreviated this to WHAM. Summing up the consequences of this deterioration in education, the author writes, sex-directed education segregated recent generations of able American women as surely as separate but equal education segregated able American Negroes from the opportunity to realize their full abilities in the mainstream of American life. Along with this lowering of educational standards, The age level for marriage took a sharp plunge, often beginning even in the high schools, while the birth rate soared. The fashion for whammism swept the nation, spearheaded by middle-class women who led all the others in the race to have more babies. The average age of first marriage in the last 15 years has dropped to the youngest in the history of this country, the youngest in any of the countries of the Western world, almost as young as it used to be in the so-called underdeveloped countries. The annual rate of population increase in the US is among the highest in the world, nearly 3 times that of the Western European nations, nearly double Japan's, and close on the heels of Africa and India. 248.3. Sustaining and extending this redirection of women are the powerful molders of public opinion, editors and writers of the slick magazines for women, newspaper columnists, TV shows, movies, popular novels, pulps, and all the rest. Insidiously and unremittingly they warn women that even yearning to express their intellects and talents would be heavily paid for by the loss of their femininity. The social sciences, applied sociology, psychology, and anthropology are likewise misused to buttress this feminine mystique. Even alert and intelligent women find it difficult to question propaganda when it is disguised as science. The more dubious findings of the eminent psychologist, Freud, are perverted and vulgarized to lend authority to the theme that woman's place is in the home. For reasons far removed from the life of Freud himself, Freudian thought has become the ideological bulwark of the sexual counter-revolution in America, says Betty Friedan. For example, penis envy became a psychological catch-all, the answer to women's resentment against their inferior status. It was invoked as a bludgeon against such unfeminine demands as freedom and equality with men. The noted functional anthropologist, Margaret Mead, perhaps unwittingly, has been one of the most influential contributors to the pseudo-scientific campaign propping up the feminine mystique. According to this major architect of opinion about women, it is the entrances and exits of the body which are decisive in shaping the individual in society. Utilizing bits and patches of Freud's teachings, she returned from the South Seas where she charted tribal personality according to literal oral and anal tables, bringing women the good news that in their bodily organs they are, after all, the equals of men. Since women possess that supremely feminine entrance, the vagina, the equality of women stems from the fact that for every penis, there is a uterus. She equated those assertive, creative, productive aspects of life on which the superstructure of a civilization depends with the penis and defined feminine creativity in terms of the passive receptivity of the uterus, says the author. Thus, through her influence, procreation became a cult, a career, to the exclusion of every other kind of creative endeavor. Ironically, Margaret Mead did not guide her own life by what she wrote in her books, as Betty Friedan points out. She has demonstrated feminine capabilities that go far beyond childbirth. She made her way in a man's world without denying that she was a woman. But not until recent years has Margaret Mead modified her position and begun to chide women, as well as their over-domesticated husbands, for too much preoccupation with home and family. However, all these educators, scientists, and other molders of public opinion are not independent thinkers. They are themselves molded by the controllers. 249. Of our economy and directly or indirectly serve their needs. Paramount among these, of course, is the need for expanding sales and greater profits. The sexual cell. Betty Friedan generously says that the sexual cell in consumers' goods is not the result of an economic conspiracy by big business. However, she presents ample evidence that the profiteers are the main movers and prime beneficiaries of the immense apparatus generating the drive toward keeping women in the home. Women are the major buyers of things for the home and its inmates. Thus, as the author points out, in all the talk of femininity and women's role, one forgets that the real business in America is business. To step up the sale of things and more things, through rapidly changing fashions, is the job of the commercial advertising and sales promotion agencies. Women's weaknesses are carefully studied and ruthlessly exploited by the most unscrupulous members of the Madison Avenue brainwashers, the manipulators in depth. Taking advantage of the knowledge that most housewives are restless, unhappy, and bored, the depth boys have come up with magic formulas promising feminine fulfillment through the purchase of things. The endlessly hungry women who do not understand that they are really starved for means of expressing their productive, social, cultural, and intellectual potential become easy prey for this gigantic sales swindle. Since her own identity as a human being has collapsed, writes Betty Friedan, she needs these external trappings to buttress her emptiness of self, to make her feel like somebody. One of the chief professional motivators, who is paid about $1 million a year for his services, told the author how cunningly this fraud is perpetrated. Properly manipulated, if you are not afraid of that word, American housewives can be given the sense of identity, purpose, creativity, the self-realization, even the sexual joy they lack by the buying of things. In a free enterprise economy we have to develop the need for new products. And to do that we have to liberate women to desire these new products. This can be manipulated. We sell them what they ought to want, speed up the unconscious, move it along. The manufacturer wants her back into the kitchen, and we show him how to do it the right way. If he tells her all she can be is a wife and mother, she will spit in his face. But we show him how to tell her that it's creative to be in the kitchen. We liberate her need to be creative in the kitchen. 253. To stimulate the housewife into becoming a passionate thing buyer, the depth boys overstimulate her appetites for food, sex, and procreation. Thus the slick magazines feature dramatic full-page color spreads of gargantuan vegetables, beets, cucumbers, green peppers, potatoes, not to speak of succulent roasts dripping with gravy and fluffy pies and cakes. In large-sized print usually reserved for a first-grade primer, foods are described like a love affair. This oral satisfaction requires, in turn, the buying of the right home with a gorgeous kitchen, sometimes decorated with mosaic murals and original paintings, equipped with gleaming electric mixers, red stoves with rounded comers, and all the other paraphernalia and gadgets that subtly tie in status with stomach. Sexual gratification is likewise promised in glamour ads featuring lipsticks and hair dyes, high-fashion clothes, perfumes, chrome-plated cars and the like. The sacred joys of procreation demand a great diversity of products from pink and blue, toy-filled nurseries to Dr. Spock's current baby Bible. Through some oversight, that bodily exit, the anus, is least imaginatively treated. Soft toilet tissue is still toilet paper even if it comes in 4 different colors and white. If, after all their frenzied purchasing, the results do not stack up with the promises, the housewives are invited to slake their thirst with salt water. They can double and triple their purchases of things, but, as the author points out, women have minds and capacities that food, sex, or procreation by themselves cannot satisfy. And those who think that their discontents can be removed by more money, a bigger house, 2 fireplaces instead of 1, 3 cars, another baby, moving to a better suburb, often discover it gets worse. The feminine mystique plays as big a role in supporting the consumer market as Cold War propaganda does in the domain of producers' goods. Commenting on the explosive sales boom of the fabulous 50s, the author writes, "It would take a clever economist to figure out what would keep our affluent economy going if the housewife market began to fall off, just as an economist would have to figure out what to do if there were no threat of war. In short, just as the merchants of death prosper by exploiting the menace of communism on foreign fronts, the merchants of the mystique get rich by exploiting the menace of unfemininity on the home front. But the real menace, which lies below the level of general consciousness, is the dehumanization of the American people, a process that affects not only the housewife but sucks the whole family into its vortex." 251. The vortex. The purchase of things, even a mountain of junk, fails to produce the happy family of togetherness pictured by the advertisers. On the contrary, family relationships degenerate into relationships among owners of things. There are many millions of impoverished women who are deprived of the necessary things that would make their lives more bearable and fruitful. But among these surfeited middle-class women, the possession of things possesses them, and impoverishes their personalities. When the wife is reduced to a thing buyer, the husband becomes a thing around the house who justifies his own frantic activities in the rat race by claiming it's all necessary for the wife and kiddies. The children, too, become converted into living possessions in a home filled with ornaments of all kinds. Unable to understand, much less articulate, the real source of their resentments, husbands and wives, parents and children, become alienated from one another, often blaming one another for their stunted lives. Most desperate are those housewives who have abandoned attempts to kill all their time with housework. But they seek for relief in the wrong directions. Some, guided by the all-pervasive exaltation of sex, become the sex seekers inside or outside of marriage. But the more aggressive they become in the pursuit of sexual bliss, the less they find what they are seeking. Betty Friedan sums up the faceless, depersonalized sex-seeking of today as follows. Instead of fulfilling the promise of infinite orgiastic bliss, sex in the America of the feminine mystique is becoming a strangely joyless national compulsion, if not a contemptuous mockery. The sex-glutted novels become increasingly explicit and increasingly dull, the sex kick of the women's magazines has a sickly sadness, the endless flow of manuals describing new sex techniques hint at an endless lack of excitement. This sexual boredom is betrayed by the ever-growing size of the Hollywood starlet's breast, by the sudden emergence of the male phallus as an advertising gimmick. Sex has become depersonalized, seen in terms of these exaggerated symbols. But of all the strange sexual phenomena that have appeared in the era of the feminine mystique, the most ironic are these: the frustrated sexual hunger of American women has increased, and their conflicts over femininity have intensified, as they have reverted from independent activity in search for their soul fulfillment through their sexual role in the home. And as American women have turned their attention to the exclusive, explicit, and aggressive pursuit of sexual fulfillment, or the acting out of sexual. 252-3. Fantasy, the sexual disinterest of American men, and their hostility toward women, have also increased. The sellers, it seems, have sexed the sex out of sex. Other housewives turn toward their own children as the closest and most malleable means for relieving their dissatisfactions. For the woman who lives through her children, mother love becomes converted into smother love. Even worse, women who are robbed of normal, adult relationships carry on what amounts to love affairs with their children. The more susceptible young males can be virtually destroyed in the process. Women and boys comprise the majority of patients in the psychiatric clinics. Girls, brought up under the influence of the feminine mystique, are likewise vulnerable to becoming emotionally arrested at an infantile level. Those who marry young become the transmission belt for conveying this infantilism to their own children. Betty Friedan calls this progressive dehumanization. Equally damaging is the parasitism encouraged in the middle-class homes where everything is done for the children, everything supervised for their comfort and pleasure down to the curl of their hair. The advertisers feed this indulgence with sales campaigns directed at the gimme kids. This excessive pampering is imitated by better-income working-class parents who are deluded into believing this is giving their own children the best. But in homes where the living is easy, the children tend to grow up soft, passive, lazy, and incompetent. Unable to organize a program of serious study and work, and lacking ambition to achieve maturity, they seek to fill up their vacant time with kicks. As the author writes, a questionnaire revealed that there was literally nothing these kids felt strongly enough about to die for, as there was nothing they actually did in which they felt really alive. Ideas, the conceptual thought which is uniquely human, were completely absent from their minds or lives. This absence of vital purpose, this indifference to human values, was noted by army doctors and psychologists who studied GI prisoners of the Korean War. Many of them, unlike their Yankee forebears, lost all resourcefulness, became inert, uncommunicative, did nothing to help their sick comrades, and even cast others out in the snow to die. Such dehumanized behavior, opined one doctor, was the result of some new failure in the childhood and adolescent training of our young men. 253. Social connections. Betty Friedan connects all the consequences of the flight back to home and family with the predominant state of conservatism and loss of interest in public affairs and social struggles. What happened to women is part of what happened to all of us in the years after the war. We found excuses for not facing the problems we once had the courage to face. The American spirit fell into a strange sleep, men as well as women, scared liberals, disillusioned radicals, conservatives bewildered and frustrated by change, the whole nation stopped growing up. All of us went back to the warm brightness of home. It was easier, safer, to think about love and sex than about communism, McCarthy, and the uncontrolled bomb. It was easier to look for Freudian sexual roots in man's behavior, his ideas, and his wars than to look critically at his society and act constructively to right its wrongs. There was a kind of personal retreat, even on the part of the most far-sighted, the most spirited. We lowered our eyes from the horizon, and steadily contemplated our own navels. This is certainly true. But what is the alternative to total submersion into family life? Betty Friedan's diagnosis of the disease is superior to her remedy for it. She suggests that more serious education and study, together with interesting, well-paying jobs, will open the door of the trap. This is the same kind of limited, individual solution that the feminists formerly proposed, and that subsequently proved so ineffective. Some fortunate women can do what the author has done, tum around, make a new life plan and escape the domestic cage. But the life plans for the great majority of women are determined for them by forces outside their personal control, the ruling powers. The sicknesses that Betty Friedan describes with so much penetration and courage are the products of a diseased social organism, in which the rights, welfare, and opportunities of human beings are subjected to the dictates of the profiteers. During a capitalist war, women can be taken out of their homes by the millions and put to work in the factories. But when they are no longer needed as producers, they are sent back home to become primarily consumers. In both instances, what is decisive is not the needs of women as human beings but the interests of the monopolists. These masters of America shape the lives and livelihoods of womanhood and the whole family according to their own corrupt and corrupting aims. 254-3. Woman's destiny cannot be fundamentally transformed until this truth is understood and acted upon. The feminists of the past could achieve their limited reforms within the framework of a still ascending capitalism. But today it has become dead-end capitalism. It is good but not enough for women to become more social-minded, as Betty Friedan advocates. They should now become socialist-minded, because only a root and branch change in the whole venal system can save us all from further dehumanization. 255. 11. The Triple Revolution, Political Implications and Program for Action 30, 1964. James P. Cannon. Editor's note: Cannon's talk was preceded by the following remarks by Asher Harrer. The speaker for tonight, summarizing the discussion of today, is James P. Cannon, National Chairman of the Socialist Workers' Party, a founding member of the IWW Industrial Workers of the World, a founding member of the Communist Party of America, and a founding member of the Socialist Workers' Party of America. He has spent many long years in the labor movement as a union organizer and as a socialist agitator, propagandist, teacher, and writer. The title of his presentation tonight is What Next? Political Implications and a Practical Program of Action that Flows from the Triple Revolution Manifesto. That is certainly a mouth-filling title, and what we are about to hear will fill our minds and I'm sure will instruct us in the future. After such a flattering introduction, I can hardly wait to hear what I'm going to say. Laughter. Being an Irishman, I know that it's larded with a lot of blarney. And though we like to hear it, we don't take it too seriously, because we feel we merit at least 10% of it. The document under discussion today, which was introduced by Mr. William Worthy this morning and which most of you have read, I assume, by now, is, in my opinion, perhaps the most important new contribution to social thought that's been made this year, and perhaps for several years, in this country. It's all the more significant and, in my opinion, all the more effective and useful because of its source. This devastating indictment of the social system as it operates in America today did not come from a group of disgruntled radicals or revolutionists, but from a group of thinkers who wrote it for the benefit of 30 Canon 1994. This talk was given at the West Coast Vacation School of the Socialist Workers' Party, in Northern California, on September 4, 1964. It was transcribed by Lee Dinoyer from an audio tape of nearly 30 years vintage. A few passages where the words were inaudible have been indicated. 256.3. The rulers of this country, calling their attention to some facts which they had digested and analyzed, and explaining to them that something would have to be done far more seriously, of a far more thoroughgoing nature than they had even contemplated yet. The real bosses of the country were so busy counting their extra profits that they had forgotten to ask themselves the old question that the learned politicians used to ask: whither are we drifting? The men who were assembled at Santa Barbara, in our own state, in that rich man's town, in plush quarters, had gathered together and, you might say, computerized some of the facts and gave them a terrible-looking tape. And just because of its origin in Santa Barbara at the Center for the Study of Democratic Institutions, which is a highly respected subordinate branch of the Fund for the Republic, it has already been widely publicized and its central theme has not been missed by anybody. Its central theme is that it's necessary to change the value standards of modem society as a result of the multiplied productivity of modem production made possible by automation linked to computers, which they call the cybernetic revolution. The Triple Revolution Manifesto is a warning from inside their house that if they do not change their standard of values, that if they do not recognize that the people displaced by automation are entitled to compensation sufficient to assure a decent living, they are headed for a crisis of chaos and disorder. Those are the words of the scholars, not those of a soapbox agitator from the IWW. Those are the words of the scholars who are working, and I'm happy to tell you, at the expense of an institution paid for out of funds left by the late Henry Ford. And that proves something to me. That proves that Ford's worth more dead than alive. Laughter. Now what should be, radicals, revolutionists, and fighters for the rights of Negroes in the human rights movement, what should we do with this document that has been prepared from the other side of the fence, so to speak? I say we should grasp it with both hands without any further delay and put it to our own uses. And that goes not only for the party that I represent. I think it applies equally to the Negro movement, which has reached a point in its development where it has either got to do some more thinking for itself or appropriate some of the thinking of others, as I'm proposing we do. These others are the signers of the document on the Triple Revolution. 257. Sectarianism vs. Revolutionary Marxism. It doesn't come easy for American radicals to take ideas from other people. There's a certain traditional conservatism, which goes by the name of sectarianism. By the way, sectarianism is often misunderstood. A lot of people think it means extreme radicalism. I had a talk with Comrade Trotsky once about that. I recalled that Lenin had said that ultraleftism is just the other side of the coin from opportunism. Trotsky was asking me to stop over in England on the way to the World Congress in '38, where they had 4 different groups calling themselves Trotskyists, and asked me to see if I could use my good offices to effect a unification among them, at least long enough to have them send a united delegation to the founding Congress of the Fourth International. I had been reading some of their literature and I said to Comrade Trotsky, you know, I get the impression that all of these groups are afflicted with the traditional sectarian sickness of British radicalism. And it's a conservative sectarianism. And he answered me quite abruptly. He said, well, you know it's very hard to find a revolutionary sectarian. Why, we used to be so damn radical in this country that before the First World War, about the time of 1912 or 1913, Victor Berger, the reformist socialist from Milwaukee, was elected as the first socialist congressman, and one of his first actions was to introduce a bill for old age pensions. And the left wing of the Socialist Party and the IWW denounced this at the top of their voices as nothing but a damn reform, and we wouldn't take anything less than the whole socialist package. Why, Even the great Bill Haywood himself wrote an article in the International Socialist Review with the heading Against Old Age Pensions. I wouldn't dare to show an article like that to a recipient of Social Security today. Do you know that the American Federation of Labor, under the philosophy of Gompers and later of William Green, had a schematic conception that the government should keep out of the relations between the unions and the employers altogether, and that when the terrible crisis of 1929 and the 30s broke out and the demand began to be made for unemployment insurance, by this time by the radicals who had learned a little something, it was officially opposed by William Green, the president of the American Federation of Labor, on the grounds that that would mean government interference in what should be the free play of collective bargaining between helpless unions and all-powerful bosses. I have not yet heard, and I don't think there is one case on record, of a member of the AFL-CIO today who has not only not refused to take his unemployment check, but who's been 5 minutes late to collect it. I don't think so. We've learned a little, and we've got to learn to take what's good wherever we can find it. 258.3. That's one of the things that we learned from Lenin, one of the many things. In 1917, when the Bolsheviks took over the government of Russia, they represented the majority of the working class organized in the Soviets, but they needed the support of the peasantry, which was the overwhelming majority of the country. I will just quote directly from a remark made by Trotsky in an article he wrote in 1923. He said, "Bolshevism began with a program of the restitution of bits of land to the peasants, replaced this program with that of nationalization, and then made the agrarian program of the social revolutionists its own in 1917. The party of the social revolutionists was a peasant party, bitterly opposed to the Bolsheviks, and the Bolsheviks took their land program and put it into law as a decree. And the social revolutionary politicians hollered bloody murder, you're stealing our program. And Lenin, who with all his other great merits had a sense of humor, answered them. With a straight face, but a twinkle in his eye, he said, did we ever promise that if you had anything good we wouldn't take it? Laughter. So that's our precedent, so to speak, for appropriating the program of the triple revolution. Automation, unemployment, poverty. Now I think you've been told before, and you've read, if you read anything that's published in this country, that we are the richest country in the world. And you know from all the evidence around you every day, brought to a focus by the two conventions of the Democratic and Republican parties, that we're not only the richest country in the world, but we're also the most conservative country. But this document on the Triple Revolution reminds us what some of us have already known, that there's a terrible instability about this rich and powerful country. A terrible feeling of insecurity and fear on every side. Not only among the poor, not only among the workers who've got jobs, but also among those who've got money and are afraid they're not going to be able to keep it. That's the real motive force behind the Goldwater movement, fear, insecurity. They've got more money than they can count, but they want to make sure that they can keep it all. So they want to abolish the income tax, cut government spending, do away with public welfare, and all the rest that costs money, out of fear for the future. We had a film here last night or the night before on the results of automation, taken not yesterday, but 7 years ago in 1957. It was an hour-long film presided over by Edward R. Murrow, showing scenes of automatic processes in bakeries and other industries, and it showed, I think, 2 meetings, one a meeting of bakers after he had shown us a bake shop with loads of dough. 259. Ing down on 2 endless rivers of a moving belt, moving from the origin place without human intervention anywhere down to the ovens and then coming up baked as bread. And there was a meeting of union bakers discussing that. They were not children, they looked like substantial men of family of 40 and 50. They were discussing, what is this going to do for us? There was one thing that you could see on the faces of all these men who in the prime of life ought to be the picture of confidence and optimism. Fear was on every face. And everyone who spoke up at the meeting wondered, what's going to happen to us if we lose our jobs, our seniority, our medical benefits, our pension rights, and so on. The same thing was repeated in a meeting of auto workers. That was 7 years ago when the cybernation revolution was just trying out its wings for the first time. Since then it has moved at an accelerated speed, and you can imagine from the facts and the figures that are given to us by the authors of the Triple Revolution Manifesto how the men in the shops with jobs and seniority rights, how secure they feel and how happy and contented they may be. Then we heard our comrade speak the other day when we were talking about the state of the unions, how the men in his shop at Chevrolet had voted 98 or 99.5% to strike. They've got jobs. They're privileged in comparison to the unemployed. They've got seniority. They've got pension rights and medical benefits. And yet they were so dissatisfied that they were angry at the union for calling for a showdown first at Chrysler. They wanted a strike in Chevrolet first. And the Ford workers voted almost exactly by the same percentage to be the first go-to out on strike. In this richest country in the world, where they tell us everybody ought to be happy. Another important document contributing to social thought the past year has been the book written by Michael Harrington, the social democrat and former social worker, called The Other America, a study of poverty in America. I've been reading that book for the last month, very closely and attentively, and it's a harrowing revelation. Harrowing. He gives the government figures backward and forward, upside down, cross-checked, and proved in every other way, that at least 25% of the population of this richest country in the world live below the poverty level. That means about 40 or 45 million people in this rich and powerful country, 45 million human beings that America has not provided a decent existence for, the old and the sick, the young and the unemployed. Now we have the figures on unemployment given to us. We've got two sets of figures. One is the official government set. It says the rate of unemployment is about 5%, hovering around that, a little above and below, in a period of boom. And the authors of the Triple Revolution say, not in my language. 263. But in their own polite academic language, that's all a damn lie. The rate is not 5%, it's closer to 10%, because the government figures include only those who are registered and applying for work, and there are at least the same number who have gotten tired of looking for work, have given up and quit. They're not only taken off the payrolls of the factories, they're even taken off the list of the unemployed. They're the forgotten people. The projection of these figures, from the document on the Triple Revolution, shows that this is going to mount, allowing for what I consider the impossible, allowing the present industrial boom to continue and even go a little higher, that the number of jobs eliminated by cybernation, on the one side, and the oversupply of products of the baby boom of the post-war years coming into the market is going to add anywhere from 2 to 3 million to the unemployed list, every year. This is only 1964. Where are we going to be in 1970, if we live that long? There may be a couple of million more added every year to the unemployment list. The unemployment slag heap, as some call it. And what is far more likely, in view of fact that Europe and Japan are also increasing their productivity through automation and cybernation, and that the world market competition becomes more severe and America can't sell its goods abroad as freely as it has in the post-war years and they run into a recession or a depression, whatever they want to call it, and have to dose down some of their production, you're going to have a tremendous reservoir of millions and millions and millions of people. Without prospect, without hope. The authors of this document, gentlemen and scholars as they are, go so far as to say that all the talk about creating new jobs is a cruel hoax, that they're not creating new jobs. On the contrary, they are cutting off more jobs all the time. Now I see this seething mass not as a number of figures in the government statistics, but as a mass of human misery and frustration and desperation and anger that's going to look for some kind of action, some kind of solution, and there you have the raw material ready to hand either for a fascist movement, led by some demagogue who will promise them anything they want, or for a revolutionary movement that will offer them a realistic program of struggle to change things fundamentally. The African American struggle. I see in the fact that this development of the productive system at the expense of the employment of workers, which hits the Negroes twice as hard as it hits the whites, and the anger, the protests, and frustration, and even the despair. 261. Asian that rises out of these terrible ghettos. I can see the danger of a racial conflict which will be completely destructive all the way around. And I take it to be one of our central tasks as Marxists to strive with all our might to see that the movement of protest takes a different direction, the direction of unity of the oppressed Negroes and the unemployed and oppressed white people in a common battle and not in a racial conflict. Now, brotherhood has been preached for, I guess, at least 2,000 years, but I don't know much brotherhood that's ever been achieved that way. You hear every pompous politician, even including Barry Goldwater, say the way to end the racial conflict is to bring about a change in the hearts of men. Try that on a Klux or Ku Klux Klan member or a cracker. Try changing the heart of people who profit by the super-exploitation of the Negro. It doesn't work that way. But brotherhood has existed in this world. You see it whenever you're out on the picket line. You see brothers who may not like each other very well in the shop, but when they're out on the picket line protecting their jobs and their welfare against scabs, they work together in great shape. The material basis for unity in action, the basis for brotherhood, if you want to extend it to its ultimate extreme, is common interest and common need. When you have that, you got something to go on. This was illustrated for me very graphically by a story told me by Herbie Hill, the Labor Secretary of the NAACP. He was down in Birmingham at the time of the big struggles there, investigating particularly the state of the unions, and how the Negroes were represented in the different unions. He said he discovered that the most desegregated union in Birmingham, where the Negroes were employed most freely and on equal terms, was the Brotherhood of Teamsters. He went to see the head business agent and asked him, "How come that you're different from some other unions here and don't discriminate against Negroes?" He said, "Well, I'll tell ya, boy, now this is not my language, I'm quoting literally," he said, "we ain't nigger lovers, but when we fight these goddamn bosses we need all the muscle we can get. And some of these black boys have sure got it." He told me another story, along the same lines almost, of a big, husky Negro steel worker just coming off a hard day's work, getting on a bus and plopping himself down on the front seat. The bus driver turned to him and said, "Now listen, boy. Be reasonable. Let's not have any trouble. Go to the back of the bus." The Negro steel worker just stood up to his full height and looked down at the bus driver and said, "Boy, let me tell you something. I ain't one of these peace-lovin' Negroes you've been hearin' about." And the bus driver pushed down the button and the bus rolled on. 262-3. The class struggle. Now, I say the basis for brotherhood, or at least for cooperation, for alliance, for united action is common interest and common need, and I think that obtains among the great bulk of the white workers, especially the unemployed and the poor and the lower rungs at least of the workers in the unions, and they number many millions. While this is somewhat of an intrusion on the subject of tomorrow, it's covered in the Triple Revolution as one element of it, the struggle for human rights. I'm a firm believer in the idea, not only a believer, I'm convinced in my knowledge, that all whites are not the same and that there's a great deal of difference between a man who's walking home with his last unemployment check in his pocket and the owner of the plant that laid him off, and a distinction ought to be made between them. There's a common interest with one, and eternal enmity with the other. It's become rather commonplace nowadays for some people to cross off the American labor movement with its 17.5 million members. I just read a piece the other day that just ruled that out of order. They don't count, they're conservative, contented, privileged, they're never going to do anything. I say those who doubt the capacity of the American workers to play their historic role in the great social struggles yet to come ought to remember or read about the 30s and the 20s. We went through a prolonged boom in the 20s. Throughout the entire post-war period after the First World War, with the exception of a recession in 1921 which was soon overcome, up to 1929 there was a booming economy and the unions actually declined in membership. There wasn't a trace of militancy except in the depressed industries like textiles and some parts of the coal fields. And a lot of people were saying the same thing then: you got to write off the working class. As a matter of fact, the unions didn't extend into the basic industries at all, they were restricted to only a narrow fringe of skilled craftsmen for the most part. Even in Minneapolis, union building tradesmen had to sit by and see the two biggest downtown buildings going up before their eyes, built by non-union labor. It was pretty hard to be a revolutionary communist in those days. It was pretty hard to go up against the general feeling of passivity and against the people continually saying, the workers will never do anything, they'll never rise. Until there came the Depression of 1929, I think you've all heard about that. You've probably got scars from it somewhere, either you or your family. 263. That depression lasted, with slight upturns, for 10 years. That depression hit a working class that was not organized in a single one of the basic industries. The only unions they had were company unions. That is, unions organized by the company with their own stooges in charge of them. A cruel hoax that the workers hated worse than no unions at all. The workers were completely unorganized and atomized, and it took them 5 or 6 years, and it took an upturn in the economy when a number of them got back into the plants, before they could begin to manifest a little fighting spirit. In the meantime, wages had been slashed mercilessly by the bosses. They went back to jobs at miserable wages and with intolerable conditions. And then in 1934 a few things began to happen. There were sporadic strikes around the country which were smashed. The regular formula was to call out a lot of hoodlums, cops, militiamen, detectives, whatever they needed. Several words completely inaudible, and they would break the strike. Until the auto light strike in Toledo in the spring of '34, led by the Musteades, a radical political organization. They were also the leaders of an unemployment movement, the Unemployed Leagues, which they brought into cooperation with the pickets of the plant, and the strike was won by militant action. And then the Minneapolis strikes in '34. And the San Francisco Maritime and General Strike. Tape becomes inaudible again for a sentence or more, which shook this country because these were 3 American strikes that weren't broken, but were won. And I read the other day in a biography of John L. Lewis by Saul Alinsky, who said that John L. Lewis noticed these 3 strikes and saw in them a future trend, and that influenced him greatly toward throwing his support to the Committee for Industrial Organization that later became the CRO. And from that beginning mushroomed the uprising of the workers, which culminated in the sit-down strikes of '36, '37, '38, in rubber, steel, auto, and finally in 1941 the organization of the Ford plant and the solid construction of the CRO. I've always called the rise of the CRO a semi-revolution. If there had been adequate leadership, nobody knows where it might have ended. Just simply discard the idea that the workers will not move if the squeeze is put on them. In the long drawn-out post-war boom since World War XI, propped up by enormous military expenditures and foreign loans and other government spending, you know, the $50-odd billion military budget is the real cushion on which the whole economy rests. If disarmament were declared tomorrow and they stopped spending money for military preparations, there would be the biggest crisis in history. Now, in the light of the material given to us in this document on the Triple Revolution, where they predict chaos and turmoil unless people are provided. 264.3. With compensation when they can't be provided with jobs, I think it's fitting for us, who try to think about social problems and try by our thinking and our actions to influence the course of development, to ask who will spark the next upsurge of the American working class as a whole. My personal opinion is that it will take a somewhat different direction than it did in the '30s. It is quite likely, as a matter of fact, I think almost certain, that it is going to begin with the organization of the unemployed. You can't have 10 million people out of work month after month and year after year and then their number increasing 1, 2, or 3 million every year without somebody deciding to do something about it. And the obvious thing will be to organize the unemployed, as attempts were made in the '30s. There was one unemployment council movement led by the Communist Party, there was another big unemployed league movement led by the Musty-ites, there was a third unemployed organization led by the Socialist Party people. And here is a peculiar phenomenon that maybe many of you have forgotten or hadn't heard, that many of the young firebrands who went into this unemployed movement were college students who had graduated or dropped out with no place to go, no jobs in sight, who went into the unemployment movement and there, under the direction of the various political organizations, learned how to organize, learned how to talk, learned how to conduct themselves in meetings, learned how to act as leaders. And later when the industrial rise took place in the mid-30s under the pump priming of the New Deal, when the factories began to open, these same young college boys, many of them, scores and hundreds of them, went into the factories and became the prime movers in the era. The logic of black nationalism. Now I think they'll do something like that again this time, that the unemployment movement of the 30s will be repeated on a greatly magnified scale. I don't see any reason today, right today, why in Harlem and other ghettos, where 50% of the teenage youth are unemployed, according to the figures given from many sources, where the rate of unemployment of Negro adults is twice that of the whites, where they live in these overcrowded, raid-infested houses that are ready to fall apart, they're so cramped and miserable that they go out on the streets because it's more comfortable to stand on the street corner than to stay in the house. I can't see any reason why they don't begin right away organizing something more than the mere demand for civil rights, which formally have been granted, while their economic conditions 265 have been deteriorating year by year in the whole period since 1956, since the civil rights movement began to develop following the Montgomery boycott. This is the terrible, crying, brutal paradox, that the more militant the Negroes have become, the more they have organized, the more they have asserted themselves, and the more legal gains they have made, the worse has become their economic condition, year by year. That's what's behind these flare UPS, which are simply lightning flashes, heat lightning signifying greater storms. I can't see why they don't start organizing. And I don't see why there should be any conflict between Negroes and whites. The whites have got to recognize once for all that the Negro people are fed up with the traditional system of organizations dominated by white liberals. They want to have their own organizations and they want to have their own leaders. And if they're going to have any cooperation between them and white workers, we've got to recognize that trend and say it's progressive. I think they make a certain mistake. They've been terribly disillusioned and let down by the white liberals, who are on hand everywhere calling all the shots until trouble starts and then dropping out or saying, "You're going too far." They tend to judge, I guess, all white people by the white liberals. But you know Haywood Broun, who got into the labor movement in the 30s and helped a lot, the founder, I guess you could call him, of the newspaper guild, a great help to the CIO unions wherever they were in trouble. He gave a definition of a liberal that I think is going to stick forever. He said, "A liberal is a man who reaches for his hat when the fight starts." Now, I think it's a good thing that the Negro people have learned that, and got disillusioned with them the liberals, and build their own organizations, beginning with what I think is the natural, logical, wide open field for them, the unemployment movement. I don't see why they can't organize it from block to block in Harlem. Labor bureaucracy vs. militant struggle. Here I come to a disagreement with a minor point in the manifesto on the Triple Revolution. Among the other things they suggest, without realizing what they were doing, they suggested that the trade union leaders should interest themselves in the unemployment question and negotiate for them. I say that's about the worst thing that could happen to the unemployed. All the negotiating that the labor skates will do for the unemployed is to negotiate them out of the plant to make room for the seniority men. That's what they do in every contract. 266-3. Every contract that's hailed as a great innovation, beginning with the longshore contract and going to the steel contract and other places, is an agreement to safeguard the jobs of seniority men at the expense of the younger, the newer, the poorer. I saw Ruther on the film, this was 7 years ago, the automation film, and he was pontificating in an interview with Ed Murrow about automation. He didn't seem to have a line of worry on his face. He looked well padded, well groomed, his hair all in order with his greasy kid stuff, and he was talking like a business executive. He said, "Something has got to be done. Labor, management, and government have got to get together and work out something. That's 7 years ago and they haven't worked out anything yet, and they never will. The unemployed have got to have their own autonomous organizations." And then the question arises immediately, we're going to take a hand in this, I hope. What can be the program of the first unemployment organizations? I know the workers of America are not ready to hear the full socialist message. And those comrades in our own ranks of a sectarian bent who answer the arguments of the Triple Revolution by saying nothing will do any good but socialism haven't got anything to say to the worker who isn't ready to hear the socialist program. What we have got to find is what Trotsky called a transitional program that will correspond to their present understanding and their present acceptance. I think the program outlined in the Triple Revolution, that everyone is entitled to work or compensation, will be accepted generally by workers both black and white, if they're unemployed. I don't think you'll find many that are the least bit worried about somebody calling it a dole. This is not a dole. This is payment for the fact that you're a citizen of this country and that you've got a life to live. It's not a beggar's dole, it's a human right. And that's the way it's got to be presented. And the demonstrations for jobs are like pounding your face against a stone wall, when you know and they know and everybody knows that there are no jobs. We've got to say jobs or compensation. That's the way it's got to be formulated. And if they answer, "How can we give you compensation if you don't produce anything?" we say, "All right, give us jobs." We can't give you jobs. Well, what do you want us to do? We're human beings. We're citizens of this great free country. Now let's have a slice of some of the benefits. You got plenty of money. Take it out of General Motors profits. Cut $20 million out of your military budget and spend it on maintaining the human rights and human dignity of your unemployed citizens thrown out of your factories. Or let the moon alone for a while and spend $20 million making the earth fit to live on. Applause. 267. The organizers and agitators of the unemployment movement under this transitional program have an irresistible argument that will be accepted by the intelligent workers everywhere and for which the bosses can't give much of an answer. Ever since this document was published nearly 6 months ago, they have been repeatedly commenting on it, but I have never seen anywhere any serious attempt to refute it. Not even this latest article in Life magazine. It's been more widely circulated than you realize. Advertising Age, which is an organ of big business, reprinted the thing entirely and even went so far as to provide the type for this pamphlet we have here. The business community has heard all about this, and I think they're waiting to see what the workers are going to do about it, especially the unemployed workers. Developing a transitional program. Now, when I agreed to give this speech last week or 10 days ago, I knew that I was going to say that this program should be adopted by our party and by other radical organizations and by the Negro movement. I sense a great stalemate in the Negro movement, that their program is too limited for their needs. They have got to adopt a social program. It doesn't do the Negroes huddled in the horrible ghettos much good to tell them, "I'm fighting like hell to get you the right to vote," which they've had for years in New York. Or the right to desegregate schools, which they know is not going to be done, and the right to eat a hamburger in a greasy restaurant. What they want is jobs. They want to make a living, or they want to live somehow. The trouble with the Negro population of this country is not merely discrimination, although that's terrible. The trouble with them is what George Bernard Shaw said many years ago: the trouble with the poor is their poverty, and the trouble with the rich is their uselessness. Applause. I think that the Negro organizations have got to turn their attention to developing a social program. And I was going to let it go at that, my first thought, until I picked up last week's Militant. And after reading that, I must make a slight correction. I had not seen in any organization in the labor movement or the Negro movement or the radical movement anywhere an outright editorial statement supporting the Triple Revolutions program. Then I picked up last week's Militant and here's what I read, under a dateline, of all places, Meridian, Mississippi. A Freedom School convention assembled here August 6 to 8. The delegates to the convention, most certainly the first of its kind in Mississippi, or for that matter any state in the South, were teenage Negro Freedom School students. They came to a convention in 268-3 Meridian, Mississippi, where the 3 civil rights fighters were murdered. Following that they assembled in a freedom convention, and what do you think they adopted as one of the resolutions? Just listen to this. Among the significant demands raised by the convention were a public works program, on the one hand, and a guaranteed income of at least $3,000 annually for every citizen. Here in Meridian, Mississippi, teenage Negro children have put themselves at the very head of the entire humanistic movement of America as the first to raise the specific demand for a guaranteed annual income for every citizen. And further, support to labor was indicated in the following plan: we will encourage and support more strikes for better jobs and adequate pay. During the strikes, the employers should be enjoined from having others replace the striking workers. Now there's a hit and a miss. 1. They're for strikes and support of strikes. And they don't specify only strikes involving Negroes, it's strikes involving workers both white and black. That's a hit. The miss is, in my opinion, where they say, the employer should be enjoined from having others replace the striking workers. That is, they should get a court injunction. I know a better way. Laughter. Just get some colored men with muscle from the Teamsters Union in Birmingham and some Irish Catholics who've forgotten their religion for the moment and put them on a picket line. That's the way to keep scabs out of the plant, mass picketing. But I salute these young teenagers who have adopted for the first time a social program which I am convinced is going to be the transitional program of the entire movement of the disinherited in this country. The transitional program with the demand for either jobs or compensation. And the very fact that they come out in support of strikes without specifying the color of the people involved shows they're reaching out for allies among the white working class. And God knows they need them. Minorities have played great roles in revolutions in the past, but they haven't always won. They've won in those cases where they've recognized the need for allies. Now everybody knows that the greatest revolution in history was made in Russia in the name of the working class in 1917. But not everybody knows that the total number of industrial workers in Russia in 1917 was less than 3 million. 3 million industrial workers in a sea of peasants, about 150 million at the time. Now how did they overcome this terrible disparity? They didn't do it by fighting the peasants. They did it by seeking an alliance with them. They needed allies, and they offered to the peasants, if you come with us in the revolution, you can take that land you're working for the landlord and chase him the hell off of there. The great slogan that they rallied them with was peace, bread, land. Something everybody understood. And when foreign 269 intervention came, and the White Guards tried counter-revolution, and they had to organize a huge army to beat off the invaders from many of the imperialist nations and the White Guards at the same time, they did it with an army primarily of peasants. Because the peasants were given something to fight for, the land, and the promise of peace when they chased off the White Guards, which they did eventually, although it took them 4 years to do it. Lenin's genius didn't confine itself to accepting the Social Revolutionaries' land program in order to win the alliance with the peasants. He brought forward his program about the right of nationalities to self-determination. He recognized there's such a thing as a national spirit among the many countries that had been absorbed and assimilated in the old Russian Empire. And they proclaimed the right of self-determination. They could decide for themselves whether or not they would come into the Soviet Union. And by the very fact of offering that to them, they made allies out of them. And with such allies, the peasants, the oppressed nationalities, the petty bourgeoisie in the towns, the intellectuals, by offering something to them and inviting them into collaboration, they turned the minority of 3 million workers into a majority that was able to carry through the revolution and to reorganize the whole social system from top to bottom. Now the demand for jobs or compensation, not a dole, but as they say in Meridian, Mississippi, $3,000 a year for every citizen who is unemployed, is a political demand. It's not to be addressed to some Comer supermarket or some used car lot demanding they put on another salesman or two. It's a political demand addressed by mass demonstrations before the political institutions of the country, the city halls, the state capitals, and the national capital in Washington. I'm not much of a utopian, or given to indulging in mistaking wishes for possibilities, but I can foresee a great mass of unemployed Negroes marching out of Harlem to meet a similar mass of unemployed whites and march together, each under its own leadership, down to the city hall to tell the mayor they want jobs or compensation. I can see great marches up to the capital of the state of New York in Albany and marches to Washington. And out of demonstrations of that kind, not only will there be a great proliferation of militancy and confidence, but there will come a spirit of solidarity based on common interests and common needs that will bind the Negro and white workers together, not in the name of an empty formula, but in the name of necessity, to protect each other. I can foresee that movement knocking on the doors of the union offices and the union meeting halls and asking the organized workers on the job to lend their support to this demand. And I can see great masses of employed union. 273. Workers saying, "That's a damn good idea. I'd like to see that done. I'll vote for it. If I lose my job tomorrow, I'd like to step into a situation where I can get compensation, not merely limited to half pay and unemployment insurance, which runs out in 6 months and then leaves me hungry. Compensation as a matter of right as a citizen. There's a basis there. I don't say it's going to be realized in one jump, but there's a basis of common interest between the employed and the unemployed. The employed have got nothing whatever to lose by supporting such a thing as that, they can see a mutual benefit in it. Revolutionary leadership. What we're looking for, of course, out of all this is where can we get a mass movement started on the way to doing a much more complete job than merely providing compensation. And who will lead it, who will lead this movement? I say those will lead who can. Those will lead who think. Those will lead who see what's new in the situation and what it portends for the future, and are able to learn and to change and to adapt themselves to new conditions and new possibilities. I have followed very attentively the evolution of Malcolm X from his previous position after his visit to Africa and his consultation with various leaders there and his own experience, a change from sectarian religious withdrawal from the mass movement to a proposal that all Negro organizations cooperate, to the statement that he's not against white people as such, he's just against the white people that are on his back. I have noted his declaration that this is an international struggle, and his trying to enlist the support of the African nations to bring the scandal of discrimination against American Negroes before the United Nations. A man who's capable of learning and changing is capable of learning more and changing more. And that has to apply to us, too. We've got to learn and to change and to hope that, by the exchange of ideas and experiences among all the people who've got bitter grievances against the system, we'll come out with a common program that will bind us all together into a great invincible force. The transitional program of compensation as a citizen will lead to stronger demands as gains are made. With each advance, confidence in the masses will grow and things will begin to be called by their right name, which we don't hear now in this present atmosphere of conservative fear and insecurity. The word social revolution will be uttered and will resound in this country and be spoken out loud, and the word socialism, which you hear all over Africa and Asia today, will be heard in the streets of America. It will ring out like the old 271 Liberty Bell in Philadelphia on the 4th of July, and with its clamor proclaim, freedom throughout the land and for all inhabitants thereof. And the movement rallied around such words as social revolution and socialism will learn to sing again. And that'll be the sign that it's coming alive and that it's young and confident of its future. And wouldn't it be wonderful to be alive and to be young in that day? I think of the words of Wordsworth the poet about the first days of the great French Revolution, which began the change of the world, the downfall of the old outlived feudal system. He said, "Bliss was it in that dawn to be alive, but to be young was very heaven." And I think of the words of another noble poet of the people, I guess the poet that I love above all others, Shelley, the poet who sang of freedom and who exhorted the oppressed everywhere to rise up in unvanquishable numbers and tried to give them confidence. In words that used to be quoted by an old friend of mine in the IWW named Jack White, name unclear, who used to wind up his speeches with that note of confidence from Shelley. "Fear not that the tyrants shall rule forever, nor the priests of the bloody faith. They stand on the brink of a mighty river whose waves they have tainted with death. It is fed from the springs of 1,000 dells. About them it rages and foams and swells. And their thrones and their scepters I floating see like wrecks on the shores of eternity." Many thrones and scepters have gone down the river of history since Shelley wrote those noble words, and some are yet to come. The biggest and heaviest and ugliest and most oppressive of all is in this country. And we should not doubt, we should not fear, that this tyrant will rule forever. It will also go down on the river of history, and that will be what they call the great day in the morning, and people will really sing on the way to that day, "Ain't nobody gonna tum me around." 4. Challenges of Black Liberation. Paul L. E. Blanche. The dilemma faced by the socialist movement in the United States since its beginnings was what W.E.B. Du Bois once identified as that facing the world in the entire 20th century, the racism associated with the color line. We have noted, in the first volume of this documentary trilogy on us Trotskyism, the early uncertainties and limitations afflicting comrades in the Communist League of America and its successors from 1929 through 1939, concluding with a clear anti-racist orientation fashioned collaboratively by C.L.R. James and Leon Trotsky. 1. This orientation was undergirded by a particular variant of black nationalism, positing the necessity of self-determination in the triple sense of black control of all black liberation struggles, black control of black communities, and, if desired by African Americans, the right to a separate national existence for African Americans. The orientation posited, at the same time, the need for black-white working-class solidarity, and the centrality of the black liberation struggle in overall working classes' revolutionary efforts to bring about a socialist society beneficial to all, with full equality among all people, regardless of racial, ethnic or national origin. We saw in the second volume of this trilogy how that orientation was applied in the 1940s and early 1950s, further developed and articulated by various us Trotskyists, black and white, among the latter George Brightman playing a particularly key role. As the 1950s flowed into the 1960s, particularly with the upsurge of the civil rights movement in the wake of the 1954 Supreme Court decision, Brown v. Board of Education, calling for the desegregation of public schools, with very broad implications for equal citizenship rights throughout the country, powerfully inspired as well by anti-colonial revolutions involving various peoples of color in battle against white racist power structures. 2. 1 on Du Bois, see Mullen 2016. 4 documentary surveys on African American experience and struggle in the United States, see Grant 1996 and L. E. Blanc 2017. Essential documents on the Trotsky-James collaboration can be found in Trotsky 1994, and a narrative account is offered in Allen 1983, pages 227 to 331. 2 surveys of the civil rights struggle are provided in Braden 1965, Branch 1988, Marable 2007. 273. Analytical reportage on Southern struggles by Lois Saunders and Fred Halstead, and the ambitious theorization on how a minority can change society by George Brightman, give a vivid sense of multiple strands of this freedom movement. These reflect a distinct trajectory, from the powerful mass initiatives for racial integration associated with Martin Luther King, Jr. and his Southern Christian Leadership Conference, SCLC, to the bold and in some ways more radical push by the Congress of Racial Equality, Co-re, the formation of the Militant Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC, and the growing influence of Black nationalism and Malcolm X. George Brightman was particularly involved, in Detroit, with interactions with the rising wave of African American insurgency associated with the Freedom Now Party. More than most on the left, he evidenced a keen appreciation of Malcolm X. Shortly after the death of our shining black prince, as Ossie Davis put it in his funeral oration, Brightman edited the first collection of his speeches, Malcolm Speaks, and wrote the influential The Last Year of Malcolm X, The Evolution of a Revolutionary. 3. A complicating factor in the burgeoning civil rights struggle involved a leadership influenced by pacifism, generally disdained by Marxists, and not adhering to the Trotskyists' distinctive revolutionary socialist perspectives. This was true of the leaders of the activist wing of the movement, represented in various ways by A. Philip Randolph and his protege Bayard Rustin, Martin Luther King of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, SCLC, James Farmer of the Congress of Racial Equality, CORE, and of a number of younger activists in the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC. What has until recently been lost sight of, and was generally unacknowledged by us Trotskyists, is the fact that all of these leaders were influenced by radical and socialist perspectives that were explicitly influenced by Marxism. Particularly influential were followers of the ex-Trotskyist leader Max Shachtman. At the same time, however, in the Cold War atmosphere they were inclined to adopt the protective coloration of liberalism, and also they increasingly inclined in the direction of reformism and adaptation to the liberal capitalist politics of the Democratic Party. This would eventually result in a break in which many in SNCC, but also to a significant degree Martin Luther King, contrary to commonly held Trotskyist attitudes, would be pulled leftward, while Rustin and Randolph would be pulled rightward. 4. Further complications naturally arose from the incredibly tangled racial dynamics afflicting every level and dimension of us society, and reflected within the Socialist Workers' Party as well, most explicitly discussed here in Robert DeVerney's remarkable contribution. Such dynamics had much to do with what came to be known as Black nationalism, which became particularly important in the urban centers of the North, where the SWP was concentrated. 5. Dissatisfied with the Trotsky-James synthesis that guided, or failed to guide, depending on one's interpretation, the SWP beginning in 1939, Richard Fraser had for years, inside the party, sharply challenged the validity of the Black nationalism concept and analysis, calling instead for what he called revolutionary integrationism. In the polemic presented here, he usefully supplements DeVerney's comments on the complex currents and countercurrents within the SWP on this question. 6. No one labored more diligently than George Brightman to define, develop, argue for, and practically utilize the dominant perspective within the Socialist Workers' Party that harmonized Black nationalist and socialist perspectives. His efforts are reflected in the SWP's 1963 Freedom Now resolution, reproduced here, and put him in a unique position to play a role in the influential though short-lived Freedom Now Party in Detroit, and particularly to connect with and help popularize the ideas of Malcolm X. Major excerpts are presented here from a presentation given in Detroit 3 weeks after the black leader's death. 7. The South's Dilemma. 8, 1959. Lois Saunders. 275. The United States Supreme Court on September 29, 1958 told the South to end its obstruction and to get on with the task of integrating its schools. It thus set the legal framework within which the continuing battle of the Negroes for equality in educational opportunities must unfold. For the first time the question was posed to the South as a choice between the alternatives of admitting a limited number of Negroes to all white schools or closing down the schools entirely, integration or no education. The court made it clear that henceforth the South must accord the same rights to Negro children as it does to white children. The constitutional rights of children not to be discriminated against in school admission on grounds of race or color, stated the unanimous decision, can neither be nullified openly and directly by state legislators or state executive or judicial officers, nor nullified indirectly by them through evasive schemes for segregation, whether attempted ingeniously or ingenuously. In an unusual move, the court gave advance warning that it would hold unconstitutional any legislation or plan that seeks to subvert its orders. The decision continued. State support of segregated schools through any arrangement, management, funds, or property cannot be squared with the 14th Amendment's command that no state shall deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. This emphatic no was the Supreme Court's answer to an appeal from Little Rock officials for postponement of the token integration enforced there last year after federal troops put down riots officially inspired by Arkansas Gov. Orville E. Faubus. The request for a 2.5-year delay was a stratagem calculated to nullify the court's previous rulings and bring integration to a halt. 8 Sanders 1959. 276-4. Had the court backed down and granted the delay, it would have meant putting off school desegregation to an indefinite future throughout the South. Little Rock was the symbol and the testing ground, and this was universally recognized. In fact, federal judges in Virginia and elsewhere held up judgments in other school cases pending the Little Rock decision. The granting of the delay there would have been an invitation to racists everywhere to foment riots in the Faubus fashion, and then use the resulting violence and tension as an excuse for preventing court-ordered integration. Even more was at stake, however, than the fate of integration. The authority of the federal government had been brought into question. By the time school opened in September, the South had gone too far in its defiance to permit the court to yield to the Little Rock appeal. The South again, as in the period before the Civil War, was asserting the supremacy of the states and accusing the federal government of exceeding its powers by intervening in the matter of race relations. By choosing states' rights as its battle cry, the South threatened the foundations upon which the government is based. Successful defiance of specific federal court orders in one sphere opens the way for defiance elsewhere and weakens the entire governmental structure. Faced with a fundamental challenge to its authority, the court had no alternative but to insist that its orders be carried out. This was the same issue that a year earlier had impelled the reluctant press. Eisenhower to send federal troops into Little Rock. In the ruling of September 29, already referred to, the court made it clear that it took a serious view of the challenge to its authority. Chief Justice Earl Warren, who wrote the decision, quoted from two of his predecessors, Chief Justice John Marshall, who served from 1801 to 1835, and Charles Evans Hughes, who was Chief Justice from 1930 to 1941, to restate the basic concepts of government that have guided the United States throughout its existence. He quoted Marshall as follows: "It is emphatically the province and the duty of the judicial department to say what the law is. If the legislatures of the several states, at will, annul the judgments of the courts of the United States and destroy the rights acquired under those judgments, the Constitution becomes a solemn mockery." From Hughes, Warren quoted. If a governor can nullify a federal court order, it is manifest that the fiat of a state governor, and not the Constitution of the United States, 277, would be the supreme law of the land, that the restrictions of the federal Constitution upon the exercise of state power would be but impotent phrases. Can it be enforced? In denying the delay sought by Little Rock, the court spoke out with unmistakable clarity. Yet its order was insufficient to send a single Negro child to a white school. In the normal course, the Supreme Court has spoken, its decision is final and the disputed issue is settled. This does not apply, however, to cases involving race relations in the South, for these cases reflect a basic clash between antagonistic social forces. Demands of Negroes for equality even in limited spheres can be satisfied only by weakening the Jim Crow structure of society, the system which assures the continued rule of the white supremacists. To settle cases that involve struggles of such sweep, something more than a Supreme Court verdict is required. Some means must be found to enforce the verdict. This is the essence of the problem. Can the Supreme Court decision be enforced? And if so, how? Negroes say that the decision can be enforced and that it must be enforced now. They regard it as a monstrous crime against their children that they continue to suffer the degradation and disabilities of segregated, inferior schools in defiance of the clearly enunciated law. They are right, of course. Justice cries out that their demands be met. Concern for human dignity, for the education of the millions of Negro children growing up in the South, for their modest but intense striving merely to be treated as equals, dictate that the court decision should be enforced. But like the court ruling itself, such considerations carry little weight with white Southern leaders. Instead of complying, the South insolently defied the court, challenged the decision and organized systematically to oppose it. Since May 17, 1954, when the Supreme Court handed down its initial school decision holding that segregation in itself equals discrimination and is unconstitutional, the Southern states have passed close to 200 laws to prevent integration in the schools. They have devised endless delaying tactics, they have organized and activated the White Citizens Councils and the Ku Klux Klan, they have resorted to economic boycott and terror against Negroes who seek their rights, and economic pressure and social ostracism against whites who are unwilling to conform to the Southern dictate and obey its taboos. They have thus sought 278-4. To organize the totality of white society into the massive resistance policy of which they boast. The South has made it abundantly clear that it is prepared to use every resource it can muster in defense of segregation. In following this course, it is doing what every ruling class or group has always done and always will do. It is fighting to preserve its own special privileges. Those in power in the South owe their elevated position to the denial of rights to Negroes. This is true of the US senators and representatives, the state governors, the state and city administrations and the courts. It is also true of the landlords who exploit the sharecroppers and of the manufacturers who benefit from the open shop, low-wage situation that results from division of the workers along race lines. This way of life is based upon the myth of Negro inferiority. Segregation is one of the means whereby the myth is perpetuated. Separate and inferior schools are part of the Jim Crow pattern and in turn supplement and reinforce the degrading effects of segregation. Any gains made by Negroes, no matter how small, tend to destroy the myth. Give the Negro an adequate education, equal opportunities for employment, the right to vote and to hold office, and the myth will explode. Once Negroes acquire equality of status, the arbitrary rule of the white supremacists and the advantages they reap from that rule will come to an end. Integration, in 10 centuries. The effectiveness of the South's resistance is reflected in the statistics on school integration. Up to the present time, not a single elementary or high school anywhere in the Deep South has been integrated, and there has been only a trickle of integration in the Middle South. The important gains have occurred in the border states, but even here the process has slowed to a virtual halt. The first 2 years following the 1954 Supreme Court decision saw many thousands of youngsters attending mixed schools for the first time, in Washington, O.C., in Wilmington, Delaware, in Baltimore, in much of Kentucky and most of Missouri. Then integration bogged down. By the fall term of 1956, some 700 school districts, almost a quarter of the approximately 3,000 in the South, were desegregated. In 1957, only 57 new districts were involved. This September the number of newly desegregated school districts dropped to 12, involving only 307 Negro children. In the whole state of Tennessee, one of the states of the Mid-South, a total of 279. 117 Negroes were enrolled in formerly all-white classes up to the end of school last spring. If Tennessee were to maintain that rate, it would take about 1,000 years, 10 centuries, to integrate its 133,740 Negro students. The battles now convulsing the South are not being fought over full integration, but over token integration. Only a small number of Negro children in what is called integrated situations, that is, school districts where some integration has taken place, are attending formerly white schools. This does not, however, minimize the importance of the present conflicts. The resistance of the South surprised no one, least of all Negroes who know what it means to feel the lash and the torch of racist rule. Negroes, however, did believe that the federal government was bigger than the South and that, moreover, it spoke with one voice. They assumed that the president of all the people had the power to force the South to obey and the will to use that power. They were to learn otherwise. The Sage of Burning Tree. The President of the United States enjoys great moral authority. Had Eisenhower spoken out at any time during the past 4 years in defense of integration, or had he at any time made it clear to Southerners that they must admit Negroes to white schools or suffer the consequences, much of the South's defiance would have crumbled. Those individuals who are prepared to obey the law whether they agree with it or not would have acquiesced. The lawless elements who carry out the reactionary tasks set them by the Phoebuses, the Ammons, the Eastlands, and the Griffins would think twice before dynamiting a school, or a Negro church or home, or a synagogue, if they would be punished for their actions. But time and again when Negroes have appealed directly to the President for support, he has been too busy shooting quail in Georgia, or fishing, or playing golf to answer their appeal. A singularly glaring incident occurred on October 25 when Eisenhower snubbed 10,000 students who participated in the Youth March on Washington. Leaders of the demonstration had written in advance to request a hearing, but when a small delegation arrived at the White House, Eisenhower was not at home, nor were any of his aides. The delegation went away empty-handed, leaving its prepared statement with a police guard. The president, they learned, had spent the late morning at the Burning Tree golf course. On those few occasions when Eisenhower has mentioned integration, it was to urge Negroes to be patient, repeating the old bromide about how you can't. 284. Change men's hearts by passing laws. This is the language of the South, spoken by the President of the United States. It begs the question, for Negroes are little concerned about what goes on in the hearts of Southern whites. Let the Southerners hug their hate to themselves as tightly as they like, but also force them to comply with laws that guarantee Negroes their rights. The farthest Eisenhower has ever gone in his speeches was to deplore the bombing of synagogues after the dynamiting of a Jewish temple in Atlanta in October. When he sent troops to Little Rock in September, 1957, he was careful to explain that he did so only because Phoebus had openly defied a federal court order. Even in that tense situation he made it clear that he was not taking sides publicly on the integration issue. Instead of supporting the Negroes in their demand that the law be enforced, Eisenhower has given encouragement to the South in its resistance to the law. Congress, the third branch of government, could have passed laws increasing the power of the Justice Department, but Congress, like the President, has refrained from taking action to back the Supreme Court ruling. In the Civil Rights Bill which it passed in the summer of 1957, the first such legislation since Reconstruction, Congress carefully extracted from the measure those sections that would have strengthened the enforcement powers of the federal government. The fact is that, despite appearances, neither the President nor Congress serve the interests of the people. This is true whether those in office belong to the Republican Party or the Democratic Party. Both parties are controlled by finance capital which has ruled the country ever since it gained ascendancy in the Civil War, and it is, by and large, the interests of big business that are served by the lawmakers and the executive. Control of Congress is exercised primarily through a bloc between Southerners and Northern conservatives. Within this bloc, the most stable group is that which comes from the Deep South. Wall Street, despite the fact that its publicists keep assuring us that Marx's theories have been disproved, has a clear understanding of the conflict between its interests and those of the working man, whether he has a white skin or a black skin. It has, therefore, a profound distrust of any congressmen or senators who show a tendency to coddle labor, including the Negro, for it recognizes that not all the legislators are equally pliant and reliable servants. When Pres. Eisenhower in his campaign speeches prior to the November elections lashed out against what he called the radical wing of the Democratic Party, he was not merely indulging in campaign oratory, he was also voicing the apprehensions of the financial rulers of the country. The strange phenomenon of the Supreme Court enunciating a policy which neither the President nor Congress is prepared to enforce reflects the contradic. 281. Faced by big business. It is determined to impose its policies through control of the executive and the conservative bloc in Congress. At the same time, it is bedeviled by Negro pressure at home and damaging criticism of American race relations in foreign countries. It is also faced with the changing economy of the South, where industrialization is beginning to supplant the plantation in importance, with the resulting increase in the demand for semi-skilled and skilled labor. To satisfy these conflicting needs, Wall Street finds it convenient to speak with two voices. The court says proceed with integration, the president counters with an admonition not to proceed too rapidly. With one hand it giveth, with the other it taketh away. We can expect, therefore, that the extension of Negro rights will be held to a minimum, and that, as a corollary, the gains that Negroes make will be in proportion to the amount of pressure exerted both here and abroad. Massive resistance. The crisis that has built up in Little Rock and in Virginia and which will develop elsewhere stems in large part from the dual policies of the government described above. Astute politicians like Faubus are emboldened to defy the Supreme Court by the sympathy they find in high places. When the court this fall issued what amounted to an ultimatum, Faubus replied by putting into operation the massive resistance laws passed by a supine legislature, and proceeded to close the city's high schools. Little Rock's educational system was thrown into chaos. For 2 months some 3,500 students were deprived of their right to attend classes. Since then makeshift private schools, poorly equipped and inadequately staffed, have been limping along, giving a sketchy education to some of the white students. No provision has been made for the Negroes. A similar, though somewhat calmer, development took place in Virginia. Their Governor J. Lindsay Almond also closed the schools rather than permit token integration, and they have remained closed. He shut 10,000 white students out of Norfolk schools rather than allow 17 Negroes to attend classes with them. He closed schools in Charlottesville affecting 1,700 white pupils and in Front Royal, where about 1,000 white youngsters were involved. The court had ordered 12 Negroes integrated in Charlottesville, 22 in Front Royal. In Little Rock only 6 Negro students were ordered admitted to Central High School. The logic of the elaborate plans the South has worked out during the past 4 years made the closing of the schools inevitable. Yet this act was decis. 282-4. Ibly different from all those which had preceded it, for now for the first time a segment of the dominant whites was injured just as much as were the Negroes. Encouraging signs. As a result, cracks and fissures have appeared in the South's smooth facade of white supremacist. Up to now the division has been along race lines, with divergent views among the white population smothered in a common anti-Negro unity. With the cracking of that unity, the differences that have existed beneath the surface, including class differences, begin to manifest themselves. Already we are hearing voices that sound strange in the South. When Faubus, after ordering the high schools to remain closed, called for a referendum to decide whether the schools should be kept closed or opened on an integrated basis, white women of Little Rock organized a women's emergency committee to open our schools, and conducted a house-to-house campaign to get their neighbors to vote in favor of integration. One member of the committee commented, "It's ridiculous to try to retain the ways of old Grandad in this age of Sputniks and missiles." During the same campaign, 63 of the city's leading lawyers, many of whom number railroads and other large corporations among their clients, took out ads in the daily papers, urging a vote for integration. In Charlottesville, Virginia, last June, when school closing was threatened but had not yet become a reality, a poll was taken of PTA members at Venable Elementary School, one of those affected by the court order. Of the 305 parents who replied, 177 favored limited integration, against 128 who preferred closing the schools rather than admit a few Negro students. When the school was finally closed this fall, the townspeople were split in two. Two committees were formed, one for integration, the other for segregation. A sizable section of Virginia's teachers also are prepared to accept integration. At its state convention October 30, the Virginia Educational Association heard an address by Gov. Almond and then voted a resolution asking him to convene the General Assembly and pass laws to reopen the schools. A softening resolution was tabled by a vote of 650 to 151. The American Federation of Teachers likewise took a fine stand at its convention in Milwaukee and set an example that other unions should copy. The convention refused to reinstate its all-white Chattanooga local and upheld its constitutional provision that prohibits any local from limiting its membership on account of race or color. It also called upon the federal government to take over and run on an integrated basis all schools that have been closed. This same proposal has appeared 283 in a number of places and gives some evidence of developing into a popular demand. Another proposal that seems likely to spread is one for local option, that is, letting the residents of a city or town ordered to integrate decide by referendum whether they prefer to close the schools or admit Negro children. One such referendum has been held in Norfolk, Virginia. A threat to close schools next year in Atlanta, Georgia, has brought forth a similar demand from the mayor there. Let the people vote on the issue, he urged. An action that is highly unusual in the South, if, indeed, it has ever occurred before, took place in Norfolk in October when a group of white parents filed a lawsuit against the governor and other state officials asking that the state's segregation laws be ruled unconstitutional and that the 6 schools that have been shut down be reopened. The press, too, here and there, is showing signs of shifting its position. On October 5 the Roanoke, Virginia, Times commented editorially, "The program of massive resistance has now come to the bitter and inevitable finality. Yielding to the court is onerous, but to deprive Virginia's children, white and colored, of education or to give them a defective education is an even greater evil." There has occurred, also, a beginning of political activity in favor of integration. In Virginia, a white woman, Dr. Louise Zero Wenzel, the mother of 5 children, ran as an independent candidate in the November 4 election against Sen. Harry F. Byrd and his tightly knit, pro-segregation machine. In her campaign, she charged Byrd with using dictatorial control to impose an unconstitutional program of massive resistance. She obtained an unprecedented vote equal to 1/3 of the total. Her strongest support came from those cities immediately affected by integration orders: Norfolk, 42%, Arlington, 38%, and Charlottesville, 37%. A special referendum 2 weeks later on November 18 confirmed the election results. In voting on the school issue, 41.2% of Norfolk's citizens preferred accepting integration to keeping the schools closed. In Houston, Texas, in the November elections, a Negro housewife, Mrs. Charles E. White, upset all expectations and won election to the city's school board, after campaigning on a clear-cut pro-integration platform. She could not have been elected without white votes. Of special interest among these first voices raised against the monolithic anti-Negro refrain are the voices of the youth. At the height of the agitation in Little Rock this year, a group of teenagers gathered at Hall High School and Soul 284-4. Imlay drew up a petition asking that the schools be reopened and stating that they had no objection to attending classes with qualified Negroes. In Norfolk, when the schools were closed there, about 100 students gathered in a parking lot near the Northside Junior High School and collected signatures on a petition which stated, "Not as segregationists or integrationists but as students who want an education, we ask you to please keep our schools open." In Van Buren, Arkansas, in the western part of the state, a 15-year-old girl, Jessie Angelina Evans, president of the student council, put her elders to shame when she stood up before a turbulent school board meeting and asked segregationist parents, "Have you thought what you make those Negro children feel like, running them out of school?" To hostile questions, she replied, "Negroes have a right to attend school just as much as anybody. If we don't object, why should anybody else?" These are as yet only scattered voices in a wilderness of reaction, for the most part neither pro-Negro nor pro-integration, merely pro-education. In almost every case those who have spoken out in favor of integration have prefaced their remarks with the accepted ritual of the South: I am opposed to integration, or I dislike the Supreme Court decision as much as anybody, but. Thus the prejudice remains, even while segregation tends to break down in fact, proving again the Marxist theorem that outworn social ideas often persist after the institutions which nourish them have disappeared. The numbers involved in this incipient opposition to the South's massive resistance are as yet too few to give the needed assistance to the Negroes who, as a minority, must find allies in order to carry their fight to a successful conclusion. The logical alliance is with the labor movement, but the cooperation that exists between Negroes and labor is limited and sporadic. It would be incorrect to say that the labor movement has done nothing to further Negro demands for equality. The industrial unions formed in the militant 30s, especially in such areas as Detroit, have an excellent record in this regard and have demonstrated what can be done when workers unite. The unions have fallen down miserably, however, where their support is needed most, in the heartland of Jim Crow. In most instances the white workers of the South, instead of mobilizing on behalf of Negro rights, have formed an unnatural alliance with their class enemies against the Negroes, while their national leadership, grown conservative, has buckled under segregationist pressure and has failed even to discipline its own members. There have been some exceptions. One, already noted, is the American Federation of Teachers, another is the Packing House Workers Union. Insistence on the part of the national union leaders that their locals in the South support the Negro fight for integration would, moreover, bring them into 285. Conflict with the politicians of the South and would pose the need for forming a labor party, in opposition to the Democrats as well as the Republicans. Such a perspective runs counter to the intentions of the Union leadership, which is busy courting the Democrats in the false hope that they can resolve the problems facing the working class by putting in office the political representatives of the capitalists. Negro leaders have been preoccupied with efforts to steer a course towards victory in the fight against segregation, while at the same time avoiding the horror of a racist massacre, and have shied away from organizing along political lines, even when such a development seemed possible, as in the March on Washington on May 17, 1957, the third anniversary of the Supreme Court decision. They didn't call the demonstration a March on Washington. Instead, they referred to it as a prayer pilgrimage, and the choice of name was significant. The leaders did not conceive of the demonstration as an inspiring beginning of a mass movement, national in scope, spearheading the formation of a new political alignment. Had the Rev. Martin Luther King, the acknowledged leader, called upon that demonstration to reject both Democrats and Republicans and take steps, together with white workers, to initiate a new party, he would have set in motion a political force that could eventually have challenged Jim Crow rule. Those in charge of the demonstration chose to contain it within safe limits and channel it into a prayerful supplication, pleading for understanding and love, then dispersing quietly and inconspicuously. In the main, Negroes have chosen to carry on the fight through legal contests, where they have won singular successes. Both the Negro leaders and the Negro people have given inspiring examples of integrity, courage, devotion, and persistence. They demonstrated these qualities in the Montgomery bus boycott, where the entire community under the leadership of the Rev. King and the Rev. Ralph D. Abernathy, organized itself to walk for more than a year in order to win the right to sit up front. A heroic example was set also by the Little Rock Nine, who faced the mob and the bayonets of the state troopers and who then stood up to the jeers and insults and taunts of white students throughout the school term. Their heroism has been matched by that of students in other test cases, and of countless other individuals in every section of the South. But heroism, even when backed by a Supreme Court decision, has proven insufficient to overcome the entrenched power of the Southern rulers. They maintain their power through political control, and it is only through political action that they can be dislodged. In other words, we can expect that the Supreme Court decision will be enforced in the Deep South only when a polit. 286-4. Equal realignment has taken place of such proportions as to make possible a successful bid for power by forces in opposition to the white supremacists. It is for this reason that the rift within the white population of the South brought about by the closing of the schools is of such special significance. Integration in places like Norfolk has become a live political issue instead of merely a dirty word used to inflame passions and instigate violence. There is now activity where before there was dead calm. It is too soon to predict future developments, but this much can be said: the more Negroes challenge white supremacy, the more the division within the white South will deepen, and the greater will be the opportunity for the liberal forces and the white workers to line up alongside Negroes so that together they can strike a decisive blow against segregation and for equality. To the Jackson Freedom Ride 9, 1962. Fred Halstead. 287. What later became the Jackson Freedom Ride and Jail-In was originally planned in the New York office of the Congress of Racial Equality as a relatively modest undertaking. It was meant to test a 1955 Supreme Court decision against segregation in interstate transportation facilities. A group of Negroes and whites left Washington, O.C. May 4, 1961 on a Trailways and a Greyhound bus, planning to take a direct route through 7 southern states to New Orleans. There, on May 17, the anniversary of the 1954 Supreme Court school desegregation decision, a freedom rally celebrating the end of the test was planned. Though the 22 original riders, most of them corps leaders, were not prepared for what happened in Alabama, they did know they faced danger. In a similar test by corps in 1947, called the Journey of Reconciliation, racists had threatened a riot. Local police had arrested 12 testers and 3 of the men served 30-day sentences on a Southern road gang. But this time the testers clearly had federal law on their side. James Farmer, Corps National Director, wrote President Kennedy and officials of the bus companies, informing them of the planned test. The riders had resolved to test integration of seating, terminal eating facilities and restrooms. If arrested by local police, they planned to reject bail and serve time in jail in protest. En route from Washington they tested in Virginia and North Carolina, where sometimes they got served and sometimes they didn't. In Rock Hill, SC, 2 riders were pummeled by attackers but not seriously hurt. In Winsboro, Henry Thomas, a Negro, and James Peck, a white, were arrested when they sat together at the terminal lunch stand. They were released after a few hours and charges against them dropped. The riders had no trouble in Georgia, but when they phoned from Atlanta to Reverend F.L. Shuttlesworth, a militant Negro leader in Birmingham, they were told white racists were expected to mobilize at the station there. Their first hint that G. Halstead 1962. 288-4. Trouble was even closer came when the driver of the Greyhound bus stopped just outside of Anniston, Alabama and spoke briefly with another Greyhound driver going the other way. In Anniston, the bus was surrounded by a mob armed with metal bars. Windows were broken and tires slashed before the police arrived and let the bus get out of town. But the mob piled into cars and pursued it. About 6 miles out, one of the slashed tires went flat, the bus stopped, and the mob surrounded it. A firebomb was thrown through a rear window. A newsman took pictures of the burning bus which were to arouse the attention of the world. It was incredible, said Freedom Rider Albert Bigelow, the bus was filled with smoke and outside these hoodlums were shouting Heil Hitler and Sieg Heil. All the passengers escaped the fire, but some of the Freedom Riders were beaten as they alighted and the bus was completely destroyed. After police arrived again, the mob dispersed and the injured were treated. The Freedom Riders were taken on to Birmingham by 10 volunteer auto drivers mobilized by Rev. Shuttlesworth. The Trailways bus was running an hour behind the Greyhound. When it reached Anniston, and the news of the bus burning, the ordinary passengers got off, but the Freedom Riders stayed on. They were beaten and forced to the back of the bus by 8 attackers who boarded in Anniston and took the front seats. Then the bus drove on to Birmingham. For the entire 2-hour ride, reported Jim Peck, the hoodlums craned their necks to stare at us with looks of hatred. Meanwhile at the bus station in Birmingham, a crowd of about 30 heavy-set men had been waiting all day. Reporters, both local and national, knew what was coming. The Columbia Broadcasting Company even had its top man, Howard K. Smith, covering the scene. Every child in Birmingham knew that Police Chief Bull Connor's department was in collusion with the segregationists. Corps and local Negro groups had requested federal protection. But the federal authorities did not provide it. When the bus arrived, reported Smith, the toughs grabbed the passengers into alleys and corridors, pounding them with pipes, with key rings and with fists. One passenger was knocked down at my feet by 12 of the hoodlums and his face was beaten and kicked until it was a bloody pulp. 289. Then the police arrived and the attackers moved down the street where, said Smith, I watched some of them discussing their achievements of the day. That took place just under Police Commissioner Connor's window. When asked later why he had placed no policemen at the station, Connors said too many were off duty because of the holiday. The date was May 14, Mother's Day. Federal authorities offered no such excuse, but Attorney General Robert Kennedy promised to safeguard interstate passengers in the future. The bruised and bandaged Freedom Riders showed up at the bus station the following morning for the next leg of the trip, to Montgomery. Drivers for both companies refused to take them out, and another mob began gathering. They decided to skip the bus trip and fly on to New Orleans to be there in time for the May 17 rally. After a harrowing wait of many hours at the airport, during which another large mob gathered and 2 flights were cancelled because of a bomb scare, the original group of Corps Freedom Riders finally took off, reaching New Orleans shortly after midnight on May 16. The morning papers carried the story of how the Freedom Ride had been stopped in Birmingham. But in Nashville, Tennessee, a young Negro woman, a student at Tennessee State who had transferred there from Chicago and had been active in the exceptionally militant Nashville student sit-in movement, decided the rides would have to go on or everything we have worked for is gone. She was Diane Nash, a member of the leading committee of the Nashville student movement, which had connections with the Nashville Christian Leadership Council and the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. The NCLC is for Nashville, what the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, headed by Dr. Martin Luther King, is for the South as a whole. The Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee was at that time simply a coordinating center for student sit-in groups at some 16 Southern Negro campuses. SNCC now has a permanent office in Atlanta, and is in the forefront of the most militant mass struggles that have broken out in the South since mid-August, 1961. Its leaders are young Negroes, including Diane Nash, who is currently based in Jackson, Mississippi. The relationship between the Nashville student groups and the NCLC was described by David Halberstam in the June 22, 1961 reporter as follows. The Nashville sit-ins, for instance, were started by students, with the Nashville Christian Leadership Council moving in later. There was an agreement that the ministers would have some control over the movement and would be consulted, a sympathetic observer has reported, but 294. They had to agree to participate, to sit in, to be on call, to attend emergency meetings, and those kids have daily emergency meetings, to take the same risks and make the same sacrifices the kids did. This was the price for retaining their influence. When Diane Nash began rallying the students to carry on the Freedom Ride, which the core group had just been forced to temporarily abandon, an agent of the Federal Justice Department tried to talk her out of it. Halberstam reports the conversation. The situation in Alabama was such, he said, that to go in at that point would be dangerous and irresponsible. It was like talking to a wall, he remarked later. She didn't hear a word I said. Following an all-day meeting in Nashville at which it was decided to continue the ride, the Rev. Kelly Miller Smith of NCLC and 10 students, Negro and white, headed for Birmingham. Diane Nash stayed behind, organizing support. Thus began the saga of the Nashville 12. When they reached the Greyhound station in Birmingham, the drivers refused to take buses out to Montgomery, where racist mobs were reported to be organizing. The students refused to leave the station, tying up the bus service. They were arrested there May 17, together with several supporters from Birmingham including the intrepid Rev. Shuttlesworth. After over 24 hours in jail under protective custody, several of the group were driven to the Tennessee border in an auto caravan led by Police Commissioner Connors himself, and dumped on the highway. The story is told that they walked across fields to another road, reached a phone and called Diane Nash in Nashville. She drove out, picked them up and they returned, on back roads to avoid police, to Birmingham. It is a matter of record that they arrived back at the bus station around noon May 19, to the chagrin of all those who wanted the ride to stop. Joined by other students arriving from Nashville, they held the station down until Saturday morning, May 20, when the company finally provided a driver. The bus pulled out about 9 a.m. with 21 Nashville students aboard, under guard of the State Highway Patrol and officials of the US Justice Department. The breach at Birmingham had been filled. 291. Attack in Montgomery. The riders were attacked in Montgomery by a mob of about 300 whites who injured at least 20 persons before police stopped the riot. Most seriously beaten was Freedom Rider James Swerg, a Southerner born and raised, and the only white male in the group. That night was a night of car burnings, bomb threats, and racist mobs in Montgomery. It was the night 1,500 people were marooned by a racist mob in the Ripley Street Baptist Church at a meeting addressed by Rev. Martin Luther King and James Farmer, who had returned from New Orleans. It was the night Attorney General Robert Kennedy was finally forced to take specific action and call out the federal marshals. Alabama's Governor Patterson also called out the state's National Guard units. The Nashville students had made it clear that Patterson's former policy of allowing racist mobs to rage would not stop the freedom rides, and that Attorney General Kennedy was not going to be able to sweep the whole problem under the rug. There followed 3 days of discussions and planning among all the major organizations involved in the freedom rides. Representatives of the NAACP, the SCLC, the Nashville Student Movement and Corps were there. At a private meeting, dominated by the Nashville students, the decision was made to continue into Mississippi, where Jackson was the next major stop. The Freedom Ride had been transformed from a test by a single relatively small organization into a massive effort involving, each in its own way, all the major groups in the civil rights struggles, with a general call for volunteers from throughout the country. On Wednesday, May 24, 2 Trailways buses pulled out of Montgomery under National Guard escort. Aboard were 27 Freedom Riders, including the Nashville students and 3 of the original core group, James Farmer, Gene Lewis, and Henry Thomas. The buses drove, without a rest stop, straight to Jackson. There, all 27 were arrested, charged not with violating the state's segregation laws, but with a breach of the peace statute. Mississippi's tactic would be to tie the ride up in the courts. This would require, of course, that the federal government not take decisive executive action against Mississippi's legal subterfuge. On the same day, Attorney General Robert Kennedy made his public appeal for a cooling-off period, asking that the freedom rides be abandoned until the present state of confusion and danger has passed and an atmosphere of reason and normalcy has been restored. The request was denounced by leaders of every civil rights organization involved, including the NAACP. An editorial in the June 1 Afro-American 292-4 summed up the general feeling: if there were a series of bank robberies, Mr. Kennedy would not dare ask the banks in any given section to close. He would see that they were given protection. The first 27 Jackson riders were convicted May 26, given a 6-month suspended sentence and a $200 fine. To work out the fine would take 67 days. 22 riders, including Corps National Director James Farmer, refused to pay. The tactic of the movement would be to crowd the jails. Thus began the first sustained and massive jail-in in the United States since the free speech fights of the industrial workers of the world a half-century ago. Volunteers came from all parts of the country, passing as a rule through Montgomery from the east and New Orleans from the west. They often stopped briefly en route, making contact with local anti-segregation groups, a profound experience. The girls I met in the core group there New Orleans were human beings such as I have never before met in my life. They live and breathe the movement, wrote Freedom Rider Mary Hamilton, in the pamphlet Freedom Riders Speak for Themselves. Most of the riders were not members of CORE, but volunteered for the occasion. The historic continuity of past social struggles was not insignificant in this more or less spontaneous selection. This reporter, in interviews with over 20 veterans of the jail-in, asked the question, what percentage of the Jackson Freedom Riders would you estimate had some sort of radical political background? The average of the estimates was 50%. Freedom Rider William Mahoney, a Negro student, described some of the types in the September issue of Liberation. My cellmate, a Negro worker, came because he had been chased home by white toughs once too often. On my right, in cell 12, was the son of a well-to-do businessman who had come because it was his moral duty. His aim was to change the hearts of my persecutors through the sympathy and understanding to be gained by nonviolent resistance. He spoke proudly of his father who had fought hard and made it, and was constantly defending North America's economic and political system from the attacks made upon it by myself and the man in the next cell. About half the 322 persons arrested in Jackson were whites. Of the Negroes, some 40 were from Mississippi itself, and many were veterans of the sit-in movement. Most were students or unemployed youngsters just out of school. About 60 of those who did time in jail were women. 293. After the first few bus and train loads into Jackson, the rides became routine and didn't make the headlines. Freedom Rider John Lowery, in a speech at Queens College last October, described one such experience as follows. 3 of us, Elmer Brown, a Negro, and Norma Motskin and myself, who are white, left the Port Authority bus terminal in New York July 2. Our first sign of segregation was in Raleigh, NC, where the facilities were integrated, but you could see the shadow of the letters white over the entrance where the sign had been taken down. From somewhere in South Carolina on, we couldn't get served together, but we didn't make an issue out of it because we had been instructed not to do anything that might interfere with our getting to Montgomery safely, and on time. We arrived there early on the evening of July 3, were picked up at the station by Tom Gaither, a CORE representative, and driven to the home of Rev. Ralph D. Abernathy, one of the leaders of the famous Montgomery bus protest. We were told not to answer the phone or open the door because the Klan was harassing the house. The next day we attended a picnic at a farm outside town with a lot of local high school kids. On July 6, 5 others arrived from the Midwest to join us for the trip to Jackson. One of them was Ike Reynolds, who had been on the bus that was burned at Anniston. We had a brief training period, including lectures by Gaither on the theory of nonviolence. He emphasized the concept of an active state of love toward those who might torment us. I remember that in the discussion someone substituted the word compassion, but Gaither insisted on love. We also practiced sociodrama, a core technique of training by enacting a situation that might happen to us. We giggled at this, but inwardly we took it seriously. The practice gave us some confidence. The 8 of us went to the bus station in Montgomery, Friday evening, July 7. 1. Bill Hansen was not supposed to identify himself as a Freedom Rider so he could make a telephone call if something happened. But a reporter had been given a list of all 8 of us and kept asking, "Where's Hansen?" It produced some tense moments at the station, but the reporter finally shut up. The bus had a police escort out of Montgomery. I remember catching the eye of a white girl on the bus as I entered. She was about 18 and very pretty, and she gave me a big smile. After the word went around among 294 the passengers that we were Freedom Riders, she turned in her seat and looked daggers at me. A white man about 25 said in a loud voice to Norma, "I bet you've FD a nigger too." One passenger was particularly cordial to us. He was a Negro and said he had made several trips on buses with Freedom Riders. I don't know if he was an agent of some kind or what, but he gave us the impression that he made it a point to observe these trips. The bus stopped in Meriden, Mississippi, not far from the Alabama line. The town square was packed with people and police, even policewomen. A big fat cop got aboard and announced, "This is not a rest stop. Only those with tickets to Meriden can get off here." Then he yelled out the window, "We can't do anything. They're sitting segregated." We had been told to do this so we wouldn't get arrested before we got to Jackson. A Negro woman passenger with an infant asked to get off to get milk for the baby. The cop said, "I'll get it for you," and he did. He didn't charge her for it, just handed it over and got quickly off the bus. I remember that as the bus pulled out I saw two boys about 10 years old, one white, one Negro, on the edge of a fountain in front of the city hall. They were sitting together, talking, obviously friends. When we stopped at the station in Jackson, the bus driver, who had acted in a matter-of-fact and neutral manner throughout, said simply, "There are Freedom Riders on this bus. Please let them off first." In prison. They were quietly arrested in the station and sent to the Hinds County Jail, then transferred to the maximum security unit at the state penitentiary at Parchman. When the trucks in which they rode stopped at the prison walls, they could hear the singing of the other Freedom Riders inside. They were stripped, examined, questioned, given light underwear, their only clothes for the entire stay, and locked in cells. They, and the hundreds of others, submitted to this under the impression that the hand of the federal government would be forced, that a concrete victory, not just another batch of court test cases or another unenforced ICC ruling, would result. Their hopes in this respect were not to be realized. On June 16 a group of leaders of the organizations cooperating on the Freedom Rides had visited Attorney General Robert Kennedy at a private conference in Washington. There are indications, said the June 17 New York Times. 295. That the Attorney General had told the leaders that he felt the demonstrations started last month had made a point but that nothing further could be gained by continuing the demonstrations. The court was imposing stiffer sentences on the riders. The tactic became, not to work out the fine, but for each rider to stay as long as he chose, up to the time limit for appeal 40 days, and then to post bail. Corps' finances were strained to the breaking point. For the politically naive among the riders, the implications of the process now unfolding were caught by Eugene V. Rostow in the June 22 Reporter, for above all, the Freedom Riders bear witness to their faith in law, a faith we must not, dare not betray. The faith in the present system of many a young man or woman was sorely tried by the solitary cells, wrist-breaker handcuffs and the vaginal searches at Parchman Penitentiary. But their faith in themselves and in the movement was strengthened and their understanding of the society in which they lived deepened. As Freedom Rider Robert Martinson wrote in the January 6 Nation, the riders were being trained by experts, prison guards. How many thousands of young people are receiving similar educations in the South? As for Kennedy's name, among the prisoners it was a dirty word, said Freedom Rider Louise Ingram in Freedom Riders Speak for Themselves. She quotes a song they sang to the tune of Frere Jacques. Brother Bob, are you sleeping, are you sleeping? Freedom Riders waiting, enforce the law. Enforce the law. Performance of leaders. There was discussion about the leadership of the movement. There was great respect for James Farmer, who spent the full 39 days in jail, but enthusiasm for Martin Luther King and Roy Wilkins was less widespread. Many thought they should have taken the ride and gone to jail. Then, the argument went, the eyes of the world would have stayed on Jackson, Kennedy would be kept on the spot, and a concrete victory would result. King is quoted in his own defense in the July 6 Jet. 296-4. I wanted to go. I don't believe in this business of leaders staying outside of jail. But my advisors on the SCLC board urged me not to. They said, You're still under 6 months probation for that traffic sentence in Georgia. You'll be in jail 8 months, 2 in Mississippi and 6 in Georgia. You'll be out of circulation too long and right in the midst of our voter registration drive. People will say you have absolutely no regard for the law, that you are a publicity seeker with a martyr complex. What sort of example could you set going to jail for a traffic offense? The unprecedented long probation on the traffic offense was itself part of a concerted harassment by Georgia courts of Rev. King for his civil rights activities. By the time those arrested first were getting out of jail, the ride was petering out. Superficially, the net result would be a new ICC ruling requiring the removal of segregation signs in all terminals and a set of court cases against Mississippi's legal subterfuge. The more profound effects of the experience were revealed during a mid-August weekend in Jackson. The court, in an attempt to further strain C0Re's finances, ordered 189 of the riders out on appeal to appear in Jackson on the same day, Monday, August 13, for arraignment. There was a great feeling of anticipation among them as they arrived in Jackson that weekend, where most of them were put up on the campus of Tougaloo College. In prison, they had talked around walls, but often didn't see each other, so this was their first chance to meet a large group of fellow freedom riders face to face. There was much talk, some argument, some planning. Representatives of the most militant sections of the movement were there talking up plans for future actions. The mood of the weekend is summed up by what happened at a meeting of the defendants in the college chapel Sunday. The lawyers recommended that the defendants segregate themselves the next day in court to avoid complicating the issue. Objections were so strong a new meeting had to be called and the recommendation rescinded. The next day the courtroom was integrated. Sunday night there was a mass meeting in the Masonic Temple in honor of the Freedom Riders. Several thousand persons, white and Negro, tried to get in the small hall, and they sat integrated. The first such gathering in Jackson, Mississippi in living memory. In general, the Negro community of Jackson activated itself around the events of the jail-in and a viable movement now exists there. After the arraignment, veterans of the jail-in went off to various places in the South, where they participated in, and often sparked the rash of militant mass. 297. Actions which broke out in the South in the latter half of 1961, and which have brought the civil rights movement to the highest point in its history. Some went to Nashville for more sit-ins. Some went to Monroe, NC in response to a call by Robert F. Williams. Some went to Albany, Georgia, where over 700 demonstrating Negroes were arrested in December, and where a successful bus boycott is now in progress. Some went to Macomb, Mississippi on a voters' registration project, where they activated the local high school students in a series of demonstrations, in the heart of the worst Jim Crow area of the country. One of the original core Freedom Riders, B. Elton Cox, helped lead the demonstration of 1,500 Southern University students in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, the aftermath of which is still shaking that campus, the largest Negro university in the country. Veterans of the Jackson jail-in helped spark the mass sit-ins on Route 40 and on Maryland's eastern shore. Almost everywhere the struggle has taken a turn toward mass action, veterans of the Jackson jail-in have been there, often in leading roles. A group of them even showed up on a picket line of low-paid hospital workers in New York City this January and played a role in turning the tide toward a victory for the Union. So what was the Jackson Freedom Ride and jail-in? For the South, it was an event out of which a new cadre of young and militant Negro leaders took the initiative. For the country as a whole, it was a school and a convention for a part of the vanguard of the new generation of American youth, which will not be a silent or a frightened one. 298. 3. How a Minority Can Change Society. 10, 1964. George Brightman. 4. The year 1963 was the most eventful in the history of the American Negro struggle. As it ended, people all over the country were stopping to assess what had happened, to think over what was done and what was not done, what was accomplished and not accomplished. Clifton D. Berry, the Socialist Workers' Party candidate for president this year, had an opportunity at the end of 1963 to make a coast-to-coast tour of most big northern cities and to learn something about the current thinking of Negro militants. He told me one of the things he had observed was the difficulty in getting across the idea about how much the Negro people can do even though they are in a minority, about how much they can do on their own, alone and unaided if necessary. He noticed this difficulty in speaking with Negro trade unionists, but not only them. He felt a lot more attention has to be paid to ways of explaining, in a logical, convincing manner, how much a minority is capable of accomplishing. He felt that misunderstanding on this point is one of the reasons why the idea of an all-black political party has not yet caught on with more Negroes. Why is it so hard for many Negroes, even militant Negroes, to grasp the full potential of determined minority action? I would say there are three reasons. First, the teaching, the influence, the propaganda of the whole capitalist system from cradle to grave are aimed at brainwashing the people, at convincing them, among other things, that minorities can plead and beg, but cannot do anything significant, cannot accomplish any big changes, until they have the consent of the majority. Above all is this idea burned into the minds and souls of Negroes, whose history is distorted or denied, and who are made to feel not only that they are a minority, but an insignificant minority, who have never amounted to much by themselves and who, without the STEM supervision or benign direction of the great white fathers, would hardly know how to flush a toilet. In other words, for Negroes to comprehend how much a minority can do. 10 Brightman 1964. 299. They must buck everything drilled into them from the beginning of childhood. They virtually have to make a revolution in their thinking. There is a certain irony in these things taught by the capitalists because the capitalists are a minority themselves, in fact, a much smaller minority than the Negro people. Yet this capitalist minority controls the whole country, lock, stock and barrel, its wealth, its means of production, its political structure, and therefore is a living refutation of what it tells us about the limits on what a minority can accomplish. The second reason why it is hard to see the truth about what a minority can do is that the present Negro leadership, almost in its entirety, is enslaved by the ideas promulgated by the capitalist class, repeats and spreads those ideas, and does everything in its power to discourage the mass of the Negro people from taking steps genuinely independent of the white majority. A third reason is that the radical movement, virtually the whole radical movement with the exception of the Socialist Workers' Party, although it approaches questions from a different standpoint than that of the ruling capitalist class, has failed to comprehend the essence of this question, and instead of promoting and encouraging both theoretically and practically an understanding of the dynamics and potential of minority action, in some ways even discourages it. An example is their attitude toward the Freedom Now Party. I do not know of a single organization in this country claiming to be Marxist or Socialist or Communist that supports the Freedom Now Party, except the Socialist Workers' Party. The Communist Party, the Socialist Party, the Socialist Labor Party, the Progressive Labor Movement, all are either flatly opposed to, or feel very uneasy, about the development of an all-black political party independent of the power structure and of the two major parties. And if you trace back the causes, you will find them to be most un-Marxist, un-socialist, and un-communist failures to grasp the revolutionary implications of the independent struggles of the Negro minority. I want now to examine some typical arguments by the present Negro leaders against such independent action. When the Freedom Now Party was organized in Michigan a few months ago, the press was very much concerned about it. And every big-name Negro who came to Detroit for several weeks thereafter was immediately buttonholed by the press and invited to make some statement on, or rather against, the Freedom Now Party. One of these was Rev. Martin Luther King, who obliged with the following statement: "I am opposed to anything or any party that teaches separation of the races because I am for integration. If the party is designed to get more Negroes 304 interested in politics, fine, otherwise I can see no good that can come from an all-black party. 1/10 of the population will never be able to dominate 9/10. In this statement I think Rev. King is guilty of counterposing separation of the races and integration in a completely false and unwarranted way. The Freedom Now Party does not teach the separation of the races. It recognizes that this is a society where the races are separated in fact, and attempts to utilize the separation that has been imposed by capitalism in order to change society and do away with the discrimination made possible by this imposed separation. King is well aware of this. He is a preacher, the head of a church which happens to be all black. He does not reject or oppose this church because it is all black. He knows that there is nothing racist about this church being all black. It is the result of living in a racist society. And he works through this all-black church and tries to build it, at the same time that he advocates integration and seeks to utilize this all-black organization to promote integration. Now why can't an all-black party do the same thing that an all-black church does, that is, take advantage of the separation created by this racist society in order to weld together the black victims of racism so that they can work to end racism altogether? Why not? Why is it permissible in King's eyes for Negroes to pray together, but not permissible for them to join together in political action in the way they find most effective for ending their oppression? Shouldn't King, if he is logical and consistent, propose that Negroes give up their all-black churches too because they are not integrated? Posed this way, King could reply, but we have an all-black church because it's the only kind available to us. And the answer of the Freedom Now Party could be, yes, and an all-black political party is the only kind available to us that we think has any chance of solving our problems. So King is confusing rather than clarifying the real relation between separation and integration, which are not necessarily opposites at all, since the formation of all-black organizations and institutions may actually be a means of achieving the goal of integration instead of being in contradiction to that goal. King's other remark was even more revealing: 1/10 of the population will never be able to dominate 9/10. Maybe not, although I've already pointed out that the capitalists, a minority of less than 1%, dominate the other 99% of us. Anyhow, that's not the issue posed by the Freedom Now Party. It is not the Freedom Now Party's goal for the Negro 1/10 to dominate the white 9/10. Just the opposite, its goal is to keep the white 9/10 from dominating and oppressing the black 1/10. How to do this? That's the real difference between King and the Freedom Now Party. Must. 301. The minority adapt itself in its methods and tempo to the prejudiced majority, just because it is a majority, and not do certain things because the majority will not like it? Or, can the minority end the domination of the majority by acting with complete independence from the majority ideologically, organizationally, politically, and only by acting independently? King prefers not to discuss this real difference. That's why he misrepresents his opponent's position with irrelevant talk about the inability of 1/10 to dominate 9/10. Randolph's position. Another noted figure who came to Detroit at the time was A. Philip Randolph, Vice President of the AFL-CIO and President of the Negro American Labor Council. He too dutifully came forward with a statement against the Freedom Now Party, from which I'll readjust the first two sentences. Racial isolation in any form cannot register any influence on American political events. It is completely foreign to the political thoughts and actions of America. It could be pointed out that what Randolph calls racial isolation, in the form of all-white organizations like the Ku Klux Klan and the White Citizens Council, has registered plenty of influence on American politics. But I think it may be more useful to stress that in his eagerness to damn the Freedom Now Party, Randolph here is really damning himself. By racial isolation he means all-black organization for the purpose of ending the isolation foisted on Negroes by a racist society. Randolph is so blinded factionally that he has forgotten his own role, the thing for which he will probably be best remembered, for it so happens that next to Marcus Garvey and Elijah Muhammad, Randolph is the American Negro leader who did the most in this century for what he now calls racial isolation, that is, all-black organization. The first March on Washington movement, which Randolph organized in 1941, was all-black, and Randolph was foremost in insisting that it be all-black. Even though it did not materialize in a march, because Randolph yielded to Roosevelt and called it off at the last minute. That first call for a march on Washington in 1941 nevertheless accomplished more than the interracial march that took place last August, because it forced Roosevelt to issue the first FEPC order, which is more than the 1963 march accomplished. Instead of isolating the Negro struggle, I think it can be said that that all-black organization, small and imperfect though it was, did more to influence American life than any interracial movement has done since. 302. 4. How do you influence the course of events anyway? Is it done by strict adherence to the procedures and forms approved by the forces in power, or by following the rules they lay down? All experience, American as well as foreign, testifies to the contrary. As long as you abide by their rules, either in the way you organize or the way you fight, they know they have little to fear from you and pay you little attention. The only valid test for all-black organization is this: does it at this time and under these circumstances help or hinder in mobilizing the masses for uncompromising struggle? It doesn't matter if whites, liberal or conservative, don't like it and call it all kinds of names. What counts is what the black masses think about it. If they think it is good, if it enables them more effectively to organize for struggle, then it can have a shattering impact on present-day American society and politics. Influence can be wielded in more ways than one, and that which helps the masses to organize is most influential in the long run. I will cite only one more example of the kind of reasoning employed by Negro opponents of independent minority action. Also attacking the Freedom Now Party was Alex Fuller, vice president of the Detroit AFL-CIO Council. He said, "We can continue to make gains only by working with people of goodwill. It is a serious mistake when minority groups, now on the threshold of making tremendous gains for Negroes, separate themselves from others who are working for the same objectives. We cannot afford to separate or isolate ourselves. We stand on the side of all democratic-thinking people who believe and advocate first-class citizenship for everyone. We cannot do it alone." Translated, what Alex Fuller means is this: Negroes can't get anywhere, Negroes can't get anything, unless they remain in the Democratic Party, therefore they must wait until the Democrats are ready. But the truth is somewhat different. Negroes will never get first-class citizenship in 1,000 years so long as their political power remains tucked away in the vest pocket of the Democratic Party. If they have to depend on and wait for the Democrats or the Republicans, and similar people of goodwill, their children and their children's children will never know the taste of freedom. Nobody in his right mind wants to separate from others who are working for the same objectives, but it is a lie to pretend that the Democratic Party, any more than the Republican Party, has the same objectives as the Negro people. 303. If that were the case, the present massive Negro revolt would have no purpose or meaning. The objective of the major parties is to quiet the Negroes with a few token concessions, while the objective of the Negro people is freedom. Surely there's a difference here, and it is just this big difference that separates Negroes from Fuller's democratic-thinking people. Negroes want freedom now, and democratic-thinking people want them to have it later. The only way Negroes can prevent separation from the liberals on this issue is to give in to them and let them decide when and where and how much freedom Negroes shall have. That's what Alex Fuller and the other Negro leaders have done and what they want the Negro people to do or keep on doing. But the tendency favoring the Freedom Now Party has decided that 100 years of political dependence on these democratic-thinking people of goodwill is enough, because such dependence, far from bringing them to the threshold of tremendous gains, will lead only to another 100 years of the same. They have made their declaration of political independence, and now they are striking out on their own, determined to use their political power for themselves first, last, and all the time. Characteristics of Negro minority. Before proceeding to our examination from a Marxist point of view of how much and not how little a minority can do, I should make clear that I am not talking about just any minority, but about a minority with certain characteristics, certain features, and a certain history. And also, yes, I am talking about a minority of a certain size. Let me get the size question out of the way first. Obviously, not every minority is big enough to do the things I am talking about. Size is important too. If there were only 2 or 3 million Negroes in this country, which is approaching a population of 200 million, they could not accomplish what a minority of 20 million can. But 20 million is a big force, big enough to tear things up, big enough and weighty enough to appreciably affect the course of events. After all, how many countries in the world, not only the new ones in Africa and Asia but also the old ones in Europe and the Americas, have a population of 20 million? Out of more than 100 countries, not more than 25 at the most, so that around 3/4 of the countries in the world are smaller in population than the Negro people of the United States. Size and relative weight are not the only important factors to be considered. A minority of even 40 million cannot do much if satisfied with its conditions or indifferent and apathetic about them. As important as size, or more important. 304.4. In deciding what a minority can do are social, economic, political, historical, and psychological factors. What I am trying to say is that what a minority can do depends on whether or not it is oppressed and exploited because of some minority trait or feature, is separated out by society for special inferior status, is denied equal treatment, opportunity, and rights, whether or not it is at the bottom of the social ladder so that when it rises it shakes the whole structure, whether or not it is a part of the most productive and potentially most powerful force in the modern world, the working class. And yet at the same time is denied the full benefits of membership in that class, whether or not the oppressive and exploitative society in which it exists is stable or in crisis, challenged on all sides and therefore no longer able to maintain the status quo, whether or not this minority believes that it can take advantage of the crisis of society. Whether or not it is affected by and responds to the great tides of change and revolution sweeping the globe and has a sense of kinship and solidarity with the masses rising up and changing the rest of the world, whether or not its oppression tends to knit it together for common action and goals, whether or not it is compact and so situated geographically that it can act with maximum cohesiveness and impact, whether or not it has learned to see through the brainwashing which the ruling class uses to keep this minority in subjugation, whether or not it has lost patience as well as respect for the majority, whether or not it sees any further reason to continue believing in promises or in gradualism, whether or not it has the capacity to free itself from the influence of conservative leaders who have always held it back and to replace them with more militant and revolutionary leaders, whether or not it realizes it never has made any gains except by fighting for them. Whether or not it has the capacity to defend itself against terror and violence, whether or not it is developing a militant and radical consciousness, ideology, philosophy, and methodology of its own that can motivate and spark sustained, audacious and independent struggle. In short, I am talking about characteristics that fit the American Negro people or which they are in the process of acquiring at an extremely rapid rate. Of the many things such a minority can do, I shall now list some, not necessarily in the order of their importance. What a minority can do. 1. It can force serious concessions from the ruling class. Anyone who expects the capitalist class to grant full and genuine equality to the Negro people is going to be sadly disappointed, because equality is simply not compatible with, or 305. Possible under, a social system of the type that we have in the United States today. But that is no reason for Negroes to stop trying to get whatever they can squeeze out of the ruling class until the time comes when it can be deposed. Militant struggle can force the present ruling class to lift some of the existing racial restrictions and barriers in the form of more rights, more jobs, better schools, better housing, less police brutality, and a greater measure of formal equality before the law. Negroes will not settle for such partial gains and concessions, but they would be fools not to fight for them and take them and utilize them to press for other and more fundamental changes. 2. A minority, properly oriented and led, can go much farther than it has thus far gone to make the present system unworkable and intolerable. Bayard Rustin calls this social dislocation, and warns against its limitations. Rev. Albert Cleage, chairman of the Freedom Now Party in Michigan, calls it a strategy of chaos, and urges its application be expanded. Others give it the name of mass civil disobedience. Whatever you call it, it has barely been utilized in America up to now. It consists of making the system so inconvenient and expensive that white people will be forced to ask themselves whether continued discrimination is worthwhile and whether in their own interest they should not help to do away with it altogether. It means lying down, interposing your bodies on the airport runways, on the expressways, at the plant gate, at the school entrance, at the bank, at the points of production, and the points of distribution, and the points of transportation, and throwing a monkey wrench into the wheels of the system, attempting to paralyze it, to bring it to a stop. It means saying, if we Negroes can't have decent and equal schools, then let's not have any schools. If we can't have jobs and job equality, then let no one be able to work. If we can't vote, then let no one be able to vote. If we can't belong to the unions as equals, then we don't care what happens to the unions. It means carrying the principle of the sit-down strike, which stops production, much farther and into entirely new areas of social life. I say that this has hardly been exercised as a full-scale weapon of the Negro minority, but I have no doubt that it will be. Already some members of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, headed by Diane Nash Bevel, have proposed such action and have had it rejected by moderate leaders like Rev. King, who talks about civil disobedience but is mortally afraid of really unleashing it without restriction on a mass scale. The sit-ins, the lie-ins, the wait-ins, etc., were just a small, faint, preliminary version of what is still to come in a giant size and to the accomplishment of deep social convulsions and conflicts. 306.4. To avoid misunderstanding, let me say that what I am talking about here is not pacifism but an all-out struggle, which will be the equivalent of a general strike when it reaches full flower. And a general strike usually tends to pose questions about who shall have power in the land. 3. A minority can, merely by carrying through its fight for democratic rights without compromise, help to educate and radicalize the American people, especially the youth in whose hands the future lies. In fact, it is already doing so. You in this audience of young socialists and young radicals know better than anyone else how profoundly your thinking about the whole world has been influenced by the Negro struggle, how their fight for equality enabled you to see through the official myths about democracy and the free world, to understand the brute reality of the capitalist power structure, to reach new conclusions about capitalism and socialism. Not only the Cuban Revolution, not only the danger of atomic war, but something much closer to home, the Negro Revolt, has helped to educate or re-educate you, to shed the blinders of liberalism, and to persuade you to dedicate your lives to the fight for a better world. In this respect you are not so much unique as early, because the deepening struggle of the Negro minority will have similarly healthy effects on other young people and on some of the not completely hopeless older people as well. 4. A minority not only can educate other forces but can set them into motion too. It can stimulate them to fight for their own needs and interests through the power of example as well as the power of pressure. You heard one illustration of the power of example this morning, the report about the rent strike which began among Negroes in Harlem and is now spreading to some white sections of the population in other parts of New York City. Another small but striking example occurred in Detroit last summer. A militant Negro demonstration in front of police headquarters, to protest the police shooting of a young Negro woman in the back, came to the very brink of a physical clash. That was a Saturday, and it was followed 2 days later, on Monday, by another demonstration at another police station, near which cops had shot a young white man in the back. This second demonstration, involving mainly young whites, raised the same slogans as the first and culminated in a pitched battle with the cops after the youths had thrown rocks and bottles at them. Not long ago I noticed a small newspaper item about some airline strike pickets who had been picketing up and down outside the Newark terminal for a long time, with little public attention paid to their grievances. One day they suddenly decided to go inside the terminal and demonstrate there, which was prohibited by an injunction. Quickly arrested, they were asked what had got into them. Their explanation was that they had seen that Negroes were able to get action by sit-ins and by 307 going places where they weren't supposed to, so they thought it was a good idea to do the same. These are all small-scale illustrations, but bigger and better ones are in the offing. The rulers of this country are well aware of the stimulation and contagion effects of militant Negro struggle. That is one reason why they want to stop it before it goes too far, and explains the hasty turnabout that induced the previously indifferent Kennedy administration to suddenly introduce civil rights legislation last year. 5. A determined minority can also divide the majority, can actually split it up at decisive moments and junctures. This, of course, is one of the best ways of reducing the disadvantages of being a numerical minority, because it drastically changes the odds against the minority. The Socialist Workers' Party's 1963 convention resolution showed how this process has operated historically. If our analysis and theory are correct, this isn't a matter of history only, but of the present and the future. Let me refer briefly to the Civil War as an example of the process which can split the majority. The Civil War was not just a conflict between abstract and impersonal forces, between Northern capitalism and Southern slavery, it was a struggle between classes and living people. No one played a greater role in stimulating and progressively resolving that conflict than the slaves and ex-slaves. Again and again in the 3 decades before the Civil War, the rulers of the North and the South decided to avoid a final showdown by compromising over the slave question. Great hopes were raised and brilliant reputations were made overnight by these eminently reasonable negotiations and agreements reached over the bargaining table in Congress and then enacted into law. But the slaves were not consulted about these great compromises. They would not have consented to them anyway, because they left the condition of the slave unchanged, that is, intolerable. So the slaves continued their own independent efforts to become free, just as if these great compromise agreements had never existed. They continued, just as before, or more so, to run away by the thousands and tens of thousands, to commit sabotage and arson, and to engage in various forms of civil disobedience, self-defense, and insurrection. These independent actions of the slaves helped to prevent the compromises from working and to stimulate the birth and growth of abolitionism among whites, who threw their weight onto the scales against further compromise. Thus the slaves reopened and widened the gap between the South and the North every time the great compromise statesmen tried to close it. By acting in every way they could to defend and liberate themselves, the slaves drove a wedge between the slaveholders and those who wanted to compromise with the slaveholders. By acting in self-interest, and alone when they 308 had to, the slaves divided the whites politically and morally and deepened the divisions to the breaking point. That, above everything else, is what made the struggle irrepressible, constantly widened the breach and deepened the division among the whites, and led inexorably to civil warfare. And then, at the crucial moment, after the outbreak of the war the rulers on both sides had tried so hard to avert, the Negroes pressured the Northern government into accepting a revolutionary emancipation policy and completed the process by providing what the reluctant Lincoln later admitted was the military balance of power in the war itself. All this happened without a conscious plan, you might say instinctively. Imagine what will happen when the Negro militants absorb this lesson from history and then consciously work out a strategy to fully utilize this process that is set in motion by the elemental desire of the masses to be free. We can expect, we can be certain, that the deepening of the Negro struggle for equality will have similarly divisive effects on the white majority in our own time. The majority is not homogeneous anyway, it is strained and in conflict over 1,000 questions of policy and class interest. A skillful leadership of the Negro minority will know how to pick the right place to drive new wedges, to deepen already existing and potential differences among the whites, to sharpen their conflicts, to set them fighting each other, and, in the process, as the SWP 1963 Convention resolution also says, to find mutually beneficial alliances with those classes and forces whose interests are closer to those of the Negroes against those forces that are most hostile to the Negroes. Under certain conditions, therefore, a minority, just by fighting for its own rights, can divide the majority into two or more minorities locked in combat with each other. This in turn can result in bringing to power a different kind of majority, not based on color, in which the original minority can take a leading part. Those who confine themselves to scratching the surface can see only the limitations of being a minority, which leads to lamentation, pessimism, and self-induced paralysis or subservience. But when we examine the situation in all of its complex and contradictory reality, probing it deeper and from all sides, when we study majority-minority relations in motion as well as when they are standing still, when we perceive that the majority has problems too, and weaknesses, and many points at which it is vulnerable and susceptible to successful attack, and that these majority problems and weaknesses are becoming more acute than ever before, then we find, not just limitations for the minority, but also infinitely varied and promising openings and opportunities for transforming, transcending, and overcoming limitations. 6. The Negro minority is also in a position to upset the whole political structure of this country, just by going it alone in politics, just by the decisions. 309. Negroes make about how to use their own votes and their own minority political strength. Our 1963 convention resolution explored this question too, before the present Freedom Now Party was started, but it bears restatement because it is such an effective refutation of black liberals who contend the Negro is politically impotent and destined to fail if he acts on his own in politics. Negroes can form their own party. Negroes can run their own candidates against the Democrats and Republicans. Negroes, because they are already a majority in many districts, thanks to the segregated housing system that jams them tightly together in the big city ghettos, can, right now or any time they form their own party, elect dozens of black candidates to Congress from these districts and hundreds of state and local representatives. In this way they can get representatives in public office who will be responsible and accountable to the Negro community instead of to the corrupt major party machines. And since this block of black representatives will not be small, it will enable them to hold and wield a certain legislative balance of power and to compel bigger concessions from the power structure than the tokens and crumbs they are now thrown. All of this, you notice, without any drastic change yet in political relations, just by taking advantage of the political and electoral conditions created by segregation, by refusing to vote Democratic or Republican, by voting black. This would mark a real advance at least in the number and quality of Negro representatives in office, but that would be only a part of the result of independent political action. By forming their own party, Negroes can paralyze the Democratic Party and rock the whole political structure to its foundations. Without Negro votes, the bell will toll the doom of the Democratic Party. Without Negro votes, the Democratic coalition with the labor movement will be undermined and destroyed. Without Negro votes for that coalition, the unions will be forced to reconsider their political orientation, and this will encourage and strengthen the union forces who will eventually form an independent labor party. Without Negro votes, the present two-party system will pass from the scene and be replaced by something different, out of which Negroes may be able to acquire new and more reliable allies than up to now. And all of this can be accomplished by the simple device of forming a Negro party and running independent Negro candidates. Really, when you think about the potential, you can almost pity the ignorance of those Negro leaders who preach that Negroes are incapable of any political role other than tagging along behind the liberals. 7. The last on my partial list of things the Negro minority can do should be of special interest to another and smaller minority, socialists, white and Negro. I am convinced that if militant Negroes, not yet socialist, are not so concerned with this point now, they will be later, as their continuing political 310-4 experience draws it to their attention. At any rate, my point is that the Negro people, although a minority, can, with consistently revolutionary leadership, lead the American working class in the revolution that will abolish capitalism. We have long held the view that while the Negro struggle is the struggle of an oppressed minority for democratic rights, for equality, it tends, because the masters of this country are both unwilling and unable to grant equality, to become part of the general movement of the exploited and oppressed to abolish capitalism and proceed towards socialism. In this tendency to pass over from democratic to socialist goals, to pass beyond the capitalist framework that now envelopes it, the Negro struggle is similar to the colonial struggles, which also take off from democratic aims, such as independence and self-government, but find themselves unable to attain those democratic aims until they wrench the imperialist boot from off their neck. The Chinese call this process the uninterrupted revolution, and Leon Trotsky called it the permanent revolution. But that is not what I am discussing here. What I am talking about now is something else, the capacity of the Negro people to lead the working class revolution to replace capitalism with socialism. To grasp this idea, we must rid our minds of the conception that any social revolution in general or any working class revolution in particular has to be led by a majority. I will try to illustrate this by going back to the first victorious workers' revolution, the Russian Revolution of 1917. It was victorious because it had the support of a majority of the Russian people. But it was not led by any class, or by any vanguard of a class, that comprised the majority of the population. It was a revolution supported by the majority, and it could not have succeeded without that majority support, but it was led by a party that represented a class that was a minority of the country. We call it, and it was, a working class revolution. But out of 150 million people in Russia in 1917, the workers were a small minority. There were probably no more than 10 million workers, and that included agricultural workers, some of whom were workers only part of the time. Counting their families, they made up about 15 or 16% of the total population. Yet this class, with a proper leadership in the form of Lenin's Bolshevik Party, was able to lead a revolution that abolished capitalism in Russia. This is one of the things that befuddled and ruined the Mensheviks, the Social Democrats, and other white liberals of that day. As they understood Marx's analysis of the conditions needed for social revolution, it could not take place and should not even be attempted until the country was industrialized to the point where the working class was a majority of the population, as in England then or in the United States today. And if it was attempted before the workers were a majority of the population, it was, according to these people, 311. Bound to fail. And they were so sure the Russian Revolution was not according to either Hoyle or Marx that most of them pitched in and did their utmost to make it fail. But they misunderstood Marx and Marxism, as fortunately Lenin, Trotsky, and others did not. A socialist revolution can be led by the working class even when the working class is a minority, provided that working class minority can get an alliance with, and support from, other non-capitalist forces and classes in the country. In Russia this meant an alliance with the peasants, who constituted around 75% of the country. The working class minority was able to lead the Russian Revolution and lead it to victory, not only because it took advantage of the crisis of the capitalist class in the war, not only because it had a qualified leadership, but also because it worked out an effective alliance with the most oppressed sections of the peasants. This alliance was designed to meet the most pressing demands of the peasants, but it did not make any concessions to them about the need to throw the capitalists out of power, and it was based, first of all, on the needs and interests of the working class minority, because the workers were the backbone of the revolution, the most revolutionary force in the country, and represented the historic march of social progress. Now why, in discussing the American Revolution of the 1960s and 1970s, have I gone all the way back to 1917 and far off Russia? I did so because I thought it would throw light on the distinction between the making of a revolution and the leading of a revolution, on the leading role that a minority can play, on how dogma can blind one to the leading role of a minority, and on how the successful leadership of a working class revolution by a minority class depends partly on its ability to make alliances with other exploited classes and groups. I know I am not proving anything about America by this reference to Russia, but perhaps it can help us to look at the role of revolutionary minorities in a fresh way. The working class revolution has to be led by workers through their independent party, or parties, or councils. That's one of the things Marx taught us. But Marx never said anything about the revolution having to be led by white workers. He only said by workers, by the most revolutionary workers. The Negroes in this country are a racial minority, but that is only one of their aspects. It would be truly fatal to forget their other primary aspect, namely, that in their overwhelming majority they are proletarian in composition. In fact, Negroes are more proletarian than whites in this country. Negroes are an important section of the working class as well as a racial minority. Unless we are blind, we must see that they are at present and will probably remain the most radicalized section of the working class, the section of the working class that has the most to gain and nothing to lose from social revolution. If this is true, then why should it be so hard, when we are discussing what a radical minor 312.4 ity of the working class can do, to conceive of the possibility that it may lead the rest of the working class and its allies in the revolution that will abolish capitalism? As a matter of fact, that is just what Leon Trotsky, who did so much to rescue authentic Marxism for my generation and yours, was trying to teach us 25 years ago when we set out to reach a correct and revolutionary analysis of the Negro struggle. Things were different in 1933, before the CIO, and in 1939, long before the current radicalization of the Negro people. But let me read you some things Trotsky told us in the 1930s too and see if they do not apply with even greater validity and relevance to the changed conditions of the 1960s. My first quotation is from a discussion in Turkey between Trotsky and an American, 31 years ago, at the depth of the Depression and before the CIO was formed. English was not Trotsky's native tongue, and his English was not too good, but his ideas were. He was talking, in 1933, about what would happen when a mass radicalization began in America, and he said, "I believe that by the unheard of political and theoretical backwardness and the unheard of economic advance the awakening of the working class will proceed quite rapidly. The old ideological covering will burst, all questions will emerge at once, and since the country is so economically mature the adaptation of the political and theoretical to the economic level will be achieved very rapidly. It is then possible that the Negroes will become the most advanced section. We have already a similar example in Russia. The Russians were the European Negroes. It is very possible that the Negroes also through the self-determination will proceed to the proletarian dictatorship in a couple of gigantic strides, ahead of the great block of white workers. They will then furnish the vanguard. I am absolutely sure that they will in any case fight better than the white workers. That, however, can happen only if the Communist Party carries on an uncompromising merciless struggle not against the supposed national prepossessions of the Negroes but against the colossal prejudices of the white workers and gives it no concession whatever. That was 1933. 6 years later, in 1939, Trotsky discussed the Negro struggle with another delegation from the United States, and, touching on the conditions that make workers conservative or radical, he said, "If the workers' aristocracy is the basis of opportunism, one of the sources of adaptation to capitalist society, then the most oppressed and discriminated against are the most dynamic milieu of the working class. We must 313. Say to the conscious elements of the Negroes that they are convoced by the historic development to become a vanguard of the working class. What serves as a brake on the higher strata? It is the privileges, the comforts that hinder them from becoming revolutionists. It does not exist for the Negroes. What can transform a certain stratum, make it more capable of courage and sacrifice? It is concentrated in the Negroes. If it happens that we in the SWP are not able to find a road to the stratum, then we are not worthy at all. The permanent revolution and all the rest would be only a lie. Let me repeat just 3 of those statements now. It is possible that the Negroes will become the most advanced section. It is possible that the Negroes will proceed to the proletarian dictatorship, ahead of the great block of white workers, the Negroes are convoked by the historic development to become a vanguard of the working class. What Trotsky was trying to get us to understand 25 and 30 years ago, it is plain, was the possibility that the Negroes could lead the working class revolution. Our party tried to understand this and to express it in the very first resolution on the Negro struggle it ever adopted, which made it the first party ever to put this idea forward. Let me read the first two sentences of that resolution, which is reprinted in full in documents on the Negro struggle, and which was adopted by the Socialist Workers' Party convention in 1939. The American Negroes, for centuries the most oppressed section of American society and the most discriminated against, are potentially the most revolutionary element of the population. They are designated by their whole historical past to be, under adequate leadership, the very vanguard of the proletarian revolution. So what I have been trying to say, in stating that the black minority can lead the white majority of the working class in the coming social revolution, is not really new, because the Socialist Workers' Party explicitly stated that concept in a formal convention resolution in 1939, before most of the people in this hall were born. Then why does it seem new to many of us? Because, I am sorry to say, there can be a big gap between accepting or even repeating an idea in a general way as logically correct, and grasping in all of its concreteness a profound truth that flies in the face of all prevailing opinion and prejudice, absorbing it and making it a part of you, a central part of your thought and your action. There is also a considerable difference between accepting a general proposition that may 314.4 out to be correct at some indefinite future time and accepting it as a possibility, or even a probability, that can have the most far-reaching consequences for you right now or in the near future. Although in 1939 we accepted the idea that the Negro minority can lead the working class revolution and readily adopted that as the official position of the Socialist Workers' Party, the truth is that it was only a surface acceptance and adoption. We were not yet ready, despite what we put in our resolution, to fully understand what Trotsky was trying to get us to see. And 6 or 7 weeks after our 1939 convention adopted this resolution, J.R. Johnson, the chairman of our party's Committee on Negro Work at that time, who had been under Trotsky's influence the chief author of the resolution, wrote in our paper an article referring to the resolution. Johnson said that while the idea in the resolution was correct, and while the place of the Negro is in the very front, nevertheless the formulation in the resolution was an overstatement. Instead of saying that the Negroes are destined to be the very vanguard, he wrote, it would have been more correct to say that they are destined to be in the very vanguard. This was a real weakening of the idea Trotsky had tried to persuade us of. Although it left the Socialist Workers' Party with the most advanced position on the Negro struggle, it was a definite step backward. But now, with Trotsky long dead, I think we are able to return to that original unweakened idea and see it in an entirely different light, not as an overstatement, but as a cold, hard, factually correct appraisal of a vital possibility that can crucially affect the future of all Americans. Because what Trotsky could not teach us completely we have now been able to learn from the actual development of the Negro struggle itself right before our own eyes these last 2 or 3 years. What we were not advanced enough in the 1930s to accept as theory, we are now able to apprehend as concrete current event. Because the fact is that the Negroes are already a vanguard. They are already out in front of most white workers. They are more radicalized than the white workers. They are more ready to fight and sacrifice and die in order to change the system. And so today many of us, I am sure, will be able to grasp and act on the concept of Negroes as leaders of the workers' revolution not just as a possibility but as a probability. I shall not try, because that is a job for the whole movement, to work out or complete everything that flows from this concept, except to say that much does, and that all of it seems to me a cause for optimism. Nor shall I try here to discuss the kind of alliance I think the Negro vanguard of the working class revolution will have to effect with the advanced section of the white workers if the revolution is to be led to success, except to say that I do not think it can be an alliance that will make concessions in principle to the white allies of the Negroes, any more than the revolutionary vanguard in Rus. 315. SIA sacrificed any principles in their alliance with the peasants. Instead, I shall conclude, with much left hanging, by saying that if the ideas in this talk are correct, if the concepts about what a minority can do will be of practical and theoretical benefit in advancing the Negro struggle for freedom, then what they demonstrate is the validity and even the indispensability of Marxism to Negro revolutionists, whether or not they belong to the Socialist Workers' Party. 316. 4. Why white radicals are incapable of understanding black nationalism. 11, excerpts, 1963. Robert Vernon, Robert de Verney. Introduction. 4. The aim of the present paper is to probe into a specific area of relations between radicals and Negroes which has been given little serious attention, that of why Negroes who are more or less oriented in a nationalist direction cannot understand or agree with what white radicals are saying, and those aspects of the experiences and ways of thinking of most white radicals which block their way to any understanding of how nationalist-oriented Negroes think and feel. White radicals almost invariably have no idea of what they sound like to Negroes, and never hear the nationalist point of view in its full context. This contribution cannot come near presenting the full picture, and there may be points of importance which escape the author, and which will have to be supplemented. But white radicals are at present in a far worse position. They have virtually no comprehensive contact with the whole range of thinking of Negroes today, and are hampered by their background as American whites in using to best advantage the meager contacts they do have. It is not the purpose of this article to present a political program, or rounded out solutions on the Negro struggle or on the class struggle. Because of the manner and tone of presentation, it is necessary to insist here that this article is not intended to be an espousal of separatism or attack on integration, or repudiation of white radicals and white workers. It is rather something of a guided tour of the panorama of black nationalist thinking and experiences, for the benefit of white radicals who never get to see any appreciable fragment of the whole picture and are bound to misinterpret that fragment they do get to see. 11 Vernon 1963. 317. No pretense is made of presenting a balanced and rounded picture of nationalist versus integrationist orientations. White radicals generally have little trouble sympathizing with and understanding in some depth any efforts in the direction of integration and the individuals and organizations engaged in such efforts. This article attempts to present another, not the other, facet of the total picture. No distinction is made between the various tendencies of white radicals, since all of them sound pretty much alike to most Negroes at the present time. Radical organizations and publications have been making efforts in the direction of a confrontation of their views with those of nationalist-oriented Negroes, reflecting the increased importance and rapid growth of black nationalism in recent years. In most such encounters, however, we witness more hostility and misunderstanding than any meeting of the minds. White radicals are eager to understand, but don't know where to grope for the understanding. Negroes will tell off the white radicals and try to knock them off their high horse of Marxist knowledgeability. Moreover, most nationalist-oriented Negroes are flatly uninterested in communication with any whites, radicals, or otherwise. It is no subjective concern of theirs if white radicals don't understand them, they are only interested in enlightening and organizing other Negroes. This article may serve as an elementary introduction to some special features of black nationalism, with due attention paid to the peculiar background of North American white radicals. The first questions. You know, my cousin really digs this freedom ride and sit-in stuff. For a whole year he runnin' around trying to get this luncheonette integrated, gettin' arrested and beat on the head. Finally this cat get the place integrated and, you know what? Man, they didn't have nothin' he wanted. Adapted from Dick Gregory. Should nationalism among Negroes, whether in organized or latent form, be regarded by Marxist-oriented radicals as a dangerous rival, a misleading and confusionist force objectively serving the class enemy, an obstacle and roadblock standing in the way of Negro-white unity in the fight against the bosses? Or is it an unavoidable though repulsive phase of growing pains through which some or most Negroes may unfortunately have to pass on their road to the straight and true path of the Marxist Revolutionary Party of white and black Americans? 318.4. Does black nationalism perhaps have anything at all valuable in its own right to contribute which Marxists can appreciate and try to channelize into the real struggle? Or can it serve to any appreciable extent as a dynamo of potential revolutionary energy and a battering ram against the status quo, a valuable adjunct to a revolutionary upsurge directed explicitly against the capitalist system, in fruitful collaboration with a Marxist-led revolutionary movement? At this stage it is a step forward to even pose the questions lucidly and start to probe for some answers. Yes and no answers are meaningless. What we need to examine is to what extent and under what sets of conditions would the affirmatives to these questions become valid. And revolutionists want to know not only what the score is, but what avenues of action are open, what can be done to change things. These are the real questions, of far greater importance at the present stage than the more basic programmatic speculation about a far-off eventual hypothetical choice between extremes of complete separation versus complete integration and assimilation. The more negative reactions to black nationalism have been almost universal among white radicals of all 57 varieties, not to mention the rest of the white population, which doesn't go for integration either, for a number of reasons. Let us survey some prominent reasons. For 3 decades now, white radicals have been dedicated to the struggle for integration in the United States, for getting us Negroes full citizenship rights on paper and reality. Most of their contact with Negroes, and all of the contacts they consider fruitful and meaningful, have been with Negroes struggling for integration. Radicals don't understand and are not politically or sociologically equipped to understand the intense need for nationalist identification on the part of Negroes. White radicals cannot advocate nationalist policies even if they see merit in them, because of their delicate position in the American race picture. Black nationalism, once it is in full swing in its influence on individuals or groups of Negroes, eliminates any possibility of whites doing fruitful work in the Negro community. Nationalism competes with alarming success for the very working class Negroes that radicals are desperate to recruit. The feeling that they are taking away from us, and misleading, people who rightfully belong in our party is readily entertained. Nationalists are too quickly dismissed as a bourgeois movement by radicals, not only in the general sense that any movement not dedicated explicitly to the abolition of capitalism is bourgeois, but specifically because the nationalists, and with them the working class Negroes they attract, advance such ideas as buy black, i.e., replacing the white businessmen in the black ghettos by black businessmen, attempting to set up cockroach-level black business enterprises in the ghettos. To top it off, black nationalists are 319. Not averse to displaying explicit and specific hostility to white radicals they come into contact with. We shall attempt to discuss all these points. The appeal of nationalism. Radicals, like everyone else, may fall into a rut of becoming hypnotized with familiar words and familiar concepts which have explained things before and should open all doors to be encountered. They must be wary of falling into the habit of only considering the fundamentals, as they are used to seeing them, in an area where they have no feel, viewing everything broadly in terms of long-range concepts of a generalized nature, and complacently assuming that, by having examined the fundamentals, they are in a position to grapple with what is really important. The white problem in the United States, and the Negro's response to it, cannot be exhaustively studied by a ritualized treatment of such concepts as capitalism versus socialism, revolution, peace, integration versus separation, as such. Habits and outlooks formed thus far in the history of the radical movement, in studying Marx and Lenin, in the discussion and analysis of past revolutions, the US labor movement, the history of radical tendencies in the United States, the colonial revolution, are all valuable and useful, but fail to clarify the obscure subtleties of peculiar complex problems such as this one. The ultimate program or the definitive decision by any group of black nationalists or organization of black nationalists on the standard familiar problems of statehood, attainment of nationhood by a people, complete separatism as program for action, how to implement such a program, whether or not the program as a whole or this or that aspect of the program is practicable, or consistent, is not of major importance at this time, and should not take up the entire attention of radicals who are faced with problems of a different nature in their present relations with Negroes. The definitive disposal of these basic questions in some distant future is in fact largely irrelevant to the existence of profound, persistent, and widespread moods of nationalist feeling, total rejection of all aspects of white society that can be recognized as white, including the white radicals, and less intense or explicit expressions of these moods on the part of large and steadily increasing numbers of Negroes who are not necessarily members or followers of any organized nationalist tendency. White radicals tend to approach the problem of the spectrum of black nationalistic thinking, feeling, and groupings in somewhat the same manner as they would approach the spectrum of white radical political groupings, i.e., as organizations with worked-out programs based on some variety of European. 324. Tradition analyses of all great political problems facing the world of today, with stringent attempts to appear consistent in the light of the logic of the particular tendency and its traditions of rigid argumentation. But black nationalism is today a turbulent spectrum of moods, currents, and sects, generally with a low political level compared to traditional Marxism, but high compared to the rest of the US population. Most black nationalist organizations and individuals experience no compulsion to work out, at this time, such thought-out and hair-splitting answers to all the great questions facing mankind as radicals do. Their memberships are frankly not interested in all the world's problems, but only in the problems of black people and, by extension, colored peoples in general. What the memberships find fascinating and exhilarating about the organizations and their spokesmen and atmosphere is that the black nationalists tell the truth about the white problem and the white world in which they are forced to live, that they express a clear, unambiguous, uncompromising rejection of the whole stinking mess, and, best of all, provide avenues of expression for the dignity, sense of personal and group identification, sense of national belonging which Negroes, and, for that matter, everyone anywhere, need but will find nowhere else in the United States. Negroes will certainly not find that need fulfilled by white radicals or their organizations. For reasons which we shall examine later, white radicals are totally oblivious to the socio-psychological value of nationalist identification, and its revolutionary potential in the case of Negroes living in the United States. While some radicals may eloquently point out that the nationalist organizations have not answered all the great questions of the day, have not explained how they, realistically expect to carry out their eventual program of a separate state or repatriation back to Africa, and that something they said once is not consistent with what they are saying now, all this is of little or no interest to the nationalists' black audience, especially as the criticism comes from the mouths and pens of whites. Aside from general race suspicion, this audience quite correctly feels that the white critics are out of touch with them. When white radicals encounter nationalist feeling and proceed to argue against it, they almost invariably turn their Marxist swords on the various impractical and unrealistic aspects of the ultimate nationalist program, to whatever extent such programs are delineated. There is no difficulty in logically demolishing the crackpot schemas of back to Africa and separate states for the black man on this continent. Yet this Marxist argumentation is sure to have no effect on the black listener. For no matter how unrealistic and impracticable the millenary program of his nationalist organization is, assuming he even belongs to one, there is no getting around the fact that the black man knows that right now he is here in America and this is certainly not his country, he does not. 321. Feel at home here. The white people all around him in the bus and subway, on the job, are certainly not his people, their values are not his values, their outlook on the world is not his outlook, the mutual relations are cold, strained, and alienated if not downright hostile. These facts, negative as they are, provide more than enough justification for the existence of nationalist moods and nationalist organizations at the present time. Negroes who join, support, or listen sympathetically to such organizations are not necessarily seriously interested in the ultimate programs espoused by these groups, but respond with sure and certain intuitive political judgment to the fact that these organizations, groups, and individuals are really saying something. They are telling the truth about the here and the right now, whatever one may think of their ultimate pie in the sky. They satisfy deep-felt psychological and sociological needs common to people who do not have their own country and need to elaborate their own image to live up to, not somebody else's. But these needs are remote from the understanding of the white radical, who does have a country. The negative aspects are of little or no interest to the white radical, who lacks any nationalist feeling. In fact, since white nationalism can only be arch-reactionary in the us, the white radical is much better off without it, and lack of it casts no aspersion on him. But by the same token the white radical is at a loss to understand what contribution these undeniable, ever-present negative facts, which bear down on Negroes every moment of the day, in addition to everything else obnoxious in the racist us which likewise bears down on Negroes every day and which radicals do understand and fight, can make to the complex of nationalist feelings in Negroes. At the present level of political development and nationalist consciousness of Negroes in the us, this negative attraction to nationalism is more than adequate to sustain these moods and organizations. More political clarity, not so much about the ultimate program, but about action to be carried out right now, will be demanded from nationalist leadership as this consciousness develops further under the impact of events. It is common to dismiss black nationalists, particularly organized black nationalist tendencies, as people engaging in escapism, people withdrawing from the real struggle, who have much less in common with radicals than do integrationists and assimilationists. They are commonly considered nowhere near as practical and realistic in their outlook as are integrationists and assimilationists. 322-4. This evaluation is not well grounded. Integrationists, nationalists, and white radicals are all unrealistic, each in their own ways. There is some aspect of reality which they fail to see or don't want to see. In some important ways, black nationalists have far more in common with white radicals than most integrationists have. Sometimes the distinction is not clear. Negroes evincing marked nationalist attitudes are engaged in integration struggles, but are not yet interested in joining any nationalist organization or sect. White radicals certainly do not sound realistic to blacks at this time, they have nothing substantial to offer. The white revolutionary workers they talk about do not exist in any perceptible number. The white ally working class they speak of does not resemble the white working class all Negroes know from their daily job experience. Integrationists are impractical in the long run, leaving aside any impractical ideas or tactics they have or follow in the present integration struggles, in that their goal is to achieve complete integration into a society which cannot be completely integrated and which is not worth integrating into. Nationalist-oriented people do not object to the integration of public toilets, bus stops, etc., but quite realistically remain unmoved by the idea of being integrated, absorbed, and assimilated into the great insipid white morass of these wonderful United States of America. The possible theoretical contributions white radicals might conceivably make to the struggle are limited severely by their total lack of feeling for, total alienation from any understanding of, the subjective need for identity on the part of Negroes as a people separate and distinct from the surrounding majority of melting pot whites. White radicals tend to focus too much either on total integration or on total separation as end results of some long-range denouement, training their powerful Marxist telescopes on the distant mountains while wandering off the trail. What do black nationalists have in common with white radicals? Unlike assimilationists, nationalists take no responsibility for being true blue Americans and accepting the wonderful American way of life. Assimilationist Negroes want desperately to be real true solid Americans like everyone else, just give me a chance to prove it. The self-identification with true American is something assimilationists certainly share with white radicals, who are, in the good sense, true Americans par excellence. However, white radicals reject the foreign policy and the state apparatus, and align themselves with forces outside the United States that the US is out to crush or control. In this they share much common ground with the black nationalists, who also reject the foreign policy, aspirations, and alignments of the US along with everything else they reject. Black nationalists are acutely sensitive to nationalist anti-imperialist currents in Africa, to some extent in Asia and Latin America, and take great joy in every 323 piece of evidence of the downfall of the white man's power throughout the world, i.e., any defeat of US imperialism or its allies anywhere in the world. Nationalist Negroes are outspoken and adamant in their repudiation of the Gandhian turn the other cheek and love your enemy philosophies preached by Rev. Martin Luther King and white liberals. This they share with some radicals, the revolutionary ones, and with some integrationists. Much of the popularity of the nationalists rests on just this fact, and this is already understood by most radicals. Much more basic common ground between white radicals and black nationalists is the social composition of the black nationalists, largely working class, in contrast to the lower middle class orientation and self-image of the integrationist students. The mass following of the black nationalists, particularly of the black Muslims, is exactly the mass of downtrodden, unskilled proletarians completely alienated from US society that the white radicals need to recruit, in order to build integrated parties solidly rooted on the American scene and containing the human material with which to deal blows to the capitalist system. No matter how radicals interpret the program of a nationalist movement in formal class terms, the class composition of the nationalists following should never be left out of focus. But it is hardly the case that the nationalists are taking away from the radicals people whom the radicals would have otherwise won over. Even during the 30s, when radicals did have something meaningful to say to the black masses, namely, here are some white workers en masse and on the move, your allies in the living flesh raring to go and pitch in to help you win, nationalist feelings and nationalist movements were by no means dead and dormant. At the present time, radicals have virtually nothing to say to the black masses that communicates much meaning to them. The radicals ain't sayin' nothing. The people, the nationalists, and particularly the black Muslims, have been outside the range of influence and contact of white radicals since the 30s, and many of them were inaccessible even then, while the nationalistic message rings up a resonant response, generates energy and enthusiasm unmatched by any other appeals in many denizens of the ghettos. The white radical message, even if heard, leaves the same people relatively cold. This general phenomenon, corroborated in dozens of Negro communities by the sweeping spread of the Muslim movement, is a sure indication that the nationalist rejection of white society strikes a deep response among Negroes irrespective of what their attitudes and opinions might be as to the ultimate program, if any, implied or stated in the nationalist appeal. Radicals will more frequently face the problem of dealing with radicalized Negroes having strong nationalist leanings, rather than Negroes actually. 324-4. Belonging to or committed to a membership organization, in the immediate future. It is understandably irritating to white radicals, whose organizations must have a sizable Negro membership if they are to thrive and survive and grow roots in the real working class, to see ferment and bitter anti-status quo feelings sprouting up among Negroes all over, and yet to see themselves getting nowhere with recruiting. These non-affiliated nationalist-minded Negroes seem to be the natural recruiting material for white radical organizations, given their hard-knocks radicalism, total rejection of US society, and combative potential and spirit. The main problem facing radicals is to find a bridge to these people, not to take theoretical potshots at the deficiencies in the separatist programs. Down South and Up South. The heroic struggle of Negro students in the South is viewed by radicals as the brightest spot in the national picture. This is a struggle which white radicals and white liberals, too, can understand, sympathize with, join in. Concomitantly, the white radicals often draw the conclusion that the nationalists are phonies compared to the freedom riders and sit-in fighters, that the nationalists are withdrawing from the real fight to escape in a never-never land. The integration struggle down south is seen as the model for all Negroes. The Southern Front is seen as the central and dominant feature of the entire Negro struggle. The only thing right about that picture is that the students and other Negroes fighting for integration under severe odds and at great personal risk in the South are indeed heroic and inspiring, and their struggle is certainly the front line in the South today. The comparisons are all wrong. Up north, or up south, as some Negroes say, is not the same as down south. The problems of northern Negroes are not identical to those of southern Negroes, however much they may have in common. The real Negro struggle consists of several struggles on different fronts, all interrelated. Southern Negroes have to struggle for the most elementary rights, the right to sit anywhere on a bus, to walk on the sidewalk, to not suffer humiliation in 10,000 segregated ways, to cast a ballot in a meaningless election, to sit at a greasy spoon lunch counter to get served tasteless food. The list is endless. All this in addition to the problems that Negroes in the north and west of this great land have to cope with. But the focus of attention is different. The struggles in the South are waged primarily to win aspects of integration which Negroes elsewhere already enjoy. Negroes outside of the South are 325. More immediately interested in higher wages, better living and working conditions, job and educational opportunities, and a lot more. A lot more that is not so readily formulated, a society in which they can feel at home as a people, as humans, identification in their own eyes as part of humanity. Southern Negroes want these things, too, but are immediately occupied with more elementary struggles for which they have fashioned suitable weapons for the moment. Northern Negroes have always been lukewarm to the awkward efforts of white radicals to transplant Southern issues and methods to the North, where other problems take the forefront. There is no lack of sympathy for the Southern front, but what the radicals have in mind in these efforts is not clear and doesn't register. Urbanized Negroes in the teeming hellholes of Chicago, New York, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, Detroit don't have to freedom ride on the bus or subway, they can go to the public beach in most cases, nobody stops them from voting. They can eat in any greasy spoon by legal right. Their kids can go to a token integrated school where they will be taught decadent white American ideology and effete white American values. A Harlem Negro can take a suite in the Waldorf Astoria if he has the money and wants to splurge it that way, and if he calls in his reservation from some non-Harlem address. It's the law. Then why aren't Northern Negroes happy with those beachheads of integration? Negroes in the North should seem about due for the melting pot. They have formal and legal status, even more or less the economic status, of previous ghetto immigrants, Irish, aliens, Jews, who have long since been assimilated. So why don't they melt? They have problems, true, but so did the other ethnic groups mentioned. Why this paradox of growing nationalism stronger in the urbanized and integrated North rather than in the totalitarian, segregated South? Black Muslims are growing pretty fast in the South, too, though. The bulk of Northern Negroes are economically restricted to rat and vermin-infested slum tenements and the dirtiest low-paying jobs. But this was true of immigrant groups in the past. As long as they knew some of their brethren had made it to success and had hope for their children rising up in the American world, they didn't lose faith in the American way. A few became radicals, but lost any interest in that nonsense as the society managed to absorb them. At no time was there a mass rejection of America comparable to what we see among Negroes today. If Negroes in the North and West were headed straight into the American melting pot, with the unquestioned goal of becoming assimilated as have the various waves of immigrants from Europe, and even Oriental immigrants, then 326-4. Integration, and gradual integration at that, would be on the order of the day, with no serious challenge from any quarter. True, one ethnic group may have a harder time getting into the melting pot than another, but it's all a matter of degree. It would only be a matter of time and grit before significant numbers of Negroes had made it. Nationalism would be at best something to amuse a few old cronies born in the South who never adjusted to big city life. Would radicals then be happier, seeing the urban Negro population all solidly in favor of integration and assimilation? Negroes in the North all enjoy to one extent or another the very elemental rights which Negroes in the South are presently struggling for. Yet it is precisely in the urban Negro proletariat that black nationalism finds its most fertile soil. Why should this be a source of distress, annoyance, and chagrin to white radicals who are for fundamental changes and not just assimilation of Negroes into the status quo? The radicals would never have been able to influence these people, and don't know what to say to them anyway. A radicalization of these masses through a mechanism operating independently, infusing self-confidence, self-expression, powered by the tremendous appeal imparted by nationalist fervor, providing an avenue for the organization into a mass movement of previously politically unorganized and voiceless masses seething with hatred for the status quo, all this should be good reason for optimism among revolutionists. It might not be exactly what they expected, it is certainly not entirely to their liking or understanding, being out of their control, it is far from being an ideal political vehicle for revolutionary change. But it is 1,000 times better than the alternative picture of the same tens of thousands of Negroes sitting it out patiently in the illusion of getting their chance to cash in on the American dream. The implications of this massive swing toward nationalism are deadly for the prospects of the survival of the American way. Of course, nationalist sentiment among Negroes, raised to whatever fever pitch, is not going to automatically alter the status quo. But it should be obvious that this is only the beginning of a process, not the end stages. And even at this early stage, the promise of integration into the American way of life is empty and insipid to hosts of Negroes. James Baldwin quotes a friend, who he says is not a nationalist: "I might consider being integrated into something else, an American society more real and more honest, but this? No, thank you, man, who needs it? Nobody knows my name." It is no tragedy, then, that so many Negroes are not wild about more integration and still more. The problem ahead is that nationalist organizations are geared more toward expression of sentiment than toward action. Radicals 327 should put their minds to work to probe out suitable courses of action, for nationalists, left nationalists, as well as integrationists, in collaboration with radicals. There is a tragicomic aspect in the spectacle of whiternticles moaning that Negroes reject the society that the radicals themselves say history has condemned. Thinking black. In the eyes of most Negroes, white radicals appear to be far more attached to us society than black nationalists are. This should come as a surprise to radicals. In the white radical framework of reasoning, the radical has the truly fundamental approach in explicitly stating a decision for socialism and against capitalism, thus definitively rejecting us class society in a manner matched by no other trend in society in the profundity and sweep of the break with the status quo. Emotionally, however, white radicals are more or less in harmony and even in love with America and with American atmosphere, with American culture, if such a thing can be said to exist, and feel very much at home in the United States, their country. Of course they are intensely interested in reforming this society through some revolutionary change. Their break is with bourgeois society, not with us society, in the sense of the American people and its culture. Black nationalists, on the other hand, do not feel at all at home in the United States or among their allegedly fellow Americans. No Negroes do. To tell the truth. Just as the society rejects them, black nationalists reject every aspect of that white society which they identify as white. Remember that it is not just the bourgeois class society which rejects Negroes, but the whole of the us society, which is referred to here as white society. Negroes have the choice of trying to tum themselves inside out to live up to this white society and its values, or rejecting this society and seeking values of their own. A dominant culture decides for itself and for everybody what is normal, sane, in good taste. It sets the standards for maturity, intelligence, morality, and human nature. Those aspects of human behavior which the dominant culture represses or assigns a low value to are looked upon with revulsion and ridicule, and considered a badge of inferiority. The dominant group projects its repressions onto the groups it dominates and despises the latter for not kowtowing to the master group's values. The victimized group may chafe under the stereotypes or may attempt to assert its own values. Assimilationist James Baldwin states the case. 328-4. One had the choice of either acting just like a nigger or of not acting just like a nigger, and only those who have tried it know how impossible it is to tell the difference. Nobody knows my name. A Negro is nationalist in direct proportion to the extent of his rejection of this white society and his self-identification with Negroes as a distinct people. Black nationalists entertain no hope or interest in improving any aspect of us society, not even through a white people's revolution to come about in some far-off millennium. Black nationalists can find nothing good about the United States and its white people that might interest them. The materialistic TV crazy chrome-plated commodity happy H-bomb wielding paradise of the white man has nothing to offer Negroes, even if the greasy spoons, public toilets, movie houses and public schools were integrated. The white us has no music worthy of the name, no indigenous culture, no soul, no life, no poetry, no national purpose, no meaningful goals, no desirable friends abroad, no understanding of the world and its people, no genuine fraternal links with other peoples struggling to build a better world, no appreciably large mass of poor white people who appear to offer a reasonable prospect of being allies of the Negroes in the foreseeable future. Even the Whitfield labor movement and the White US Communist Party are shoddy specimens compared to their counterparts in other countries. Unlike youth in the newly developing African countries, Negro students have no prospect of studying and making their living in the service of their people, say as engineers, technicians, organizers of industry, statesmen. Liberals and radicals are generally aware of the crushing of incentive in Negro children faced with few prospects of getting decent jobs and opportunities. But the fact of not having a society to grow up into is at least as devastating. A few individual Negroes can achieve American-style success. They can have their pictures in ebony as the first member of the Negro race to achieve such and such a position, pulling down so many $1,000s a year salary. But this success will be in the service of an alien society and alien people, and measured by the yardsticks of an alien culture. Unlike Negroes of any persuasion, white radicals along with all other melting pot whites in the US genuinely feel that this is their country, not just in words but deep down in their bones. White radicals seek to identify with the country's alleged revolutionary traditions from way back 200 years ago, and feel they are the realest and truest Americans. For Negroes, nationalist or not, this is self-deception and escapism. Negroes may be physically in America, and their ancestors may have been here longer than some white families, but Negroes are not Americans if that word properly describes the white population. Negroes have never been Americans, perhaps never will be Americans. 329. And do not want to be or become such Americans, i.e., share the empty, cold, materialistic, selfish Madison Avenue touted way of life. White radicals have nothing in their experience that equips them to understand this complex of feeling in a real human sense. White radicals know from a distance, and in the abstract, of the powerful attraction of nationalist feeling in other countries, other revolutions. They can glibly quote from great Marxist thinkers on the subject of nationalism and self-determination. In dealing with black nationalism in the US, white radicals attempt to apply their Marxist understanding in a groping, clumsy way, usually contrasting the extreme abstraction of complete all-out assimilationist integrationism into America as it is to the extreme of separatism and back to Africa. White radicals are capable of writing erudite documents replete with excellent quotes from Marx and Lenin pertinent to these two extreme variants, spend much time discussing the history of their faction fights on the subject, note with satisfaction how far their white radical rivals stray from the correct Marxist approach on the subject, but remain deaf and blind to what Negroes are really concerned about in that area. Buying black. Capitalism versus socialism is not a crucial subjective issue to Negroes at this time. While any trained radical can point to some conceivable danger resulting in some conceivable situation from this ambiguity, radicals are out of their sense of proportion in attaching undue importance to the lack of explicit stands against capitalism per se on the part of Negroes not already recruited to radical parties. Why should Negroes in the US get worked up against the concept of capitalism as such? What in their experience would favor or hinder such an attitude? And why should their lack of interest in this great fundamental question be misinterpreted into some sort of acquiescence in capitalism as such? The answer to the latter question is found in the formalistic and dogmatic approach common in the thinking of many white radicals, and in most people. Of course, radicals have no monopoly on rigid and mechanical thinking. Since capitalism versus socialism is the basic question to the white radical, he is ready to judge and catalog other individuals and tendencies on how they respond to that question. As long as the cataloging encompasses social entities in the white world which he understands, the white radical categorizes well. Whites could be radically opposed to the status quo only insofar as they take an explicitly anti-capitalist stand. 334. But Negroes are already a solid phalanx of non-capitalist mass, at the bottom of the social heap and in a state of continual economic depression. There is very little of anything that deserves the name Negro middle class, and no representation in the ruling class whatsoever. There are individual assimilated and ultra-assimilated Negroes in higher echelons of government service, and two Negroes now on the stock exchange. But this constitutes no independent social force sharing even a tiny fraction of power with the white ruling class. Black capitalism in the US is non-existent as a social force, to the point of the concept being ludicrous. While us Negroes are anything but explicitly pro-capitalist, the confrontation of socialism versus capitalism as a concept leaves them cold for the most part. This is natural, since what us Negroes face is a hostile white world, with all sections and income levels of the surrounding white world, from the Rockefellers and Kennedys on down to the poor white worker and farmer, arrayed against them in hostility, frigidity, and contempt. In this hostile block of all classes, the white capitalist class does not stand out any more sharply than the other whites in its hostility, and may escape being on the mind of non-Marxist-oriented Negroes because of the lack of direct personal contact. No matter what Negroes say or don't say, or don't think about us capitalism as such, us capitalism is not and never has been any friend of the Negroes, and the Negroes are no natural friends of us capitalism. White capitalism, the only capitalism in the US, is simply rejected along with the rest of white society. Now why should black workers be interested in having black-owned businesses prosper? Once the existence of nationalist feeling is known, one should naturally expect some such attitude. But the attitude is irritating to white radicals, rubbing them the wrong way on a fundamental point of doctrine, so that white radicals immediately feel impelled into a stubborn argument with any Negro who argues by black, to the detriment of other points on which the white radical and Negro might find substantial common ground. As the white radical pontificates on how capitalism is wrong no matter what the color of the capitalist is, and why separatism is no solution, and the unity of Negro and white workers is what, the Negro, not necessarily nationalist, may be thinking, this is a damn shame. This OFA 12 is just against black people having money. He raises hell against capitalism and Wall Street at the top of his lungs right now, but in a couple of years he might forget all that jive and settle down and 12 editors note, among many African Americans, the word OFA has been synonymous with bigoted white or even white in general, being derived from the Pig Latin rendering of the word foe. 331. Make him more loot than I will ever see. But it bugs him to see any black man have money and power. Negroes can have no experience with black exploiters, even if there are a handful somewhere in the country they are too sparse to constitute a recognizable social phenomenon. The possibility of a black bourgeoisie, in the real sense, not E.F. Frazier's 13, taking shape in the country is utterly fantastic, no less so than the possibility of Negroes all going back to Africa or taking over a separate territory within the confines of the US, or being integrated completely into capitalist society. The Buy Black argument aims at making the black ghetto black, i.e. owned and managed and run by blacks. Running white businesses off the main drag in the ghetto is a popular notion, not at all limited to competing Negro businessmen. In fact, the latter would be horrified if the people among whom the notion is popular ever got going in direct, physical, action to carry out such a Yankee go-home program. There would be no businesses at all left, only martial law on the streets. A 1962 picketing campaign on Harlem's 125th Street against white merchants, many of whom are Jewish, took on anti-Semitic overtones. Supporters of the United African Nationalists chanted "Black man stay, Jew go away." Negro businessmen and community leaders repudiated both this and the picketing tactics. The popularity of "Buy Black" is natural. The workers in the ghetto have to take crap from white bosses on the job, and from white workers on the job, see white cops patrolling the streets busy shaking down numbers men and beating heads. They rub elbows with alienated and distant poker-faced whites on the integrated subway or buses. But they don't want to see whites raking in all the money in the ghetto, too, running even the local drugstore, bar, soda fountain, clothing shop. This is a constant and grinding irritation. What is important is that the feeling is there, not just that there is no long-range practical program for removing the irritation within the capitalist framework. It is the more acute form of irritation at having to look at white movies, white TV stars, white faces on the advertisements, the sourpusses of white presidents on the dollar bills. What would an unskilled worker resident of the black ghetto have to lose by resonating enthusiastically to the Muslim rejection of white society coupled with a program of complete separation with dignity, not specified how to carry it out? The ghetto inhabitant living in the integrated northern city is already 13 Editor's note, a reference to sociologist E. Franklin Frazier's study Black Bourgeoisie. In Marxist parlance, bourgeoisie often refers not to all businessmen, including small shopkeepers, funeral directors, barbers, etc., but to the very wealthy and powerful elite that dominates the capitalist economy. 332-4. About as integrated as can be achieved by the methods used in the South. Aside from that, he is already effectively separated in his residence, social ties, outlook on life, relation to society, job opportunities, freedom and opportunity of expression. The nationalist appeal doesn't threaten to take anything away, and offers something not found anywhere else. Now, would that same unskilled worker stand to lose anything if the nationalist program was, or could be, carried out at this time? Frankly, this question is academic. The possibility of carrying out that type of separation program would mean that almost all Negroes were involved in a violently anti-status quo movement, upsetting the stability of the whole country. Long before the situation reached that point, other factors outside the Negro population and even outside the United States would have been brought into play through the interaction with the Black Revolt and the instability of the powerhouse of the capitalist world right on its home grounds. On the other hand, any counter-reform attempt to intensify discrimination or enforce segregation where it does not now exist would encounter ferocious resistance from all Negroes, whatever their orientation. Nationalists are for some kind of separation on terms agreeable to Negroes, not for accepting humiliating and dehumanizing segregation conditions dictated by whites. These are not just words. No membership or following they could attract would tolerate it otherwise. Take the A train. It is obvious from talking to white radicals that most of them have never actually spoken with a black nationalist or listened to them harangue on the street comers in Negro neighborhoods, to their natural audiences. We, therefore, insert here a few brief excerpts of nationalist utterances, limited to New York. No black Muslims are quoted since their newspaper is readily available and widely circulated. The book by C. Eric Lincoln 14 also provides interesting quotes. What is important below is not just what the nationalists are saying, but the fact that in each case the speaker is in rapport with his black audience, which responds wholeheartedly to his remarks. 14 Editor's note, this refers to sociologist C. Eric Lincoln's study Black Muslims in America. 333. New York Times, March 2, 1961, in an unusual article on Harlem nationalists in the wake of the protest at the UN against the murder of Lumumba. Our ties have to be linked with Africa, said Edward Davis, an unemployed laborer and president of the African Freedom Movement. I'm no communist, but when I go to a demonstration and find communists there, too, I'm glad to see them. That's more reinforcements for us. I'm not for the communists and I'm not for the capitalists. I'm for black. At one point, someone interrupted and mumbled what was apparently a defense of America's position on the Congo crisis. Mr. Davis exploded with such fury that everyone in the room was shocked into silence. "Damn the United States," he shouted. Then, in the next breath, he added, "Excuse me, ladies." He cast an apologetic glance toward the two women in the crowd. A United African Nationalist speaker in Harlem, at 7th Avenue and 125th Street, summer of '60. "You know, things are really looking up when you see even these white folks Negroes starting to get some sense in their heads, starting to take pride in Africa. 20 years ago, if you talked to one of these Negroes, you know, one of these colored folks trying to integrate himself into the white man's world, always trying to get into the white man's face, win his love, move into his neighborhood, marry the white man's daughter, go to his school, instead of building up his own neighborhood and looking out for black, if you talk to him about Africa, he'd say, 'Now you get out of my face with that Africa talk, you ain't sending me back to no bush country, with those monkeys jumping all over and a bunch of naked savages running around.' But now, even Mr. Negro is starting to shake off the white man's teachings, starting to take pride in the land of his ancestors. Africa is a rich country. Africa has everything. Iron, copper, gold, diamonds, oil, everything you need to build a great country. But the white man never told us that. He only told us Africa was nothing, nothing but jungle and savages. Some colored folks, they still act like you're crazy if you talk about Africa. Now. Why shouldn't black folks want to go back to Africa? Africa's 334-4. Our country. Africa can't be such a bad place if those white folks fight so hard to stay there and hang on to the riches they found there. Wouldn't you all rather live in a black man's country, see a president with a black face, the chief of police with a black face and all the policemen black, go into the bank and see a black face sitting behind the desk? Wouldn't you rather be in a country where you could look at the money and see a smiling black face looking back at you, instead of old George Washington's sourpuss? The week of Fidel Castro's stay at the Hotel Teresa in Harlem in September 1960 was an occasion for pronounced manifestations of nationalist sentiment on Harlem streets in the vicinity of the hotel. On September 28, when A. Núñez Jiménez and Juan Almeida took an unannounced stroll through about 14 or so blocks in the neighborhood, the crowd swirling and snowballing around them ran to some thousands, all of them enthusiastically hailing the Cubans. There is no question that this demonstration was spontaneous. People in windows opening up all along the impromptu route reacted with the same effusiveness. When the two barbudos got back to the Teresa 20 minutes later, the marching crowd had grown to such proportions that the cops became panicky and made desperate efforts on foot and horseback to break it up and disperse it. Some cops were hit by flying objects and a major riot was narrowly averted. A symptomatic incident shortly before this involved a Negro across the street from the hotel, who had to be physically restrained by bystanders from socking another Negro who had made disparaging remarks against Castro. The bystanders sympathized with the attacker, but wanted to prevent trouble. The gist of the angry nationalists' remarks, cleaned up for propriety, was, "So you're an American, you can't stand Castro talking out against America. Then what the hell you doing here in Harlem, you so damn American? How come you got a black skin like me? Don't come to me with that American stuff, I'll go right upside your head. If you're so American, you don't have to live here in Harlem, why don't you go downtown and live with your fellow Americans?" Now listen to the incisive and lyrical language of one garbate speaker on a street corner in Brooklyn's ghetto, early 1961. This Martin Luther King say you got to love the white man. He say if the white man go upside your head, why you just supposed to turn the other. 335. Cheek and love him, make him love you. That's the Christian way. Now why you folks want the white man to love you? You know the white man don't love nobody. White man don't even love his own kind. The Jew don't get along with the Italian. The Italian don't like Irish. The Irish, they don't like Polacks. Polacks don't like Germans. Germans don't like nobody. But all of 'em get together against you and me. That's no lie. Only thing the white man respect is power. You get you some power, he respect you. He don't have to love you. You ask yourself, why all of a sudden these liberal white folks so eager to have you integrate with them? All this time we is just dirt, they don't want to have nothing to do with us. Now they say please come in, integrate with us nice white folks, you are black brothers. Why they saying that now? Because they is catching hell, that's why. All over the world, Asia, Africa, Cuba. Japan, everywhere you look, the white man is starting to catch natural hell. Now his house burning clear down to the ground, he want us to help him put out the fire. Let me ask you folks this. Who loves Russia? You answer me that one now. WHO loves Russia? Yeah. Don't none of these white folks love Russia? They always talking against the Russians, want to kill them. They hate Russia almost as much as they hate us, and that take a whole lot of hating. But they respect Russia. Because Russia got power. White folks don't be messin' roon with Russia. They fly that U-2 plane over Russia, old Khrushchev start bangin' that shoe, wavin' a H-bomb right in the white man's face. Uncle Sam back down. Uncle Sam know he done went too far this time. He even apologize. Ain't that something? But he don't have to apologize to no black man. Black man waitin' for the goddamn white man to love him. Black man ain't got nothing behind him, 'cept what he sits on. You know the folks in Africa are fighting against the same damn integration you brainwashed colored folks over here so crazy about. The Frenchman say to the Algerian, what you want independence for? You integrate with us. You is a Frenchman. Algerian, he say, that's a damn lie. Blind spots of white radicals. An understanding of the gap now separating black nationalists and white radicals must be sought not only in the life of the Negro in a white United States, but 336-4. Also in the history, struggles, attitudes, and life of the white radicals in the peculiar setting of the rich and powerful United States. Particular attention is due to the problem of singling out the factors which contribute to making white radicals insensitive to the dynamics of black nationalism, thus crippling the radical approach and rendering the frantic efforts of white radicals to build a bridge to Negroes largely ineffective. Estrangement between the white radical vanguard and the Negro masses is, of course, nothing new, and various aspects of it are already clear to radicals who have studied the matter. The white labor movement and the Negro emancipation movement shared very little in common, in the way of conscious collaboration and identification as allies, from the pre-Civil War period until the 30s. Prior to the decade of the CIO and the moderately successful penetration by the Communist Party of the Negro ghettos at that time, Negroes had been attached to the Republican Party, had never seen a friend in the white labor movement, in fact usually met a bitter enemy, their intent either on driving Negroes out of jobs and keeping them out, or at best callously indifferent. This story is familiar to many radicals, is well documented, and has been discussed. We need only note here that the total picture has obviously never been changed definitively, and that consequently the roots of Negro nationalism run deep and far back in history, regardless of when specific nationalist organizations may have been founded or became attractive to large numbers. The CP Black Belt theory and the abstract recognition of the right of the Negro people to demand separation if they so choose have very little if anything to do with the development of black nationalism, and have not constituted any attempt to reach to nationalists on the part of the white radicals. The CP theory is due to the Russian experience on nationalities and self-determination, transplanted blindly onto the American white radical movement. It would not interest nationalists one way or the other, and it is doubtful that the influx of disappointed Negro radicals into the nationalist movement following the Second World War and their disenchantment with the CP had any qualitative effect on the character of black nationalism. Black nationalism is rooted in the Negro masses, in their conditions of life, in the filth and choking squalor of the slums, in Jim Crow, and in the impossibility of their identifying fully with the surrounding white America. Its physiognomy and character contain features, discussed elsewhere in this paper, totally alien to any variety of Americanized radicalism. In any case, white radicals have always been hostile to black nationalism. The new look toward that phenomenon is very recent, and none of their previous activity was ever aimed at reaching to the nationalists. 337. The word Americanization sums up much of the fog separating white radicals and blacks. Americanization has been a very positive achievement of the white radical movement. At the same time, it is a major hindrance to their understanding Negroes, or vice versa. Aside from the IWW, many of the early radical movements developed among Russian, German Jewish, Italian immigrants imbued with socialist sentiments when they arrived at Ellis Island. It was necessary to grow past that stage and transform to a movement which looked American to homegrown American workers, as American as apple pie and Pepsi Cola. This was definitively achieved by the time the CIO upsurge had started to level off. At the present time, all the white radical groups, whether CP, SWP, SP, or derivatives thereof, are thoroughly Americanized in their mannerisms, outlook, self-image, and cultural traits. The membership of the white radical groups consists of real Americans in all respects except for their political views, which do not conform to the reactionary strident chauvinism of the American century. In the case of social democrats, who are really liberals rather than radicals, that exception may be disregarded. Being so American, their ability to criticize some aspects of the American personality is blunted. Such cultural features as anti-intellectualism, lack of recognizable indigenous culture, the self-delusions that Americans are the only regular folks, free and easygoing, not stuffed shirts, full of pioneer spirit and good-natured sense of humor, fair-minded, to hear the Americans tell it, the almost universal narrow-mindedness, rugged individualist selfishness, coldness toward fellow human beings throughout all classes of the white American population, the total absence of any inspiring national goals, the poverty and emptiness of American emotional and cultural life, the alienation from all other peoples of the world, except some imperialist and racist countries, all this is either accepted, escapes critical notice, or is blamed on capitalism per se. Radicals are fully aware of the politically reactionary aspects of American policies and condemn those aspects of American life which they can pinpoint as direct products of capitalism per se, but are basically in harmony with what passes for American culture, and identify with the American, i.e. white, people. They had better. Their job and goal is to get closer to and fuse with the American workers and people, and this requires being American. Fortunately, Negroes in the US have never become so Americanized, and fortunately never will be, the way things look. Only the Negroes have any indigenous music, have positive goals to strive for as a people, feel anything resembling warm kinship for other peoples struggling for a better life. Negro masses do not have a higher cultural level or tastes, and may enjoy some of the worst trash in us mass culture, but even so they still miss the truth relating to their own lives which they do not find in that culture. Negroes are also readily recept. 338-4. I've to any criticism of that culture. They are not eager to rise to the defense of our American dream. Such American cultural traits as selfishness, commodity acquisition fever, emotional coldness, more pronounced than in other capitalist countries, make some headway among many Negroes who are trying hard to assimilate to the point of actually becoming Americans, but this Americanism will have a tough time displacing the vitality Negroes have preserved through centuries in the white wilderness. In November 1960, addressing a meeting in Harlem after returning from Cuba, Robert F. Williams related, "This white reporter asked me in Havana, 'How do you feel, Mr. Williams?' as an American, when these Cubans yell Cuba si, Yanquis no? I told him, well, the first thing you have to understand is, I'm not an American. At this point the entire Harlem audience broke out into unrestrained applause, stamping, and shouting of approval which did not die down for several minutes, and clearly demonstrated that Williams had made another one of those statements, typical of his, which strike deep down, all the way down, in the consciousness of black listeners, the kind of statement that says what the black man has always thought, maybe said in some form on some other occasion. White radicals presently take on the acrobatic job of being American to American, white, workers while at the same time trying to win over Negro, anti-American, masses, blissfully assuming that the two peoples are basically identical except for a little skin pigmentation, and seem oddly disappointed on finding out that empty American society, which the radicals reject in their own way, is not something all Negroes are just dying to become integrated and immersed into. This brings us to the overemphasis on integration as an end in itself, the next great stumbling block to the understanding between white radicals and Negroes. The white radical feels most at home with more or less militantly integrationist Negroes, for reasons generally understood. He has great difficulty in understanding or even suspecting the depth of alienation of Negroes from, not just capitalist society in the US, but from American society period. The white radical is not equipped to understand either the black nationalism he sees in organized form or the dynamics and origins of that phenomenon rooted deep in Negro life, and until recently was not even really interested. At best, white radicals now tend to take a closer look at nationalism as an annoying obstacle and roadblock which has to be studied in order to facilitate the task of eliminating it, so we can all get down to the pleasant job of integrating into the world's one and only unique society known as America, becoming all of us American workers, hand in hand, black and white together seeing eye to fight the bosses and make our America the great count. 339. Try it was destined to be. If the worst happens, and Negroes actually begin to demand geographical separation or repatriation to Africa as a majority, white radicals will then reluctantly support their right to undertake such an unfortunate and foolish step. That is essentially about all the white radical has had to say on the matter. No serious attempts have been made to probe the possibility of channelizing nationalist sentiment into the battle. The need to overcome the white chauvinism rampant in the American radical movement prior to the Russian Revolution, the need to fight the proliferation of white chauvinism in the labor movement in general and to eliminate it in new recruits to radicalism, the almost exclusive contact with militant assimilationist Negroes, and the natural lack of affinity for black nationalist thought and feeling all combine to reinforce the fixation on integration as an end in itself. The fight against white chauvinism has been an indispensable part of the development of the radical movement, and a positive achievement. At the same time, this necessary and valuable fight to eliminate all traces of white chauvinism acted to dull even further any sensitivity white radicals might conceivably have or acquire to the limitations of integration and assimilation as a goal. Any suggestion that Negroes were different from other Americans had to be stamped out vigorously. Militantly assimilationist Negroes are extremely sensitive to the least implication that they are not exactly the same as everyone else. Jim Crow, blatant American-style racism, and all of its derivatives and sugar-coated liberalized versions adhere strongly to the principle that Negroes are both different and inferior, the corollary to the notion that anyone who is different from an American cannot help but be inferior. Where Negroes lacked a clear feeling of identification as a people, it is understandable that the circumstances of complete immersion in a white wilderness, with their horizon limited to the United States indefinitely, with no acceptable image to live up to except the white man's, with no independent and developing African states, no Cuban revolution to be contrasted to the American dream from which Negroes were being excluded, would lead to a temporary desire to actually be Americans, rather than a striving to achieve some sort of modus vivendi on a basis of equality or peaceful coexistence with this alien people among whom Negroes are interspersed. A revealing reaction of white liberals and radicals to black nationalists is, very often, the stupidly smug view that nationalists must be Uncle Toms or some variety or modification of Uncle Toms, or that they feel beaten and inferior, simply because they do not aspire to that glorious, sublime state of being an integral part of the great American people. 340. 4. The US Communist Party is especially sensitive to petty bourgeois assimilationist pressure, and its tightrope act is most fascinating. On the one hand, the ER is as American as any radicals can get to be, even to the point of waving the stars and stripes and singing the Star-Spangled Banner. At the same time, they were dragging along, in their ideological baggage, a stillborn black belt self-determination theory which had nothing whatever to do with any current or section of the Negro community, nationalist or otherwise, accepted solely by those individuals recruited to the ER for other reasons. This Russian-fathered abortion did not sit well with half-Americanized integrationists, inside the CP and outside, and became the butt of much criticism with nothing much positive to show for itself. Red-baiting assimilationists demagogically and maliciously took the CF to task for, of all things, wanting to have Negroes segregated in a separate nation after communism takes over. The die-hard suspicion of Negroes toward all whites, any whites, no matter how friendly they talk, contributed mightily to the pressure. No matter how much the ER tried to soft-pedal the idea, and mollify it down to the quite correct position that while they were not actually advocating such an idea, they would support it if the demand was raised by a majority of Negroes, the CP still had to cringe from attacks by the NAACP, Henry Lee Moon in Crisis magazine, for instance, and other assimilationists for even mentioning the terrible and nasty thing. Eventually, in 1959, the ER buried it definitively, washing the stains off its hands, in order to ingratiate themselves still further with assimilationist liberalism, but at the very moment when assimilationists are losing touch with the Negro people. Even in the SWR, nervous voices sometimes express anxiety at the very mention of the right of separation as an abstract parenthetical secondary and hypothetical point buried in the SWR resolutions. Since the question of geographic separation is far from being the central issue separating nationalist-oriented Negroes from white radicals, the traces of hysteria on this minor issue give a measure of the magnitude of the lack of communication this article addresses itself to. Another important parting of the ways between Negro mind and white radical mind is on the question of the American worker. Despite whatever evidence to the contrary, the white radical must, in order to survive in this bleak period of political apathy in the labor movement, absolutely must magnify every trace of militancy, trade union consciousness, strike action, and remind himself over 341 and over again of the glorious history of some active past period of the labor movement, to reassure himself that the American worker is second to none in militancy and revolutionary potential. It is not enough to dryly state that, through our Marxist knowledge, we know objectively that no matter how quiescent the American, white, worker appears now, conditions will mature which will reactivate the class struggle and bring out the great potential inherent in the American proletariat, that then the great American worker will take the lead in the revolution, or fight for peace, and so forth. In the face of the sneers by liberals, reactionaries, and even the workers themselves, radicals must reinforce this view. The rank-and-file members must also be peppied up emotionally by promoting this image of the American worker second to none, and any grain of truth which can be mustered to sustain the image must be amplified out of all proportion. If the white workers get along with the status quo and are indifferent or hostile to their Negro brothers, this must be blamed on other radical tendencies, or on the Union leadership, but in no case must the image be questioned. The net result is that white radicals begin to take on an air of unreality, as if they were in dreamland or someplace, but certainly not in the United States of America in 1963. A hothouse atmosphere of left-wing optimism has to be generated and sustained if the beleaguered radical groups are to survive, and the temporary divorce from reality is no doubt worth the price. This glorified image of the white worker strikes almost all Negroes of whatever persuasion, except those already members of the radical groups and, therefore, partaking to some extent of the greenhouse environment, as out of tune with reality, even an insult to their intelligence. The adverse effect of this kind of talk, offering Negroes the prospect of joining hand in hand with this imaginary revolutionary white proletariat which does not at all resemble the white proletariat the Negro lives in daily contact with, is even more sharply exacerbated, in the case of nationalistic Negroes, in response to the self-satisfied assurance of the radical who has studied Marxism and knows the basic answers. White political geniuses who claim to have nothing less than a scientific knowledge of society are ready at the drop of a hat to argue why the nationalists are all wrong and impractical in their aims and methods, and give the impression that they have the basically correct program and orientation and only have to improve the way they are carrying out their program, don't even get to first base because they sound so utterly way out on this point, as well as on quite a few others discussed earlier. It has to be emphasized at this point that Negroes are not reacting with skepticism just because the white workers they know seem politically dead. 342-4. Quiescent, or conservative in their outlook, but often because the white workers are, along with the rest of society, hostile and disgusting chauvinists. The attempts to glorify the white worker's revolutionary future and alleged revolutionary implications of his historic past struggles will in that case spark hostility on the part of the Negro listener who has the salt rubbed into his wounds. The problem can be minimized when a radical who is not too hung up on Marxist shorthand slogans disemboweled from the rounded-out thought that the slogans summarize, and who tries to make clear he knows what the American scene is now, but is pointing out objective conditions in the making which will change the scene, is trying to communicate with a Negro who is willing to listen. But even then the mere mention of the idea that white workers will someday play revolutionary roles may sound so absurd to the Negro listener that the radical's entire argument will be discredited. If the adept white radical puts the case sensibly enough, forcefully enough, in a properly developed context, and seems to be more lucid and in contact with reality than most white well-wishers Negroes usually come into contact with, there remains the question of the relevance to the black man's problems now of this great upsurge of progressive whites to occur sometime in the indefinite future. Anyone who succeeds in putting the spotlight on other subtle disparities between the viewpoint of white radicals and Negroes will be doing a great service to the present and future struggle. More questions to probe. What aspects of black nationalism offer any leverage for white radicals and Negro radicals in association with white radical organizations? Which aspects of black nationalism, in its endemic form throughout the Negro population and in its organized forms, lend themselves most readily to being channelized into effective action against the status quo, i.e. against us capitalist power and against us imperialism on a world scale, with assistance of white radicals to the extent that the latter are aware of such possibilities and are capable of meshing their actions and theory with the tremendous appeal and dynamism which nationalism is capable of generating? There is a wide unknown territory here open for probing thought and experimental action. It is no surprise if few or no answers are available, since no one has posed the question seriously. The questions are worth formulating only with respect to revolutionists. Since both revolutionists and militant Negroes, integrationist or nationalist, are objectively and/or subjectively against the status quo, one can speak of a 343 misunderstanding where the two groups do not communicate. For liberals and those mainly interested in modifying US foreign policy to produce improved relations with the Soviet Union, without otherwise disturbing the status quo, their lack of communication with Negroes is based on a deeper divergence of interests. One undeniably attractive point about integrationists is that, if they are not too given to red baiting or fear of radicals, they allow opportunity for radicals to do work, to engage in some form of common action with Negroes. By its very nature, black nationalism shuts out almost all avenues of common activity, discussion, or other opportunities for radicals to do work. To date, there has not been much probing by radical organizations, if any probing at all, in the direction of sending Negro members into nationalist organizations or milieus to do work. This might be due to the alienation of the radicals from the nationalists, more likely to the distaste white radicals, and assimilationist Negroes likely to be recruited into white radical parties, feel for the black nationalist orientation, but it is also due to the political intractability of the nationalist groups, singleness of purpose, no room for dissident minorities, religious structure in the case of the Muslims. The most serious obstacle to such colonization work, however, should any white radical organization be foolish enough to try it, would be the fact that the nationalists would exert a far stronger attraction on the radical Negroes sent in than the latter's parent organization, and the colonizers would be the ones influenced and recruited. Consider the example of Dr. Lonnie Cross, who as Dr. Lonnie X was a key speaker at the 1963 Chicago Convention of the Black Muslims. Integration struggles not encumbered by an insistence on making Negroes over into white Americans of dark skin, and not steeped in the repulsive Gandhian tum the other cheek philosophy, will not interfere with building a bridge to those elements of the Negro population north or south who feel about as integrated legally and formally as they are going to get or care to be, short of some fundamental change in society. Integration in the sense of smashing specific Jim Crow apartheid institutions and broadening educational and job opportunities for Negroes does not constitute an irreconcilable opposite to the nationalist feeling of self-identification as a people not identical to American whites. Negro radicals may attempt, in some areas, to experiment with riding the nationalist bronco themselves, to see if they can tap some of these resources directly, rather than by liaison with an already established nationalist group. One obvious arena for work to be anticipated, sought out, or encouraged is any emergence of left nationalist currents, whether independent of existing. 344-4. Nationalist organizations or gestating within the confines of such organizations. Radicals who are good at spotting the shortcomings and illusions besetting nationalist groups might profitably communicate these criticisms, free of the traditional white clumsiness on the question, to such groups, encouraging their leftward development and contributing to their political development on general matters. If the black Muslims enter firmly onto the road of political action by and for the black man, with participation in local and national elections, the impact would be close to what revolutionists have always hoped for in a labor party, with the difference that the white-dominated unions have for the present nothing to contribute, except fifth-column activity for the benefit of the Democratic Party and the status quo. Massive participation in politics by black nationalists would shift the picture in a direction much more amenable to participation by radicals, in its total impact on the national scene, in its reciprocal effect on the nationalists themselves as they grapple with new and vital problems, and in the sense that radicals are more at home with such situations, generally speaking, although there will certainly be some surprises. The notion of separatism could undergo some interesting modifications as nationalism gains nationwide strength. The black belts are forming, as politically viable black strongholds, not in hinterlands of the Deep South, but right in the hearts of the industrial and urban centers. Washington, O.C. now has a Negro majority with no real home rule, in fact with rule by Dixiecrat congressmen. Philadelphia has a huge Negro minority, and could conceivably come under the local control of a well-organized and power-conscious Negro electorate. A continued process of whites diffusing out into the suburbs and Negroes crowding into ghettos in the center of town, with the ghettos spreading out through the city, is a phenomenon common throughout the country. These situations are made to order for black nationalist political campaigns, and it is only a matter of time before efforts turn in that direction. The political battle between a Negro-controlled metropolis and a hostile white state capital plus suburbs will be a humdinger. Legal defense and physical defense against racist violence and frame-up conspiracies are areas of action in which radicals have experience. Some new twists will be introduced if and when the Muslims carry out their promise, threat, to clean up the ghettos and get rid of white racketeers, criminal elements, and lumpen, and any other activities where they begin to encroach on the prerogatives of the white state power, not to mention some of its juiciest revenues. 345. Nationalist influence spreading in existing labor unions will give radicals a whole new crop of theoretical and tactical problems to play with. The appeal of nationalism to Negro youth down to the teenage level has not been assessed, and no doubt varies widely across the country. The appeal of nationalism, particularly of the black Muslims, to Negro women, the role of women in nationalist organizations, which women are attracted to it and which are not, are another set of unprobed questions. It would be helpful to make a survey of the appeal and strength of nationalist currents across the nation. This article is based on direct experience limited to New York. It would be worthwhile to know the various groups that exist, their strength and attractiveness relative to the black Muslims and relative to assimilationist groups, what activities they engage in or seem to be inclined towards, who they appeal to, what areas seem to be open for common action and discussion. The extent of urban concentration of Negroes and out-diffusion of wheat into the suburbs, and the chances of Negroes electing militant local candidates, backed by a political powerhouse like the Muslims, could potentially be, are important things to know. Closer contacts between Negroes and other peoples with whom Negroes have more in common than they have with American whites will be of enormous benefit in developing any aspect of the Negro struggle in the United States. At present, the attention of even the nationalists is too much boxed into a narrow us framework, which limits the goals and the perception of the possibilities. Radicals could be of immense value in this context, promoting, stimulating, and facilitating significant contacts between proletarian Negroes, who would otherwise never get the opportunity, and non-white peoples more or less in the same boat and engaged in struggles against the same us imperialism. Indians throughout the Western Hemisphere, Negroes in Latin American countries and in the West Indies, and Africans have a wealth of experience, ideas, violent feelings, and mutual stimulation to share with American Negroes. Such contacts on a reasonably broad scale might have explosive effects, here and elsewhere. It would be helpful to begin right now in some serious discussion of ways in which us reactionaries might seek to manipulate, head off, or channelize into less harmful, to them, directions any upsurge of nationalism which begins to take on threatening proportions. Difficult as it is to predict the forms which the struggle will take, some long-range predictions about what will definitely not happen can be made. In the long run, integration into the status quo and separation from the status quo are 346-4. Both impractical, impracticable, and even undesirable. At the same time, the status quo is intolerable to Negroes, who are and will continue to be in open rebellion against it along both lines. And the concept of socialism carries no weight as a realistic alternative for the time being. These are the actual boundary conditions within which we shall have to work. The actual struggles which will take place will constitute syntheses of these apparent extremes, until such time as domestic and international events act to channel the struggle explicitly against capitalism per se, and pry the white workers loose from their TV sets. In the meantime, the Negro people in the US are not going to be sitting still, and the relative weight of integrationist and nationalist aims and methods in the struggle will be decided in the heat of battle. The distance between the black nationalist rejection of what they see as white America and the white radical rejection of what socialists see as bourgeois America is not as great as it used to look. 347. Socialist Workers' Party. One Freedom Now, a new stage. Under the banner of Freedom Now, the Negro struggle for equality has entered a new stage. This is comparable in significance to the change that occurred in the 1830s when a wing of the abolitionist movement, previously dominated by schemes for piecemeal purchase and deportation of the slaves, raised the explosive demand for immediate and complete emancipation. The most notable characteristic of this new stage in the Negro struggle is the clear and sharp rejection of gradualism, which is the program, method, and perspective of capitalist liberalism. Freedom Now is an essentially radical and potentially revolutionary demand. It brings its advocates, regardless of their particular views, into growing conflict with the White House and the Southern Democrats, with the labor leaders as well as the liberals, with Negro as well as white exponents of moderation, compromise, and tokenism. The ruling class of this country cannot grant this demand. Neither can it suppress or sidetrack the movement. That is why a consistent struggle to achieve it will stimulate profound changes not only in race relations but also in class and political relations in the United States. Freedom Now sentiment is generated from numerous sources, by urbanization, industrialization, and migration, as a result of which 3/4 of the Negroes live in cities rather than rural areas and 1/2 outside the South, by inspiration from the colonial revolutions against white imperialist domination in Africa, Asia, and Latin America, by the smallness, fewness, and slowness of concessions offered to the demand for equality, by the conviction that the rulers of this country will never grant equality voluntarily or without pressure. 15. 348-4. And that their difficulties in the Cold War make them more vulnerable to pressure, by disappointment in the old-style Negro leaders and the labor bureaucrats. It is spurred by the growth of racial consciousness and solidarity, which flows from common experiences of oppression and is strengthened by historical and contemporary evidence that the Negro must rely on himself first of all if he is to make any progress. This sentiment is bolstered in some circles by a questioning or repudiation of the values of capitalist, white-dominated, society. The results have been a spread of the Negro struggle into every corner of the country, a sizable increase in the number of active fighters, with the most important new reinforcements coming from the student youth, who are not encumbered by the skepticism, routinism, or defeatism of many of their elders and are imparting a new vigor and vibrancy to the struggle, assertions of independence, coupled with heightened self-confidence and growing determination that the Negro will decide his own goals, work out his own tactics and lead his own struggles, more openly expressed feelings of mistrust and suspicion of whites and bitter resentment against paternalism in any form, the raising of new demands and proposals that are unacceptable to most liberals, special consideration or priority for the needs of the Negro to compensate for centuries of oppression and deprivation, adequate and effective Negro representation in all places and at all levels, block voting, etc. This new phase has already witnessed a significant growth of Negro nationalist and separatist sentiment along with the appearance of new national organizations and hundreds of local groups dedicated to equality. This is all part of the ferment, discussion, experimentation, and lively search for ideas, methods, programs and leadership capable of guiding the struggle for equality to victory. The new period, which was definitively ushered in with the Battle of Birmingham in May 1963, has been marked by the following features. 1. The struggle is acquiring an ever greater mass character. It actively involves hundreds of thousands ranging from students and middle-class people to the most disinherited and dispossessed of the city ghettos. They have stepped onto the arena of action as a mass force of constantly growing dimensions and dynamism. 2. Mass action in various forms has now recrossed the Mason-Dixon line. The opening punch was delivered in the fight for jobs at the school construction site in Philadelphia, which spread to New York and other places. The dam burst with the turnout of 250,000 Negroes in the June Freedom March in Detroit, the biggest protest demonstration of its kind in this century. From the start, the demands in the North are on a higher 349 socio-economic level than those in the South, striking deeply into the established class structure. 3. The impact of these events has shocked the Kennedy administration, provoked a political crisis in the country and compelled federal, state and local governments to take steps not even remotely contemplated before the upsurge of the Negro Revolt. The Kennedy administration does not intend to grant equality. It is anxious to contain and, if possible, buy off the leadership by offering the minimum of concessions to keep the mass movement from moving too fast and far ahead. 4. The top Negro leaders feel even more nervous and unsteady. They are being forced to talk, and in some cases even act, more militantly because they fear the power of the revolt which they did not unloose and cannot control. They also fear that the ruling class upon whom they rely will not grant enough concessions soon enough, and that the mass movement will continue to sweep around them and beyond them, dragging them along as they try to slow it down. The profound insecurity of the official leaders, their lack of control over the masses, the emergence of new forces and potential new and bolder leaders are positive signs of an ascending revolt that is becoming more and more radicalized. 5. In the South at this stage, the civil rights struggle has some special traits distinguishing it from the rest of the country. A. Because of the glaring and intolerable violations of the most elementary democratic rights, Southern freedom fighters are in a position to expose and dramatize the injustices of Jim Crow, constantly embarrass the federal government and deepen the indignation against segregation not only throughout the United States but throughout the world. b. In parts of the South where Negroes are a majority, such moves as the call for the election of a Negro sheriff in Leflore County, Mississippi have a highly explosive character because they directly challenge and endanger the white supremacist structure. Voter registration drives in rural areas where uncompromising Negro candidates might become mayors, judges, or sheriffs could upset the whole balance of power there. c. What happens in Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia has immediate repercussions upon the moods of the movement in the North. Any outrage and outbreak of violence, or any outstanding demonstration and achievement in the South, arouses the Negro communities in the rest of the country. Thus the intensification and extension of the struggle in the South is a sharp goad to the national civil rights. 354. Movement. Conversely, the advances of the Northern struggle, such as the direct actions for jobs, tend to feed back into the South and raise the struggle there to a higher level. 11. The present tendencies. The Freedom Now forces face the task of uniting into an effective movement and equipping themselves with a program, a philosophy, and a perspective. Success in these efforts will depend on correct evaluations of the competing tendencies now in the field, of the intentions of their racist enemies, and of the Negro movement's relations with other sections of the population. The NAACP was for a long time the dominant civil rights organization. But its relative influence has declined and it is today challenged on all sides. Its leadership, middle class and liberal, relies mainly on legal and legislative action and discourages mass action, initiative, and struggle. Afraid of being outflanked and bypassed by more militant organizations, they have attempted to modernize their image, but the NAACP remains the chief protagonist and symbol of gradualism. The Negro masses may appreciate it as a legal defense arm and legislative lobby, but they do not feel welcome in it and most do not belong to it. A pacifist tendency has acquired strength and its leaders prominence since the late 1950s. Its main organizations are the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, headed by Martin Luther King, and the Congress of Racial Equality. Their prestige derives in part from the fact that, unlike the NAACP, they have sanctioned and participated in certain kinds of direct action. But King's pacifism also has the opposite effect of restraining the full unleashing of mass struggle and initiative. He preaches love of the racist enemy and threatens to cancel civil rights struggles whenever the masses display a readiness to defend themselves against racist violence. Although King speaks the rhetoric of freedom now, it is not accidental that the liberals support him as the right kind of Negro leader while the Kennedy administration feels he can be used to keep the masses from getting out of control. There is an essential difference between pacifism, which preaches no resistance to assaults at all times and at all costs, and a defensive pacifism imposed by an unfavorable relation of forces. The need for organized self-defense against white supremacist gangs and police officials is as yet openly supported only by small groups of Negro militants. The Gondist pacifist leaders are ready to rely upon government military force while they repudiate in principle the adoption of self-protective measures by Negroes who are menaced with attacks by Jim Crow elements who are shielded by or may even be part of the state apparatus. 351. The Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee is a tendency distinct from King and Core. It originated in the desire of militant students to strike out on a road different from that of the gradualists. It does not preach a binding commitment to gundeism. For its leaders, nonviolence is rather a tactic than a dogma or principle, and one that does not exclude the right of self-defense. SNCC is a vanguard-type movement whose main emphasis is on direct action as a means of organizing the Southern masses for independent struggle. The Negro American Labor Council was formed to fulfill the indispensable function of leading and coordinating the fight against discrimination in industry and the labor movement. Because of their numbers and strategic position as a link between the labor movement and the Negro community, Negro Unionists can play a crucial role in enlisting Union support for the independent struggles of the Negro people and Negro support for the unions. But outside of a few cities, the NALC has so far failed to recruit many Negro workers into its ranks. Partly this failure is due to the tight bureaucratic grip on the organization by the A. Philip Randolph leadership. The NALC is weakened by the fact that most of its leaders owe their union posts to appointment by the union bureaucracy and are afraid to jeopardize these by undertaking bold actions unacceptable to the Menes and Ruthers. The Muslims, headed by Elijah Muhammad, are the most dynamic tendency in the northern Negro community today. Previously a small, uninfluential religious sect, they have acquired a considerable predominantly working-class membership in the northern cities, a more substantial following, and the respect of millions of Negroes who are stirred by their forthright denunciation of racial oppression and their determination to free themselves from white domination. Nationalist and separatist, they reject not only gradualism and tokenism, but also the right of their oppressors to control and exploit Negroes. They boldly declare the capacity and right of the Negro people to govern themselves. Important weaknesses include their failure to understand the economic causes of racism and their lack of a program of action enabling them to participate in and influence partial, immediate, and transitional struggles of the Negro masses. In the last year, the Muslims have begun to overcome their isolation by greater flexibility in their approach toward other Negro organizations. An important and promising step forward was their recent declaration in favor of political action in the form of election campaigns to elect black candidates. The most radical tendencies with a social or political orientation have been inspired by the example of the Monroe, N.C., movement headed by Robert F. Williams. Monroe has made valuable contributions to the theory and practice of self-defense. However, the movement has been weakened by the persecution, frame-up, and exile of its leader. 352-4. Significant parts in promoting the struggle against liberalism and gradualism are being played by newly formed regional and local groups in all parts of the country. It is from among these groups and currents that the Negro leadership of an effective struggle for equality will be gathered and united. But it is necessary to add that at the present stage none of these tendencies, including the biggest, can claim the affiliation of more than a small percentage of the Negro people. The Freedom Now movement is forming, reforming, learning, developing, preparing, defining and refining. However, the great mass of the Negroes, concentrated in the big ghettos of the North and South, have yet to be heard from. 111 Negro nationalism today. General definitions of nationalism are inadequate for understanding and explaining Negro nationalism in the United States today. While it has resemblances to the insurgent nationalism in African countries, and to the nationalism of oppressed minorities in the old Russian Tsarist Empire, American Negro nationalism also differs from them in certain important respects. Moreover, Negro nationalism is still in an early stage of its development and will surely undergo changes in the future. A definitive analysis will have to wait until Negro nationalism becomes a mass movement and acquires firmer and more fixed features than it now displays. Nevertheless, it is already possible to draw a number of conclusions for guidance. Capitalism segregates the Negroes, confines them in ghettos, builds walls around them and binds them together in common resentment against racial discrimination, proscription, deprivation, and abuse. This is the soil in which Negro nationalism is rooted and grows. It is an outgrowth of these conditions, a reaction against them, a way of resisting and fighting them. In the past, the hope that these conditions could be eliminated tended to weaken Negro nationalist sentiment and suspend its activity. However, the belief that these conditions will exist in this country forever, or for another lifetime, serves to nourish, strengthen, and activate Negro nationalism. The intensification of separatist moods among Negroes in the northern cities expresses a rejection of American class society from top to bottom and a strong desire to break free from the evils of that society. It is their verdict that the present American way of life has nothing worthwhile to offer Negroes. In the absence of a revolutionary labor movement or powerful socialist vanguard, the radicalism of the northern ghetto masses flows through channels of race. 353. Consciousness, repudiating us society as the white man's world. The urge to tear loose and separate from the social fabric of us capitalism is not far removed from the urge, under different forms, to abolish that system in revolutionary struggle. The 1948 convention resolution of the Socialist Workers' Party noted the appearance and growth of an embryo Negro nation within the nation. It is still an embryo today, but bigger and more mature. Racial national sentiments have been fed and stimulated by the mockery of tokenism at home and the successes of colonial revolution abroad. The Negro is keenly aware that as a second-class citizen he is both a citizen and not a citizen. He sees plausibility in the concept of internal or domestic colonialism, which correctly stresses the many similarities between the capitalist treatment of the Negro people in this country and the imperialist treatment of colonial peoples. But the American Negro people are in a situation with some unique aspects. They are an oppressed minority without a clearly defined geographical, language or cultural basis for differentiation from their oppressors. Negro nationalism is at this point a broad medium for self-identification, a method of differentiating a racially oppressed minority from its oppressors and of uniting it ideologically and organizationally to free itself from oppression. Negro nationalism plays a function for the Negro people here in many ways like that which class consciousness plays for the working class. James Baldwin's attempt at a definition of nationalism is a useful one to build on. This author said it means that a certain group of people, living in a certain place, has decided to take its political destinies into its own hands. Applied to the United States, as it was meant to be, this means that large numbers of Negroes have decided, and more are in the process of deciding, that they cannot leave their future in the hands of the white oppressors but must unite with other Negroes and decide for themselves what they want in and from the United States. This consciousness is the basic feature of Negro nationalism today. It is expressed in various ways, most commonly in the stimulation of racial pride, declarations of independence, the desire for Negro leadership and control of the civil rights struggle, mistrust of whites, and it is present to varying degrees in most Negro tendencies, both integrationist and separationist. Viewed in this light, Negro nationalism, as it now exists, should not be equated with Negro separatism, the tendency that advocates creation of a separate Negro nation. The two are not the same thing. All separatists are nationalists, but not all nationalists are separatists. Nationalism expresses the desire of Negroes to decide their destiny, including, among other things, their attitude toward the question of a separate nation. Nationalists want the right to decide. 354-4. Their destiny, and to create an independent movement and other conditions that will make it possible for them to decide their destiny. But so far they have not made a choice in favor of a separate nation. For many Negroes, nationalism is considered and may prove to be a way of uniting the mass of the Negro people and forcing the rulers of this country to grant them equality inside the United States. They leave open the question of separatism for a future stage, neither rejecting nor endorsing it now. The first big task of the Negro struggle is the mobilization and unification of the Negro masses in an independent movement to fight for their equality, an indispensable condition for an eventual revolutionary alliance of the working class and the Negro people. Negro nationalism is progressive because it contributes to the creation of such an independent Negro movement. It will remain progressive so long as it fulfills that function, whether the struggle be fought along integrationist or separatist lines. Revolutionary socialists welcome the growth of such Negro nationalism and give its participants wholehearted collaboration in the fight against our common enemies. For us, Negro nationalism and revolutionary socialism are not only compatible but complementary forces, that should be welded closer together in thought and action. The common sympathy and support for the colonial revolution and hostility to imperialist domination is an important bond between the two movements. Revolutionary socialists must be ready to learn from militant Negro tendencies and to absorb everything progressive in their spirit and ideas. At the same time, it must never be forgotten that we have things to contribute as well as learn. The nationalist tendencies still lack a comprehensive and realistic program to solve the problems of the Negro people, and many nationalists have confused conceptions. Revolutionary socialists must be simultaneously firm and patient in demonstrating that Marxism, properly understood and applied, is valid and relevant for the Negro struggle, firm because of our confidence in the correctness of the socialist program, patient because we know that the logic of the Negro struggle inevitably leads it into socialist channels. Nationalism itself is an empty vessel which can be filled with vastly different contents. The nationalism of Chiang Kai-shek is the opposite of that of a Chinese communist revolutionist or a Fidel Castro. Militant Negro nationalists can have wrong ideas and petty bourgeois illusions. Negro Marxists have to imbue the nationalist sentiments and struggles of their people with a revolutionary, scientific, anti-capitalist content and direction. They will be greatly aided in this work by the progress of the colonial revolution. The ideas of socialism are being adopted by more and more of the Colorado. 355. Nile peoples striving for national and social liberation in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. This popularity of Marxist and anti-capitalist doctrines, movements, and governments among the non-white races will exert an increasing influence upon the vanguard elements of the Negro struggle here, which will lend strength to the positions of the SWP. Negro socialists must bring forward, as an inspiration and guide for American Negroes, the example of Cuba, where the overthrow of capitalism through the socialist revolution has uprooted discrimination and established genuine equality and fraternity of black and white citizens 90 miles from the southern coastal states. For separatism and a separate nation. The theoretical position of revolutionary socialism on Negro separatism was first worked out at the Socialist Workers' Party convention in 1939. Now, when black Muslim influence has made separatism a live political issue among many people, it needs to be restated, adapted to current conditions and made unmistakably clear. In 1939, we foresaw the possibility that the Negro people, as part of their struggle to end centuries of oppression and exploitation, might someday decide that they want a separate nation, controlled and administrated by themselves. We said that if this happened, it would settle the long theoretical dispute about whether or not Negroes are a national minority as well as a racial minority, and that we, as supporters of the right of self-determination, would support the Negro demand for a separate nation and do everything in our power to help them obtain it. In taking this position, we did not become advocates of a separate nation, as the Communist Party used to be, nor do we advocate it now. What we advocate is the right of the Negro people to decide this question themselves. All we commit ourselves to do is support their fight to achieve whatever they decide they want, whether it be equality through integration or equality through segregation, or both. It appeared to us in 1939 that the mass of the Negro people had not yet expressed themselves on this point, or had not expressed themselves definitely. 9 years later, in the resolution adopted at our 1948 convention, we noted that the growing feeling of racial and national solidarity among the Negro people thus far aims solely at acquiring enough force and momentum to break down the barriers that exclude Negroes from American society, showing few signs of aiming at national separatism. It was clear that the vast majority of the Negroes, 356.4, were integrationist in the sense that they favored abolition of each and every discriminatory and segregationist device and institution in this country. But we did not take that to mean that the Negro masses had reached a conclusive position for or against separatism. We felt both in 1939 and 1948 that the question was still open, that the Negro people might make a different decision about separatism in the future. By 1963 the situation has changed considerably, but not decisively. On the one hand, the Muslims, the strongest advocates of separatism, have made serious organizational gains and growth of their general influence has been even greater. On the other hand, more Negroes than ever before are actively engaged in assaulting the Jim Crow barriers. If such activity makes them integrationists, it is necessary to point out that a profound division of feeling agitates many Negro integrationists. They have mixed feelings of attraction and repulsion in relation to the Muslims. In general, Negro thought and discussion about separatism and related questions is much more intense than 15 or 24 years ago. But the mass of the Negro people have not yet taken any settled stand on these questions, and we must still await their definitive decision. Until the Negro masses decide, the SWP neither advocates nor opposes a separate nation. We defend the right of the Negro people to make such a decision. This means we defend the rights of separatists to meet, speak, write, and circulate their views and be free from government or vigilante assaults and frame-ups. It means refuting the slander that the Muslims and other separatists are counterparts of the white citizens' councils and the Ku Klux Klan. It means counteracting the widespread but mistaken notion that separation, freely chosen by Negroes, is equivalent to segregation imposed by white supremacists. Our attitude towards separatists, including the Muslims, is a friendly one. We recognize that the mere existence of the Muslims has had healthy effects, pushing rival Negro tendencies to the left and thereby imparting an impetus to even purely integrationist battles. We note with interest that, far from being a hardened sect, the Muslims have shown capacity during the last year to change in a direction that better serves the interests of all Negroes. However, they have still to develop a program of action for the struggles now taking place. Where we differ with them, we differ in a friendly way, and we seek collaboration with them on mutually acceptable projects. We make it plain that we are not opposed to separation, if that should be the will of the Negro masses. Instead of attacking separatism as utopian, we seek to point out the revolutionary implication of the mass struggle for it and urge its advocates to develop radical methods, tactics, and programs as the only way to achieve it. 357. If the Negro people should decide they want to separate, we would openly come out in favor of granting them separation. At the same time we would continue to fight before, during and after any separation which might take place, to abolish all racial inequalities and the cause of such inequalities in the United States. In that sense, we are and will remain integrationists, whatever else happens. We are convinced that the revolutionary struggle for socialism and the establishment of a socialist government will eliminate the basic causes of racial antagonism, and create the conditions for equality and integration of all in a new type of living together. V. The capitalist orientation. The future of the Negro struggle depends first of all on what Negroes do about it. It depends on what their allies do, or do not do, about it. And it also depends on what their enemies do about it. The ruling rich are the foremost enemy of the Negro people. The capitalist class introduced the system of racial oppression in this country, first in the form of slavery, they continued it under other forms after slavery was abolished, and they maintain it today. The rich initiated and have continued racial oppression because it was and is a convenience in the exploitation of labor, a source of super profit, and a method for dividing the labor force and disrupting its efforts to unite against its exploiters. That the responsibility for racial oppression rests on the capitalist class is not at all contradicted by the fact that other sections of the population, including the working class, are infected to one degree or another with race prejudices and poisons. If this were not so, Jim Crow could never have existed. But the capitalist system injected these prejudices into the white workers and reinforced them by granting the white workers concessions and privileges at the expense of the Negroes. The chief responsibility belongs on the capitalists, not on the workers who go along with racial discrimination and who are themselves victims as well as beneficiaries of racism. It is necessary to ceaselessly combat racist prejudices and practices of the workers too. Yet we must keep in mind that it is not the workers but the capitalists who have the political and economic power in this country and who control the propaganda, information, education, police apparatuses. It is an incontrovertible fact that the capitalists have used their power to perpetuate rather than abolish racial oppression. Gradualists, even when forced to admit these historical facts, answer that things are different now or soon will be. They claim that steady and substantial progress has been made in recent years, that the gains already made indicate 358-4. That this progress will continue indefinitely until it results in the total eradication of the color line, and that this process will be accelerated by the government because of its propaganda needs in the Cold War. The evidence does not support these claims. Progress is actually slow, small, and uneven. Moreover, in some areas there is retrogression rather than progress. Average Negro family income in 1962 was 54% of average white family income, whereas 10 years before it had been 57%. While the incomes of both groups rose during this decade, that of the whites rose more, and so the income gap has been growing greater, not smaller. The rate of unemployment among Negroes has been around twice that among whites since the end of World War I, which is a greater disproportion than existed during the Depression of the 1930s. During recessions the gap grows bigger, reaching a rate 2.5 and 3 times that of whites. Negro children still receive an average of 3.5 years less schooling than white children. The proportion of dilapidated housing occupied by Negroes is more than 5 times as big as that occupied by whites. On an average, Negroes still die 7 years sooner than whites. Discrimination from the cradle to the grave costs the Negro this much of his lifespan. There is still not a state in the country where a Negro may not be subjected at any time to humiliation, abuse, or worse. The real trend is exemplified by the school situation in the South since the Supreme Court decision in 1954. Its restricted application is deliberately obscured since schools are classified as desegregated if one or a handful of Negroes is admitted. The fact is that after 9 years less than 8% of Southern Negro children attend the same school as whites. At this rate it will take another century before the Southern school system is open to Negroes. Where small gains have actually been made, their benefits have not been equally distributed. Some Negroes have been able to obtain jobs in areas previously closed to them, professional, clerical, white-collar, and to attain the income and status of the Negro middle class, which is proportionately smaller, more insecure, and less well-paid than the white middle class. At the other pole, conditions of large numbers of Negroes have deteriorated badly because of unemployment and automation. Negro workers are hardest hit by the effects of automation. Overall, the gains of the more fortunate minority of Negroes are more than offset by the increasingly chronic poverty and deprivation imposed on the majority of the Negro people. Studying the present trends in the light of the past, revolutionary socialists conclude that racial oppression can be abolished in the United States only if the present capitalist profit system is eliminated and replaced by a system based on production for use. Critics of this position reply that history has provided 359 examples of capitalist countries relatively free of racism. Therefore, they conclude, racism is not an indispensable component of all capitalist societies, and so American capitalism can be rid of this feature without necessarily abolishing capitalism itself. Such thinking is misleading because it is based solely on generalities. The SWR conclusion is based on a concrete analysis of the nature and contradictions of the specific capitalist structure in the United States. This has had a history different from other capitalist countries, out of which specific economic and political relations developed, out of which specific interests, needs and institutions arose and still flourish. This particular capitalism, the American, may be forced to modify some of the features of its race system. But the ruling class will never willingly abolish it because it has too much of a stake in its maintenance, because it knows that attempts to uproot it in the South would inevitably give birth to a regional political revolution that would tend to become transformed into a social revolution. American capitalism is not just tarred with racism. Its very roots are inextricably intertwined with racial oppression, and it knows that pulling up the latter would endanger the former. To be sure, Jim Crow genuinely embarrasses the American ruling class in its foreign relations and diplomatic maneuvers. But it would rather go on being embarrassed than to risk the consequences of any serious effort to get rid of the cause of the embarrassment. There is no evidence in anything happening now that the capitalists or their government intend to eradicate racial oppression in our time. Even their spokesmen who deplore the situation do not believe it will be eliminated in this century. Their real perspective is not to abolish racism, but modify it, reform it, remove some of its secondary features, repeal the laws that make segregation mandatory, and to do this little at a pace so slow it will extend over several generations in a way acceptable to the Southern white supremacists. At the very most, the capitalist goal is to establish throughout the country relations between the races like those that now exist in the North, where formal segregation is not sanctioned or is even prohibited by law, but where the rankest segregation and inequality exist in practice. They hope that this gradual process of reform will enable them to claim abroad that American democracy is improving race relations at home, that it will avert explosions in the South that could spread to the North, and that it will contain Negro discontent and rebelliousness at home. They are also prepared to grant additional posts and concessions to a thin layer of the Negro middle class in the hope of using them to restrain the Negro people as a whole. Where they cannot buy off opponents, they will use harassment, intimidation, and persecution to suppress and break up Negro groups. 364. Which refuse to submit to the capitalist power structure. The best American capitalism holds out for the mass of the Negro people is not the prospect of equality in this generation or the next, but the promise that jovial inequality may be removed sometime in the remote future. 6. The labor movement and the Negro struggle. Historically, it has been shown that the more radical and democratic the leadership of organized labor is, the more it seeks to wipe out racial barriers and integrate Negro workers in the unions, to solidarize itself with the Negro people as an oppressed minority and to promote a fighting labor-Negro alliance against their common enemies. The opposite is also true. When conservative or liberal-sounding bureaucrats dominate the labor movement, their main concern is the preservation and expansion of their own privileges and powers. They do everything they can to avoid fighting the capitalists about anything. They subordinate and betray the interests of the union rank and file, the unorganized workers and all other oppressed groups, and they are indifferent or hostile to the Negro struggle for equality. The role of the labor movement is one of the crucial differences between the 1930s and the 1960s, and it bears directly on the present moods and activities in the Negro community. The youth of today find it hard to appreciate how profoundly the rise of the CIO affected race relations. It brought about the 20th century's first major progressive shake-up and reversal in these relations. Until then, discrimination and segregation had been growing worse and harsher in every area, including the old AFL unions, which had always turned their backs on the Negroes. Then, with the coming of the CIO, for the first time in many decades, the Negro worker saw a powerful hand held out to him and an invitation extended to enter the House of Labor, or at least one floor. Despite previous painful and discouraging experiences with whites, the Negro workers rallied magnificently to the new industrial unions and played a key role in smashing the open shop in basic industry. No other group was more loyal or devoted. This was not because the CIO, even in its best days, fulfilled all its obligations to Negroes. But, unlike every other major force, it welcomed the Negro. This held out the promise that the growing unfavorable trend of race relations in the country could be reversed. Although the Negroes never won complete equality in the unions, through their own efforts and with the aid of the CIO they did gain a strong foothold in the unions and industry, from which they could. 361. Exert leverage for further gains. Before the stagnation of the labor movement set in during the late 1940s, the Negroes had reached their present imposing numbers inside organized labor, 1.5 million. Equally important, the C-10, by its very existence, served as a shield behind which the Negro community as a whole was able to consolidate its forces, develop new and more independent demands, and lay the ground for the struggles of today and tomorrow. Much has changed in the last quarter century. With the aid of the government and the employers, the labor bureaucrats have housebroken most of the unions and decimated or destroyed radical influence in them. Militant oppositional groups, which were usually the Negroes' closest ally inside the unions, are now absent or impotent. The labor movement has been on the defensive for years. The capitalist-minded bureaucrats are guided by class collaboration, not class struggle. In practice, this means not fighting the employers but seeking deals with them, sometimes to preserve the conditions of the older, more privileged, higher seniority workers and always at the expense of the weaker and most exploited workers, of whom the Negroes and other minorities form a large part. The bureaucrats pledged to eliminate racism when the AFL and CIO merged in 1955. But, as with every other progressive task, they have given only lip service to this pledge. They even blame the rank-and-file union members, rather than themselves, for its non-fulfillment. They simply cannot understand why the Negroes are demanding more from the labor movement than they did when they first joined it in the 1930s. Some labor bureaucrats harbor racial prejudices, and all of them, like their liberal friends, are guilty of paternalism. When the Meanies and Ruthers instruct the Negroes to take it easy and wait, and this doesn't work, they react to the demand for equality with outright hostility or tokenism. Their only real interest in Negroes is collecting their dues and keeping them tied to the Democratic Party. Inside the unions, some Negro members have become discouraged or demoralized and abandoned the fight against the bureaucracy, as some white militants have done. Negroes outside the unions confuse the labor bureaucracy with the labor movement as such. They fail to recognize that millions of white workers have reason to hate the bureaucrats too and will seize the first chance they get to throw the bureaucrats off the backs of all the workers, white and black. Some Negro nationalists are disposed to declare the unions dead and write them off. They disregard the fact that on the surface the labor movement appeared to be even deader in the late 1920s and early 1930s, not long before the upsurge of industrial unionism. Also evident is a tendency to counterpose independent Negro organization to a labor-Negro alliance, as though these two things were in contradiction, and even to reject the desirability and possibility. 362-4. Of a militant labor-Negro alliance. The mobilization and merger of the forces needed to eliminate racism are considerably complicated by these feelings and beliefs, for which the labor bureaucracy must be held primarily responsible. However, the consequences of the default of the union leadership have not all been negative. Awareness that the labor bureaucracy cannot be counted on to defend the Negro workers or the Negro people has strengthened the desire of Negro workers for their own means of defense and advancement inside the labor movement. This is reflected in the formation of the Negro American Labor Council and in the hundreds of formal or informal Negro caucuses or clubs inside local unions. Outside the labor movement, it has been a big factor in stimulating nationalist sentiment and activity, and generally strengthening the feelings of self-reliance and the trend toward independent action and struggle. Unlike capital, labor has been and is capable of playing differing roles in relation to the Negro struggle, depending on which forces are at the head of the unions. Revolutionary socialists recognize that the labor movement in the grip of its conservative and capitalist-minded bureaucracy is increasingly remote from the rank and file and is shamefully defaulting on its responsibilities to the Negro people. But the unions don't belong to the bureaucrats, who have usurped the power they hold and betray the ranks they are supposed to represent. As happened after the 1920s, we anticipate that the union movement will be transformed and radicalized again, and at a higher level than in the 1930s, by the effects on the working class of the crises and contradictions of capitalism and the failure of non-radical methods to solve the problems of automation, unemployment, speed-up, inflation, insecurity, and the war danger. The coming radicalization of the labor movement will be accompanied by and accomplished through the creation of a left wing in the unions. This cannot be some vaguely progressive formation interested mainly in winning union offices, but a group that will be distinguished by class struggle policies, an independent labor party orientation, and active support for the Negro struggle inside and outside the unions. Militant Negroes will contribute to this big change both by forming their own groups in the unions and helping to build and be part of a left wing, or closely connected with it. To abstain from either of these tasks would be to ensure the continued dominance of the labor bureaucracy, at the expense of the living conditions and rights of 1.5 million Negro union members, 6.5 million other Negro workers who want to be union members, and the Negro people as a whole. 363. VN Independent political action. The Negro struggle is above all a political struggle, that is, its solution requires political action. The coming Labor-Negro Alliance will operate in many areas and through many forms, but above all it will be a political alliance. And yet it is precisely in the field of politics that up to now practically all tendencies in the Negro movement are weakest and least independent, both in theory and practice. Some tendencies ignore politics, but politics do not ignore them. The effect of political abstention is to leave the monopoly of political power in the hands of capitalist parties and demagogic politicians who use that power against the Negro people. Others recognize the importance of politics and participate in politics, but only in the two major parties that are opposed to Negro equality. Among politically active Negroes are some whose main interest is in electing Negroes to office. But these are repeatedly frustrated because the Negro Democrats or Republicans whom they help elect usually turn out to be captives and apologists for the corrupt capitalist political machines rather than consistent spokesmen for the Negro people. Most current tendencies reflect, to one degree or another, the desire of the Negro masses to determine their own destiny, to have their own organizations, their own leaders, their own strategy, tactics, and programs. But few of these tendencies have expressed a similarly independent spirit in the vital field of politics by breaking with the parties of their oppressors and organizing to challenge their political monopoly. Yet such a break and such a challenge are implicit in everything that has happened up to now. It is contradictory and self-defeating to talk about freedom now while accepting the right of the white supremacists and gradualists to jointly wield the political power of this country. The idea of a Negro party, a civil rights party or an equal rights party, is not a new one. Representative Adam Clayton Powell has talked about it on and off during recent years. Liberator, the Liberation Committee for Africa magazine, wrote about the need for an Afro-American political party during the 1962 election campaign. More recently, Elijah Muhammad, leader of the Muslims, has advocated that Negroes run and elect their own candidates to public office because there will be no real freedom for the so-called Negro in America until he elects his own political leaders and his own candidates. William Worthy has spoken along similar lines. The basis for such a party already exists. Millions of Negroes are concentrated in the big cities of the country, North and South. United in a party of their own, they are so situated geographically that they could sweep the elections in dozens of congressional districts. They could send a bigger block of Negroes to 364 Washington than they did in Reconstruction days and elect a sizable body of state and city legislators who would for the first time be beholden to no one but the Negro community. Both nationally and locally they could hold the legislative balance of power and be in a position to compel bigger concessions from the dominant parties. More fundamentally, with a party of their own, Negroes could take a lead in undermining and changing the whole power structure. The immense implications of such an independent Negro course in politics illustrate graphically the truth of the revolutionary socialist analysis that the independent Negro struggle tends to stimulate, spur, and shake up the major forces in the country. The creation of a Negro party running its own candidates would rock the whole political structure to its foundations. It would throw the Democratic Party into a crisis. Without the majority of Negro votes which it now gets, it could never again hope to hold national power. The only place it could go would be down. Organized labor would be faced with an excruciating dilemma too. Its coalition with the Democrats is justified on the ground that the Democrats can win. But when it becomes plain that they cannot win, the unions would be forced to reconsider their whole political policy. Advocates of a labor break with the old parties would get a bigger and better hearing from the ranks. Thus the creation of a Negro party would benefit not only the Negro but his present and potential allies. The Socialist Workers' Party contends that racism, like unemployment, exploitation, and war, can be abolished in this country only by independent political action aimed at taking control of the government out of the hands of the capitalists and their parties. As a step in this direction, we have long advocated that the unions break from the Democratic Party and form an independent labor party that would seek to politically unite workers, farmers, and Negroes and elect their representatives to office. In addition, and for the same reason, we have also endorsed and supported representatives of the Negro community whenever they have run for office independently of and in opposition to the old parties, even when they were not socialists. Extending this policy in the light of current developments, we publicly express our readiness to support and collaborate with any Negro party or Freedom Now party that runs candidates of its own in opposition to the capitalist parties and seeks to elect representatives whose primary allegiance will be to the Negro community. Our support of such a party in no way conflicts with our own independent socialist political campaigning or with our continued advocacy of a Labor Party. On the contrary, we believe that a Negro Party, a Socialist Party, and a Labor Party would find much in common from the very beginning, would work together for common ends, and would tend in the course of common activity to establish close organizational ties or even merge. 365. Into a single or federated party. Revolutionary socialists don't care whether capitalism and racism are abolished by a single party or by a combination of parties, just so long as they are abolished. V111 Strategy of the Negro Struggle. In previous convention resolutions, the SWP predicted that the Negro movement would precede and outpace the labor and anti-capitalist movements. This prediction was based on the fact that while the Negro community is predominantly proletarian, the Negro people are more than just another more heavily exploited section of the working class, and the Negro movement is more than just a part of the general working class movement. As an oppressed minority, the history of the Negroes is different, their position in society is special, their consciousness is influenced by racial, national, and international as well as class factors, and they have developed their own standards, their own methods of action and their own forms of struggle. Although they are a minority numerically, they are a compact minority, knitted together by capitalist segregation in the ghetto and by a common sense of resentment against injustice, and they often play a role disproportionate to their numbers, a vanguard role. This prediction has been strikingly confirmed by recent events, which sees the Negroes in motion and out front while the labor movement is standing still and lagging behind. Previous SWP resolutions have also analyzed the special factors tending to radicalize the Negro movement. The Negro struggle is the struggle of an oppressed minority for democratic rights, for equality. But because the American capitalist class will not grant equality, it tends to merge with the wider struggle for the abolition of capitalism, for socialism. Under the banner of democratic rights, the Negroes learn to reject the myths about American democratic capitalism, and through their own experiences in fighting for democracy they reach deeply radical conclusions, frequently ahead of other sections of the potentially anti-capitalist forces. This analysis has also been verified and validated by recent developments which find the Negro movement becoming radicalized, rejecting gradualism and passing beyond liberalism, which is still the dominant ideology of the labor movement. These disparities between the Negroes' growing activity and radicalization and labor's relative inactivity and conservatism have at this stage raised a number of complicated problems. In addition, they have produced some questioning and even rejection in certain nationalist circles about a third aspect of the SWP's traditional analysis of the Negro struggle, expressed in the following pour. 366-4. Spective, while the labor and Negro movements march along their own paths, they do march to a common destination, and the freedom of the Negroes from oppression and of the workers from exploitation can be achieved only through the victory of their common struggle against capitalism. Our differences with such nationalists do not concern the facts. We both agree that a gap has appeared between the Negro movement and the labor movement and that present relations between them are strained or cool. We disagree over the meaning of these facts, their significance for the future, what to do about them. Since the relations between these two movements are the key to the future of this country, and through it of the world, they deserve the most sober appraisal and searching study. The fact that the tempos of development of the two movements are uneven is neither new nor really surprising. Since their origins and histories are different, they have rarely marched in step. At the present time it is not the Negro movement that is laggard or out of step but organized labor. The complications occur, not because Negro radicalization is premature or unwarranted, but because labor radicalization has been retarded and is long overdue. Faced with the disparity of development between the two movements and the frictions generated by it, the liberals do not prod the labor leaders to hurry up, go ahead, initiate a new course. They tell the Negroes to slow down and wait. The union leaders and Negro gradualists offer the same advice. And even some radicals and ex-radicals do the same in effect when they exaggerate the dangers of Negroes going it alone. But the Negro movement will not wait, should not wait, and should push ahead with an expansion of its independent action. To do anything else would set back the Negro cause for many years. We say this without the slightest modification of our fundamental view that the Negroes cannot win their goal of equality in this country without an alliance with the working class. Although Negro independence and radicalization may not produce large-scale common action with organized labor under present circumstances, it will hasten common action eventually. In previous SWP resolutions, we explained that because the Negroes are doubly exploited, their struggles have exceptional effects on the social and political life of this country. Their fight for simple democratic rights tends to upset the status quo. Their special demands introduce unsettling elements into the consciousness of the working class as a whole, disturbing the relations between the classes and inside the classes. Their independent action serves to spur, stimulate, awaken, excite, inspire, divide, unite, and set into motion other, bigger forces. Correctly appraised, the independent course of the Negro movement, and even its essentially nationalist aspects, does not signify a permanent and prin. 367. Stippled repudiation of a labor-Negro alliance. What militant Negroes object to is any alliance based on subordination or gradualism in which the Negroes are merely a junior partner supplying manpower but having little to say about the policies and tempo pursued by the team. What they want is an alliance that will include freedom now as one of its main demands and in which the Negroes will have an equal voice in setting policy. There is no inconsistency, in logic or practice, between organizing or reorganizing the Negro movement along independent lines and achieving alliances with other sections of the population. Many Negroes view doing the first job as an indispensable condition for successfully doing the second. They believe, correctly, in our opinion, that they must first unite, shape and orient their own movement. Only then will they be able to bring about an alliance of equals, where they can be reasonably sure that their demands and needs cannot be neglected or betrayed by their allies. This does not mean that they cannot begin forging links with the most progressive elements in the labor movement even now. But they feel that if any temporary conflict arises between these two tasks, priority should be given to the imperative need of creating an independent Negro movement. The strategy of the Negro struggle in the coming period can be expected, if our analysis of the past and the present is correct, to follow the course of uniting, dividing, and uniting. Numerically, Negroes are today about 1/9 of the population. 1/5 at the time of the American Revolution, 1/7 at the time of the Civil War. For some, this is a reason or pretext for the feeling that there is nothing much Negroes can do until the white majority changes its racial attitudes. Negroes can only follow, not lead. This is just another way of saying that the Negroes must wait. Revolutionary socialists emphatically reject this approach. Our analysis has demonstrated that the Negro has a vanguard role to play, that his independent struggle will set other currents into motion, and that the worst thing he can do is wait. This is one of the telling differences between a revolutionary approach and a liberal approach, however the latter may be dressed up. Being a minority is not a reason for waiting, but a reason for developing a course of action and program that takes this fact into account and finds ways of overcoming it. Throughout American history, militant Negroes have always understood that their progress depends on their own readiness and ability to struggle. The tactics of today's struggle are necessarily different in this country than in countries like South Africa or Angola or Kenya, where black people are the great majority, and where simple majority rule can mean an end to racial oppression. But here, as in Africa, the liberation of the Negro people requires that the Negroes organ 368-4 eyes themselves independently, and control their own struggle, and not permit it to be subordinated to any other consideration or interest. This means that the Negroes must achieve the maximum unity of their own forces, organizational unity, in a strong and disciplined nationwide movement or congress of organizations, and ideological unity, based on defeating, exposing, and isolating gradualism and other tendencies emanating from their white oppressors. This phase of the process is now beginning. Having united their own forces, the independent Negro movement will then probably undertake the tasks of division and alliance. It will seek ways to split the white majority so that the Negro disadvantage of being a numerical minority can be compensated for by division and conflict on the other side. That has happened at earlier crucial points in American history. When the whites became divided between revolutionists and Tories in the American Revolution, the Negroes allied themselves with the former, and were able to gain emancipation from slavery in many northern states. In the first half of the 19th century, the independence struggles of the Negroes, slave insurrections, mass escapes via the Underground Railway, sabotage, etc., helped to widen the breach between the North and South and prepare the way for the Civil War. In the Civil War itself, the Negroes threw their weight on the northern side, pressured the North into accepting an emancipation policy, and provided the military balance of power. In the 1930s, when a division among the whites occurred along classic class lines, the Negroes drove in the wedge by giving overwhelming support to the CIO, helping to batter down the open shop and effect their own entry into the labor movement. In each of these cases, the process of social division was accompanied by or led to a process of social and political alliance in action. That is how we see the future too. United, the Negro people through their independence struggle will help to divide the white population, between those who most benefit from racism and those whose interests are really damaged by racism. In the process of this struggle, the Negroes will both seek and find alliances. The major one will be with an insurgent working class, and especially with its most anti-capitalist forces. The general alliance between the labor movement and the Negro fighters for liberation can be prepared for and preceded by the cementing of firm working unity between the vanguard of the Negro struggle and the socialist vanguard of the working class represented by the Socialist Workers' Party. This is the primary task of the SWP in the present period of the Freedom Now movement. 369. 1x The role and tasks of the Socialist Workers' Party. The role of the Socialist Workers' Party is to assemble and programmatically equip the forces that will lead the coming American Revolution to abolish capitalism and racism. This function is indispensable because American capitalism is so powerful and racism is so deeply rooted in it. If the SWP did not exist, it would be necessary to form another organization to carry out this function, which no other existing political party, big or small, now aspires to fulfill. The SWP operates in an arena wider than the Negro struggle, narrowly considered. For militant Negroes concerned first and foremost with the Negro struggle, this may at first appear as a disadvantage or liability. It is neither. The SWP agrees that the first task of Negroes is to organize themselves independently. But the Negro movement does not and cannot exist in isolation from other forces and conflicts at home and abroad. The broader perspective and concern of the SWP with the totality of social struggle is an invaluable asset. Its revolutionary activity in the labor and other mass movements provides a means of enlisting allies and neutralizing potential enemies of the Negro movement in both its present formative and its future stages, and of connecting the class struggle with the Negro struggle in such a way as to strengthen both. The SWP seeks to equip both revolutionary whites and Negroes with the best set of scientific tools yet devised to change society, Marxism. Drawn from and fusing the lessons of American and world experiences, Marxism is constantly enriched, refined, and rendered more effective by the experience of new struggles. It illuminates the causes of racism and points to the method for eradicating them. The SWP has long sought to Americanize Marxism, that is, to apply it to American conditions and use American conditions to modernize and expand Marxism itself. In order to accomplish this, it must now also work to Afro-Americanize Marxism, that is, apply it to the specific conditions of the Negro people and use the experience of their struggle to further concretize and enrich Marxism. The SWP believes and acts on the belief that the working class cannot achieve its aims without the Negro people achieving theirs. The American Revolution for a socialist democracy cannot succeed unless it is based on an equal and mutually acceptable partnership between the working class and the Negro people. It is this belief, deeply ingrained and expressed in the SWP's program and practice, rather than any written or verbal assurances or pledges, which affords an objective basis for regarding the SWP as different from other organizations, most of whose members are white. Its unblemished record in the class struggle and the Negro struggle during hot wars and cold, its uncompromising attitude toward capitalism and all its 374 agencies and ideas, have earned the SWP the right not to be considered as just another party, or even just another radical party. Unlike the Communist Party, the SWP has never called on Negroes to subordinate, suspend or give up their struggle for any other interest or cause, national or international. Unlike the Socialist Party, the SWP has never urged Negroes to support any of the political parties of their oppressors, and its opposition to gradualism in the Negro struggle is matched by its opposition to that same policy in all other fields. Unlike the Socialist Labor Party, the SWP does not belittle, stand aside from and turn its back on the immediate and partial struggles of the Negroes, but views them as a necessary and hopeful link to future, more fundamental struggles and participates in them actively and wholeheartedly. White or black, those who understand the need for a revolutionary socialist party will find the genuine article in the SWP. The present tasks of the SWP in connection with the Negro struggle for liberation are, 1. To better educate the entire membership, give ourselves a deeper and more sensitive understanding of the feelings, aspirations, and needs of the Negro people, become more closely acquainted with their history, their current tendencies and organizations, the obstacles they face, above all, absorb, steep ourselves in the revolutionary character of their struggle, so that it becomes and remains a central feature of our work at all times. In this way we can inoculate ourselves against paternalism and other conscious or unconscious manifestations of the racial pressures that capitalist society brings to bear on everyone, even within the revolutionary party dedicated to ending capitalism. 2. To provide, through the party leadership, permanent help, guidance, coordination, encouragement, and expansion of our work in the Negro struggle. 3. To devote more attention, energies, and forces to the Negro struggle. A. While our white members cannot aspire to leadership of Negro organizations, they can play important auxiliary roles there when permitted to join and can help our Negro members when not permitted to join. Their direct participation in the struggle is doubly important in branches where we have few or no Negro members, since this is one way of contacting and recruiting Negro members. White members have the duty to fight against racism wherever they are and can greatly promote the party's work by fulfilling this duty. White members in the unions have the vital tasks of combating inequality on the job and at the hiring gate, supporting battles for Negro representation at all levels of union leadership, helping. 371. To build a left wing unequivocally committed to aiding the Negro struggle, working for labor collaboration with existing Negro movements and wherever possible persuading the unions to initiate such collaboration. B. Just as most workers in the party are expected to work in their unions and most students to work in campus organizations, so most of our Negro members will belong to Negro organizations, which they seek to build along militant lines. They work to unite the Negro community around a Freedom Now program. They join and help to promote independent Negro electoral activities. If members of unions, they help to form Negro groups and a broad left wing in the unions, and whether union members or not they propose collaboration between the labor and Negro movements whenever feasible. Negro Marxists have irreplaceable functions to perform in the struggle of their people. They serve as a two-way channel of communication between the movements of the Negro masses and the conscious struggle for a socialist America. 1. In the Negro community they popularize the ideas and proposals of revolutionary socialism. With the help of Marxist methods, they exercise their rights, as Negroes, to help form the ideology of their race, including its attitudes toward integration and separation. 2. In the SWP they strive to equip themselves for the role of revolutionary leadership in the mass movements and remain alert to see that the party as a whole understands and pays the necessary attention to the problems of the Negro struggle. 4. To expand and strengthen the party's Negro cadre and forces in the Negro organizations and the civil rights movements, by a. recruiting revolutionary Negroes and helping to train them for leadership in the party and mass movements. b. bringing more of our present Negro membership into the party leadership at all levels. c. widening our contacts among individual Negro radicals and collaborating with them closely and fraternally if they decide to form radical or socialist groups of their own. d. recruiting revolutionary whites, especially youth, like the Freedom Riders who are already engaged in courageous struggles for civil rights. 5. To develop, in collaboration with other Negro militants, a series of demands and proposals which will connect the needs of the struggle at its present stage with its ultimate aims. The proposals for a 30-hour week. 372-4. At 40 hours pay and a Freedom Now party should figure prominently in such a program today. 6. To expand and improve the party press's treatment of the Negro struggle and expand the circulation of our literature among Negro militants. The seriousness with which we apply ourselves to these tasks will be a test of our capacity as a revolutionary party. 6. Revolutionary Integrationism 16, Excerpts, 1963. Richard Kirk, Richard S. Fraser. Preface. 373. The Black Revolt in the South is objectively on the threshold of still another new stage in its development, a stage of political organization for revolution, organization for a showdown struggle against the police state and for a new democratic political system. Southern Negro militants, young and old, have sustained a courageous struggle for the past 10 years. After the high points of Montgomery, where working class leaders pushed the ministers into the foreground, and Little Rock, officially led by the NAACP while an armed community waited, the movement tended to recede. Restless over the inaction of the clergy and NAACP, the youth then entered the scene, bringing to life struggles all over the South. Sometimes with small numbers, but with indomitable spirit, they catapulted the morale of the movement and shamed their elders into motion. The movement as a whole operated generally within the confines of reformism, i.e. the attempt to change the racial climate of the South by reform. While the youth, in SNCC, never considered themselves bound to reformism in principle and are politically unprejudiced and open-minded, they have not challenged the theory of reformism. The Robert Williams movement in Monroe did. It synthesized the activism of the youth, the proletarian ranks and behind-the-scenes proletarian leadership of Montgomery, and the mass aggressiveness later displayed so dramatically in Birmingham. Williams was the first to publicly project a radical ideology, a bold and revolutionary strategy, and a proud internationalism. The three streams of the civil rights movement, youth, the church, and the working masses, converged in Birmingham, with the ministers fronting. Birmingham was to be the culminating effort, the key battle, of the 10-year struggle. 16 Kirk 1963. 374-4. Designed to break the back of segregation in the South. The Negroes fought heroically. They shook the country and the world. They emerged with honor and with new strength, but with no concessions obtained. All agreements made by the Birmingham petty bourgeoisie were nullified by the overwhelming pressure of the Southern police state. For the participants, this only confirms what they already know or feel, that there is no possibility of winning freedom now through pressure attempts to reform the totalitarian police state. The preachers placed ultimate faith in the federal government, which has failed in all of its promises, and here failed again. Kennedy's man in Birmingham failed miserably in his arbitration operation and the brothers Kennedy stood glaringly exposed as fakers. The Reverends, in Tum, lost much prestige in the process. And who gained stature? Robert Williams. A figure like Leroy Jones, a northern intellectual in Birmingham as a reporter, assured his audiences of street demonstrators that their experience proved the validity of the concepts of Robert Williams. Birmingham represented the failure and exposure of reformism in the South, but it also and simultaneously represented a great leap forward in organization, experience, and awareness. The mood, the pace, the tremendous dynamic of the demonstrations and reminiscent of great strikes and insurrections, observers and participants reporting back are tremendously stirred by the complex phenomenon they witnessed, an elated but disappointed community soberly evaluating its overwhelming experience. The militant Negroes of the South are now groping for the handle of a new weapon. They know or sense what it is, but they hesitate to articulate it. The essence of it is, 1. There must be a new leadership, radical and bold. 2. It must be prepared to lead a revolution, because the whole police state system must be destroyed. 3. A political struggle, requiring a new political party, is the only vehicle. Being a 1-to-4 minority in the South, however, dims the prospect of Negroes overthrowing the police state alone. Consequently, they will realize that they must so fashion their strategy as to break through the racist wall separating them from the white workers. They must persuade the Southern white workers and poor farmers to see the identity of political interest between white workers and Negroes and the common class interest which crosses the color line. Together, they will forge a merged struggle for democratic rights, for race equality, civil liberties, and the rights of labor. As it develops its revolutionary perspective, the Southern civil rights movement will orient toward an alliance with the revived Northern labor movement. Only Northern labor has the 375 power to paralyze the ability of the government to intervene against the Southern Revolution. And since the Southern Negro movement cannot wait until Northern labor sheds its passivity and bureaucratic leadership, it must proceed to shake up and spur Northern labor into life. Southern Negroes will thus profoundly stimulate the Northern giant into recovering its capacity for struggle. Geographically separated, facing two complementary but different forms of capitalist rule, and responding with diverse tactics and levels of consciousness, the Southern movement and the movement up South and West are still bound together by mutual experience, solidarity, and exploding racial consciousness born of frustration too long endured. Militant currents emerging from the seething ghettos of the North and West recognizing the blind alley of reformism, ignored by the labor bureaucracy, and suspicious or uncertain of the ability of socialist organizations to understand and/or adapt themselves to the needs of the Negro struggle, have long been grappling with the problem of the nationwide crisis of leadership in the movement. As a consequence of this crisis, they are experimenting with local and regional levers of upsetting the status quo, and are prepared for more massive and radical assaults upon white supremacy as conditions ripen. The vacuum produced by the long hiatus of the reformist leaders found poignant expression in the rise of the black Muslims. As a fiery propaganda sect, they spurred the reformist leaders by unmasking their accommodation to white domination and by agitating the entire country with their pithy truths about race relations in the US. The doctrine of separatism, however, orients this movement away from the physical struggle against racial discrimination into contemptuous abstentionism. They substitute for combat a classical utopian attempt to build up an independent Negro economy in the US. The Muslim movement is a contradiction, articulate and defiant, superstitious and backward. It is a transitional phenomenon which will cease to exert its appeal when a more rational and internally consistent movement develops in the Negro community to fulfill the demand for truth, audacity, a goal, and uncorrupted leadership. From where is such a leadership to come? The Negro movement in the North is extremely complex and its dynamics invariably produce a multitude of leadership sources. A number of militant, race-conscious, independent and determined 376 IND organizations have already appeared in northern cities, headed by new, younger leaders who are developing swiftly and might well become part of the future national leadership. The impact of the Southern struggle is stirring vast new layers, the broad church section especially. Many older militants and independent radicals are invigorated by events and ready to return to action. A new powerful force among the artists and intellectuals is heralded by the appearance of individuals like Baldwin, Worthy, Hansberry, etc. The Negroes of the North have been ready for a basic social change for decades, and we should expect to find streams of leadership flowing from every walk of life, every institution, every city, every class. Above all, as the revolutionary perspective is increasingly projected, the relatively privileged Negro trade unionists will come boldly forward again. The accelerating Black Revolt represents the most significant revolutionary development of our time, the most fertile field for the growth and flowering of socialist ideas, the most dynamic spur to the working class as a whole, and the finest source of new radical leadership. The SWP must be oriented to take advantage of the opportunities the situation offers. Given solid ideological footing and a deliberate sensitivity and flexibility, the party can enhance its image and make giant strides in and with the Negro movement. Part 1, The Coming Southern Revolution. A dialectical interdependence links the Southern Labor Party, Southern Unionism, and the left wing in Northern unions. In a police state, simple mass action, picket line, mass meeting, boycott, etc., is not enough to win any democratic rights, including union recognition. Local tactics must be geared to the real nature of the oppressor, to interracial working class solidarity, and to active assistance by the Northern Negro and labor movements. This is the historical difference between union organizing in the 30s and union organizing in the 60s. The former demanded class struggle in a bourgeois democratic environment. Today what is needed is political struggle against the iron heel of a brutal totalitarian state apparatus, the southern wing of US capitalism. 377. The very backwardness of the Dixie sector grips the more advanced northern labor movement by the throat, choking and stifling it. To survive, the North must break this stranglehold. Defense of the Southern movement is the opening wedge in this struggle for self-preservation. Part N, The North, the prolonged crisis of leadership and the quest for program. The reformist leadership. Whereas the Southern movement is characterized by mass activism and the beginnings of ideological probing, the Northern sector is only just becoming, by reflex, a mass movement, despite its rare advanced level of political consciousness. The South is proceeding swiftly and classically from action to thought. The more complex North has been studying programs and parties for 30 years, and its passivity syndrome was the outcome of this frustrating search. Uncertainty, accommodation, cynicism, or blind rage are not programs for action. They cannot mobilize. Only a call and a tactic, strike, boycott, sit in, can do that. The main call up north by Negro leaders before the Till case and Montgomery was the NAACP's deadening take it to court refrain. Reformism's decrepitude, only just unveiled down south, has been an acknowledged fact in the North so long that it's generally accepted as a joke, like bad bus service. Working class Negroes in the North, living amidst poverty and injustice, are generally conscious of the need for fundamental social change and have been for decades. Their economic position and their rejection by white society have rendered them immune to the American myth of a progressive, stable, and benevolent capitalism supplying plenty for all. In the truth of their lives they find the truth about American society. This radical awareness, while indirect toward a specific means of social change, has expressed itself in an overwhelming response to every opportunity to demonstrate in breadth against the status quo, through the old Communist Party, the CIO, the March on Washington movement, the wartime struggles, the SWP, the racial wars in Harlem and Detroit, the Progressive Party, the Harlem reception of Castro, the pro-Lumumba demonstration, etc. Consciousness has kept pace with reality. But in the absence of a leadership adequate to the task, decades of disappointment and disgust resulted. Where matured objective conditions and mass consciousness exist without a leadership prepared to advance the struggle to higher levels, all elements of a crisis. 378-4 of leadership are present. The entire movement, denied the logic of its own dynamic, tends to degenerate. What is the source of this protracted crisis? The struggle against racial discrimination has centered around the demand for integration. The official leaders of the integration movement have come from the middle-class professionals. The inability of this leadership to express the needs of the masses and to develop an effective strategy is lodged in the contradictory position of the middle class in general, compounded by the peculiarities imposed by the race system. The ghetto petty bourgeoisie, the self-employed and the professionals, feed on the masses and often despise and fear them. At the same time, they are brutally rejected by white society and identified with their inferiors. On the one hand, they enjoy a racial monopoly of certain businesses and occupations, thereby profiting from segregation. On the other hand, the flagrant gap between their living standard and their social status outside the ghetto is a source of daily humiliation and resentment against racism. A conflict therefore exists between their class and racial interests. By turn cynical, conciliatory, or enraged, they still exert a basically conservative pressure upon the leaders of the integration movement, intensifying their hostility toward fundamental change and their habit of compromise and tokenism. A less conservative but still restrictive pressure on the leadership stems from a section of the new middle class of professionals and semi-professionals who are the main beneficiaries of integration struggles. With good jobs in the white world, government, education, public institutions, and the white-collar sector of industry, this group sees individual assimilation as the goal. Theirs is the desire to achieve acceptance in American life by conforming to the ideals, values, and patterns of behavior of white Americans, E. Franklin Frazier. But the desire can rarely be realized. Revolving in a restricted circle of fellow Negro professionals and white liberals, they, too, are ambivalent. In limbo between two worlds, and unsure of their identity, they have no mass influence. The leadership of the integration movement comes mainly from these two sectors and reflects their political schizophrenia. Pushed hard today by the ranks and by national pressures into tough talk and sometimes frenetic activism, they still more or less zealously guard their pro-capitalist respectability and conformism. The failure of the middle-class leadership to inspire and advance the movement is caused by reformism. The old-style leaders can provide no solution to the elementary demands of the Southern struggle, and they lock up the Northern movement in capitalist politics. There is no class-race conflict in the Negro worker. The struggles for civil 379 rights and working-class solidarity are complementary and equal parts of the drive of the entire working class for emancipation. Worker leaders, however, have been rendered cautious by events. Unions, paralyzed by bureaucracy and government, remain essentially unmoved by civil rights struggles, whether inside or outside the unions. Negro working-class loaders within the unions become conservatized and intimidated by the class collaborationist passivity of the unions and by the shakiness of their own privileged jobs and higher incomes, relative to the community norm. At the present moment they provide no alternative leadership to that of the middle class. From the early 30s to 1950, the cream of Negro militants, numbering many thousands, dedicated themselves to leading the Negro movement towards socialism, first through the Communist Party and after 1941, through the SWP. But neither party was able to demonstrate convincingly its capacity to apply Marxism to the Negro struggle. This failure of theory and practice forced Negroes to seek solutions elsewhere or caged them in doctrinaire formulas. No substantial Marxist leadership was built, and the desire of socialist Negroes to lead the Negro movement in a militant anti-capitalist direction was blunted. The contradictory and demoralizing coexistence of a reformist leadership with militant ranks has caused a certain revulsion reflex against the principle of integration. Negroes are increasingly attracted to newly revived doctrines of separatism. But here, too, they are finding a leadership basically reformist and arbitrary, oriented elsewhere than the field of struggle. Is there no alternative to reformist-conformist integration versus a black homeland? This 30-year-old dilemma can only be answered by Marxist analysis. What do logic, history, and sociology provide in the analysis of the integration nationalism-separatism complex? Nationalism. A nation, according to orthodox definition, is a people united by an exclusive geography and a common heritage, language, history, and mode of production, all comprising a distinctive culture. Nationalism had long been attained by the powerful nations of Western Europe when the developing Russian Revolution revealed a new aspect of the national question over 100 small oppressed nations and pre-national. 384. Tribal peoples discovered or rediscovered national aspirations long throttled by Great Russian chauvinism and newly liberated by the economic crisis and the Bolshevik slogan of self-determination. These deep-seated national aspirations became a huge revolutionary centrifugal force, aiding in the destruction of the Tsarist Empire and the capitalist regime which followed, making it possible for the Russian proletariat to win and hold the power. Long before the revolution itself, Lenin oriented the Bolsheviks toward these backward, even primitive, agrarian peoples with an analysis of the whole problem of the national question and the role of self-determination. This analysis became a new body of Marxist theory, guiding socialists in the task of trying to awaken latent nationalist drives for the struggle against capitalism. Us Negroes obviously do not fit into the classical definition of a nation. But it is contended that they nevertheless are a potential nation, that they may become a nation if and when they achieve a national consciousness. And what constitutes a national consciousness? Apparently, a certain group of people, living in a certain place, has decided to take its political destinies into its own hands. So at that point where Negroes fight in their own way for their own goals and with their own leaders, they apparently become transformed. They metamorphose from a race into a nation, the Negro question turns into the national question, and the fate of the Negro suddenly becomes determined not by his own history in America but by the laws of national development deduced from the plight of small backward nations under the Tsarist Empire, who collectively constituted the majority of the population of the empire. That Negroes are a potential nation is an unproved assumption. That Negroes constitute a nation or an incipient nation or an emerging nation or even a nation within a nation requires concrete analysis, rarely supplied. For instance, 1. If Negroes are not a classic nation, what particular aspects of nationalism in their condition make for the possible emergence of a national consciousness? Oppression is no answer. 2. Granting, for argument's sake, that some concrete nationalist factors do apply, producing similarities, why is the right of self-determination the correct slogan? Might it just as logically not be correct given the differences? What is decisive here? 3. How can a classic nationally oppressed group directing its own destiny be equated to any oppressed group fighting for freedom? May a national 381 consciousness someday be achieved by child laborers, women, atheists, migratory workers, aged pensioners, and sharecroppers? 4. The Bolsheviks directed European nationalism into serving the revolution. Precisely how and why is Negro separatism progressive and anti-capitalist? 5. Why does the relatively advanced and exploding Negro struggle need the type of slogan designed to raise the consciousness of a very backward agrarian European or Eurasian tribal people? 6. If a dormant nationalism will awaken under conditions of self-awareness and crisis, how explain the rejection of separatism by Negroes over a 300-year period of revolutions, revolts, wars, upheavals, etc.? Answers to questions like the above are almost invariably based on abstractions from international experience, and not on the powerful realities and extraordinary history of the Negro in the US. Marxists tend to minimize the voluminous works of Negro scholars who investigated and dissected the Negro question, but their opinions are weighty and must be considered. Race and segregation. These Negro scholars, O.C. Cox, E.F. Frazier, James W. Johnson, Alain Locke, etc., consistently maintain that the Negro question is a unique race question, that the kind of oppression suffered by Negroes in the US is unique in history, that never before on earth has a group been persecuted purely because of skin color, i.e. race. What is race? It is not a valid biological category. It is a social relation. It arose out of capitalist necessity to justify the slave trade and human chattel slavery to a Western world simultaneously discovering the inalienable rights of man and social justice. Thus the fictions of race superiority, inferiority, and the non-human nature of Negroes were invented. In the southern United States, with its unlimited expanse of virgin land, slavery took firm root. Initiated by mercantile capitalists, the southern slave system became more powerful than they, producing an independent ruling class which eventually ruled the US itself. The pervasive economic and political power of the slave owners disfigured American society from the outset by imposing upon the entire nation the ideology of white supremacy, the hypocrisy and irrationality of race and race relations, and a tolerance of the horrors of chattel slavery. After the Civil War and Reconstruction had destroyed the old slave-owning class, Northern capital, from both economic and political motives, betrayed its 382 promises and created a revised, capitalist form of race relations, based upon many of the traditions and social relations of slavery. Segregation took the place of the chattel as the main prop. An analysis of this tortuous history reveals that race, i.e. race relations, is a peculiar and independent category of social relations. Race stands in relation to historically necessary social categories, class, nationality, caste, as irrational. Social relations deriving from class, nation, etc. may be unjust, oppressive, reactionary. Still, these categories have a material foundation in modes of production and play progressive roles during certain historical periods. The class struggle is the motive force of history. Race exploitation, on the other hand, has no necessary relation to any mode of production. A system of exploitation and discrimination, revolving around the axis of skin color, arbitrary and perverted, it serves no progressive function whatsoever. It has caused all of American society to become organized around race relations, and, therefore, around prejudice. The race consciousness of white workers supersedes even their class consciousness, dulling their minds, doubling the obstacles for Negroes, preventing the organization of the proletariat as a class. Because of the utter irrationality of race as a reason for social partition, segregation is absolutely required for the perpetuation of racial exploitation, and because of this interdependence of segregation and discrimination, the Negro movement for nearly 2 centuries has directed its main line of struggle against segregation, against that barrier which prevents Americans from becoming a whole people, from becoming themselves. Can't we, nevertheless, call the Negro question a national question because of some similarities? Not without denying its unique character. The Negro question is not merely different than the national question, but diametrically opposed to it. 1. Segregation is no factor whatsoever of national oppression. On the contrary, forced assimilation is the rule and mode of oppression. 2. In oppressed nations, the bourgeoisie tends toward assimilation with the oppressor. Among Negroes, the bourgeoisie, the small but rich capitalist class, is the only consistently pro-segregation class. 3. Separatist movements among oppressed nations are almost universally progressive and liberating in philosophy and ideology, attacking concretely the institutions and practices of the national oppressor. Negro separatist movements have all accommodated to the form of oppression. 383. Segregation. They accept and cater to the irrational concept of race as a scientifically legitimate biological category that justified social division. Some separatist movements have been militant, but within the framework of retrogressive concepts. Other separatist movements objectively capitulated to white supremacy on almost every score. 4. The historic drive of oppressed nations is towards separatism. The historic drive of the Negroes is against separatism and segregation. 5. For an oppressed nation to become integrated is a reactionary concession to the status quo, a defeat. Integration for Negroes is revolutionary, because American capitalism incorporates segregation in its fundamental structure and cannot survive without it. 6. Potential and pre-nations, once aroused, have no difficulty in perceiving a qualitative difference of identity in themselves and their oppressor. Negroes are Americans in nationality according to all basic criteria, and recognize only the unfair white-imposed color line as the difference between them and whites. Among the oldest non-native inhabitants of this country, the Negro has contributed a huge share to its wealth, progress, and world preeminence. He has played heroic and sometimes decisive roles in all of the historically important events. His life is inextricably involved with whites. Precisely because this is his homeland, prejudice and discrimination are infuriating. He has no other home. His Afro-Americanism doesn't indicate a previous nationality, for a continent is not a nation, and his culture and customs are not those of any African nations. Indeed, he knows not where in Africa his ancestors lived, and often feels strange with Africans, and vice versa. His affinity for Africa is racial and internationalist. Africans themselves are Pan-Africans first and nationals second. In defiance of the laws of European national development, the African Revolution pushed national sovereignty into the background of its independence struggles almost from the beginning. In Kenya, for example, the Kikuyu gave their first military defensive organizations not national but continental designations, such as the African Fighting Forces and Defense Council of the Whole of Africa, Kenya branch. Africa for Africans is the central rallying slogan of the revolutions there. The strictly national aspirations of the peoples of Black Africa, scores of nations and incipient nations, most of which had few or no relations with each other historically, has long been superseded by consciousness, deriving from the added burden of racial oppression under colonialism. What is commonly called African nationalism is more accurately described as African internationalism. 384. 4. On every score, the Negro question stands by itself as a unique phenomenon among exploited minorities, demanding independent analysis based on the key factors of race and segregation. To lump it together with its opposite, with European nationalism, obscures its character and its goals. The predominance of Garveyism in the Negro community proved transitory, rent by internal contradictions and crises. It evaporated as soon as realistic instead of romantic avenues of resistance to racial discrimination opened up. This occurred in 1925 when the organization of the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters was achieved, merging Negro socialist leadership with the proletarian struggle. In alliance with the NAACP, these new working-class leaders undertook a campaign for jobs in Harlem, popularizing labor unionism and paving the way for later Negro entrance into the mainstream of working-class struggle, the CIO. There have been minor separatist movements such as that for a 49th state, in the early 30s. This was an attempt by the Negro bourgeoisie to turn the movement away from integration opportunities offered by interracial trade unionism. It never received popular support, nor have others until recently. The only two separatist movements since 1800, colonization and Garveyism, which attracted a mass support were transitional vehicles to higher stages of struggle which repudiated separatism. They both served a function in the Negro movement, but never represented an important historical objective of Negroes. Rather, they were a mode of existence after demoralization and/or the closing of mass avenues of struggle. In both cases when doors of struggle opened, separatism, always born of demoralization, disappeared. The Black Muslims are the latest major separatist movement, resulting somewhat from the isolation of the Negroes from the labor movement, but more specifically from the closing of the doors of struggle by the bankrupt Northern reformist leaders. The Muslims' anti-conformist and anti-reformist posture strikes a responsive chord among the most exploited sections of the unrepresented Negro workers. Their ruthless unmasking of race reality in the US through blistering blitzkrieg attacks on whites and on the discredited Negro gradualists and opportunists reflects and deepens the wisdom of their audiences on this score. Through their businesses and schools, the Muslims train men for jobs and women for domestic virtue. They rehabilitate former habitués of police court and prison and offset degeneration among the demoralized and backward. They project, like Garvey, an economic program for black business, both. 385. Cooperative and private, within the ghetto, heightening race consciousness and community solidarity through this program. Even at worst, such proposals do bring more money into the Negro community through jobs and surplus value, and the community needs both. But, like all previous separatists, the Muslims are ambiguous. They embody retrogressive as well as progressive ideas, utopian as well as rational objectives. Their organization is militaristic and autocratic. Their schools preach a doctrine of defensive racism, absolute male supremacy, anti-Semitism, descent from Allah, and cosmic vengeance. Their call for an independent state opens no channel for struggle against oppression. Their concept of black business as a cure-all is utopianism in classical form. Many analysts have noted the pathetic aspect of the Muslims, their wild reach for a glamorous identity. This is a byproduct of the post-World War II trend among some Negro intellectuals to disdain the study of Negro history and culture, equating it with the segregationists' glorification of Uncle Tom. Negro leaders, subsequently, not only had no program but no historical race identity and race tradition to offer. The Muslims had both. An old program, but a new God and a new invented identity, which imparted to some of the poorest Negroes a new sense of security and solidarity. So once again, in the absence of a realistic and inspiring program of action, mysticism, razzle-dazzle, and speak bitterness became the mode of existence for sections of the most oppressed. Much more serious, however, is their sectarian abstention from struggle, as graphically revealed in Birmingham. Amid the greatest mass actions in the Modem South, they scoffed from the sidelines. After the demonstrations subsided and the results were in, they did a brisk business in memberships on the following basis: they wrote off the tremendous mass experience, from which such rich lessons are being learned, as a dismal defeat proving the folly of struggle. Incapable of fundamentally advancing the struggle, they actually retard it in their own way, no less than the Wilkinses and Kings. Black nationalism of white radicals and the question of self-determination. Until the complete Stalinization of the Comintern, the radical movement in the US was vaguely integrationist. But Garvey's mass support in the 1920s was very impressive. Stalin sent a Comintern representative to the 1929 Jamaica Convention of the Garvey Move. 386-4. Meant to debate the question, should Negroes join the Comintern instead of Garvey's organization. Garvey won. That same year ushered in the third period of international Stalinism, characterized by an anti-reality adventuristic program which took form on the Negro question in the imperative slogan of self-determination for the Black Belt. Not only was the now obvious independent and special nature of the struggle equated to nationalism, but separation was proclaimed as the only revolutionary course. White communists promptly undertook a search for some historical foundation to this theory, seeking to discover national peculiarities of the Negroes and trying dutifully to uncover separatist trends which would verify the prognosis of Negroes constituting an incipient nation needing only to have their consciousness and will to struggle awakened in order to discover that what they really wanted all along was a separate territory, independent government, and racial exclusiveness. The research yielded meager results. Its continuity was, moreover, regularly disrupted by the twists of Kremlin policy which alternately injected self-determination during leftish periods and withdrew it during ultra-rightist swings. Communist militants thereafter came to identify self-determination with real Leninism and with Foster, while integration was associated with social democratic reformism and Earl Browder. The Trotskyist leadership, apparently with the exception of at least Oehler, took the position that not a national but a racial question was involved and that the struggle for civil rights, not racial autonomy, was the militant anti-capitalist direction of motion. From the meager documentary material available, it would appear that while they didn't have a fully worked out position, they had basically correct political instincts on this question, and these were brought before Trotsky in 1933. Trotsky, suspicious of a political organization in a biracial country composed exclusively of the dominant race, defended the basic nationalist line of the CP, 1933 Conversations. He stated that while his knowledge of the US Negro question was too inadequate for a decisive opinion, he felt in the American attitude a similarity to that of Rosa Luxemburg and the reformist Social Democrats on the issue of the Eastern European nationalities. The only thing he urgently proposed, however, was an immediate and thorough discussion of the question in the Communist League of America, but apparently no such discussion was held. American Trotskyism on the Negro question grew over into its opposite, from integration to nationalism. This process was crystallized in the 1939 resolution, committing the SWP to nationalism and the right of self-determination. 387. So from 1929 on, as the modem integration movement gained steam, no radical parties could see or understand the revolutionary implications of integration. The specter of nationalism and its corollary principle of self-determination hovered constantly over the Negro question, with confusing results. Part 111, the SWP and the Negro Struggle. While the above is somewhat oversimplified, it provides a starting point. What are the various tendencies in the party on the Negro question? There are at least 6 more or less distinct areas of opinion, not all clearly defined, and some overlapping. Nevertheless, they reflect most of the attitudes in the civil rights movement and on the left. 1. Black nationalism for white radicals. This broad tendency, discussed previously, holds, a. that integration ultimately is reformist and social democratic, and the demand for a separate state is the only revolutionary demand, or, b. that either road may validly be chosen when the decision is made, or even, c. that the Negro question is a national question, but integration will be chosen. Ironically, hardly had the ink dried on the 1939 nationalist resolution when there occurred an influx of militant integrationist Negroes into the party. Under the combined pressure of these workers and the integrationist movement of the 40s, comrades adhering to nationalism generally restrained their views, never advancing them publicly and rarely privately. Consequently, until 1948, scores of new comrades in the party never dreamed that self-determination was the official line and never even heard of it. Negroes sensed something strange and ambiguous and assumed it was prejudice. Tortuously expressing itself in policy, tactics, and social relations over the years, it played its part in the alienation of almost an entire generation of Negro revolutionaries. 2. The Negro question as an appendage of trade unionism. This is not so much a theory of the Negro question as an unbalanced emphasis on trade unionism, an over-identification of unions with the working class and a myopia about non-unionistic facets of the class struggle. Not a formal doctrine, it is a prejudice in favor of trade unionism, giving rise to the feeling that the Negro struggle, though independent organizationally, is tactically dependent upon the labor movement for virtually every move or advance, something like the Russian proletariat and peasantry relation. In this connection, Daniel Guerin may be pardoned for dissociating himself, Negroes on the March, from SWP maritime policy. On the West Coast, the 388-4 white deck and engine departments were equated to the proletariat, while the largely Negro stewards department was considered dependent, and destined to follow the decisive proletariat. This is an atypical example but illustrates the extremes to which this ideology may lead. Then unions are dormant, however, and the Negro movement is obviously in motion. Negro dependence is promptly shifted from unions to the colonial revolution or some other more decisive category. Another characteristic of this tendency is its assumption that the Negro movement is similar enough to the labor movement for the general laws of trade union development to apply. For example, from the early 40s until quite recently, a fetishism of the NAACP existed around the idea that the NAACP was the ordained organization of Negro struggle, and to organize anything outside it would approximate the dual unionism of the CP's ultra-left period. Because of this arbitrary subordination of the Negro movement to a trade union principle, our Negro cadre was imprisoned in this orientation for years, unable even to probe the possibilities of independent, militant, and working-class Negro organization. Many Negro comrades finally contrived their escape from this policy and from the party as well. All party unionists are not of this opinion, and non-trade unionists may hold it. There are no rules in this tendency about what other theories its adherents may subscribe to. Some believe in integration, others adhere to extreme nationalism, etc. Both nationalism and trade union primacy entail the danger of reinforcing the prejudices of white workers, the former by indicating a probable and endorsable segregated socialism, the latter by ascribing a dependent and subordinate role to the Negro struggle. 3. Economic determinism. The vanishing idea that the needs of production, skilled labor, etc., require the capitalist class to do something drastic about the South. 4. The activists. These include most of the Negroes in the party. They feel detached or skeptical about the theoretical discussion the party has been discussing for years, and nothing has changed very much. They are anxious for the party to collectively devise a means of intervening more effectively than has been the case, and they expect the party leadership to take the lead in achieving this. They are generally dissatisfied with party grasp of and performance in the Negro movement, considering it inadequate, while they play their role in the transmission link operation, informing the party of developing moods and groupings. They feel that no reciprocal levers for effective intervention are given them in exchange. 389. Outside the party they must cope daily with the hostile white world. Inside the party, many resent having to criticize, complain, or push, believing that awareness of the need for a better orientation and climate should be the entire party's responsibility and concern. Some deduce that no meaningful interrelation of party and Negro movement is currently objectively possible, and more fuel is added to the flame of separatism. 5. The official compromise resolutions. Here, the differences among all recognized tendencies are usually softened and then unified. The party is offered some integration, a great deal of nationalism, just enough separatism, much trade unionism, plenty of self-determination, a pledge of increased activism, a great deal of theoretical neutralism, and an overall injunction to wait and see. Inasmuch as this type of resolution, speech, and article determines and expresses party theory over the years, it may be said that in terms of a guide to action, we have no fundamental theory at all. 6. Revolutionary integration. The viewpoint expressed in this resolution, i.e. the Negro question, is a unique racial, not national, question, with a movement marked by integration, not self-determination, as its logical and historical motive force and goal, thereby producing a struggle that is necessarily transitional to socialism and a revolutionary vanguard for the entire working class. When the SWP recognizes the Negro struggle as the core of US politics and labor, it will understand both the proletariat and the Negro a little better. 390. 7. Malcolm X, The Man and His Ideas. 11, excerpts, 1965. George Brightman. 4. Editor's note, the speech was delivered at the Friday Night Forum in Detroit on March 5, 1965. It is still painful to speak of the death of Malcolm X. It is probably too soon to appraise him adequately. It will take time before we can do him justice, before we can see him in his full stature. It is painful because with him gone, we momentarily feel smaller, weaker, more vulnerable. Our sense of loss was for his family, for the movement he was building, for the Negro people, for the revolutionary cause as a whole. There is something in us that cries out against the fact that he was cut down in his prime, still a young man, before he had made his full contributions to the struggle, before he had accomplished everything he was capable of accomplishing for human emancipation. I was still a young man 25 years ago when another great revolutionary was assassinated, Leon Trotsky. Perhaps I did not fully realize his leadership, advice, and political wisdom would be missed, and probably I was under the influence of the belief common among young people that to show certain kinds of strong emotion is a sign of weakness. Anyhow, I did not cry when Trotsky was killed, and I could not help crying when Malcolm was killed. It was not because I considered Malcolm the greater of the two men. One reason for the difference was the realization that Malcolm, at the age of 39, was still in the process of reaching his full height, still in the process of working out his program, still in the early stage of building a new movement, whereas Trotsky, at the age of 59, had already reached full maturity, had already worked out his main ideas and his program, and left behind him the solid foundations of a movement that could not be destroyed by war, by persecution from both the Allied and Axis powers, or by Cold War reaction and witch hunts. 17 Brightman 1965a. 391. But while it is painful to speak of Malcolm, and not yet possible to see him in full perspective, we are able even now to begin to make an appraisal of his ideas, and of how he came to the ideas that constitute his heritage. When we do this, we must try to put emotion aside, or to bring it under control. That is what Malcolm urged when he spoke here in Detroit 3 weeks ago, that we learn to think clearly about the struggle and the ways the power structure seeks to curb and sidetrack the struggle, that we think clearly and rely on reason and learn how to see through trickery. Malcolm Little's mother was born as the result of her mother's rape by a white man in the West Indies. When Malcolm was 4, the house where he and his family lived was burned down by Ku Kluxers. When he was 6, his father met a violent death, and he and his family always believed he had been lynched. The family was broken up. Young Malcolm lived in state institutions and boarding home. He got high marks in the grade school in Mason, Michigan. Then, at the age of 15, he became a dropout. He went to live with his sister in Boston, and went to work at the kinds of jobs available to Negro youth: shoe shine boy, soda jerk, hotel busboy, member of a dining car crew on trains traveling to New York, restaurant waiter in Harlem. There he drifted into the degrading life of the underworld: gambling, drugs, hustling, burglary. You can find it all described in his autobiography, which will be published soon, up to and including his arrest for burglary, conviction, and sentencing to 10 years in prison. That was in 1946, when he was not quite 21 years old, the age of many of you in this audience. Law of the jungle. What were his ideas then? That life is a jungle, where the fiercest survive, by fleecing the weak and defenseless, where each man looks out for number one, which can only be done by accepting the jungle code. The main thing you got to remember is that everything in the world is a hustle, he was told by the friend who helped him get his first job. Although his father had been an admirer of Marcus Garvey, feelings of race pride did not exist in the young man in the zoot suit. He tried to straighten his hair in emulation of white men who, as he later said, had taught him what he knew and instilled in him the values of racist white society. I think you can find thousands of youngsters in today's ghetto like the 21-year-old Malcolm Little in 1946. Prison is hell. Prison is also a place where you can think, where some important decisions have been made. Eugene V. Debs, after who this meeting hall is. 392-4. Named, was converted to socialism while he was in prison in 1895. Prison is where Malcolm underwent a conversion that literally transformed his whole life. By letters and visits from members of his family, he was introduced to the Nation of Islam, headed by Elijah Muhammad. This American religious sect, popularly known as the Black Muslims, worships Allah as God, and practices some ritual of the Orthodox Muslim religion, with certain variations of its own, especially in the sphere of race. It teaches that original man, when the world was a paradise, was black, and that the white man is a degenerate and inferior offshoot, destined to rule the world for 6,000 years and then be destroyed. The 6,000-year period is now ending, and black people can save themselves from the coming catastrophe only by withdrawing, by separating from the white man and following Muhammad, the messenger of Allah. From a scientific standpoint, Black Muslim mythology is no more and no less fantastic or bizarre than other religions. But the Black Muslims are a movement as well as a religious group, providing a kind of haven and hope and salvation for outcasts, encouragement at self-reform, brotherhood and solidarity against a cruel and oppressive world. I am not going to go into detail about the Black Muslims, you can find plenty about it in writing. The point is that Malcolm experienced a genuine religious conversion in prison, believing that Elijah Muhammad was a holy man, and that the Nation of Islam provided a path of salvation not only for him, but for his people. While in prison, this dropout after the 8th grade began to educate himself and learn how to speak and debate, so that he could participate more effectively in the movement after he got out. Not know how else to proceed, he started with a dictionary, copying all words in a table beginning with a that might be helpful. He was astonished to find so many words, filling a tablet with them alone. He went through to Z, and then he writes, "For the first time I could pick up a book and actually understand what the book was saying." The story speaks volumes about the quality of education in Michigan, and in the US. From then until he left prison, he spent all the time he could in the prison library, picking up some more books. Within a few years he was to become the most respected debater in the country, taking on one and all, politicians, college professors, journalists, anyone, black or white, bold enough to meet him. There are tremendous reservoirs of talent and even genius locked up in the black ghettos and white slums, among the masses, which can be set free and put to work when they acquire hope and purpose. 393. Organizing ability. After 6 years in prison, when Malcolm was 27, he won parole by getting a job with his oldest brother, Wilfred, as a furniture salesman in the Detroit ghetto. That was the spring of 1952. Later that year he traveled to Chicago to hear Elijah Muhammad, and he met him. He was accepted into the movement and given the name of Malcolm X. He volunteered his organizing services in Detroit, and did so well he was made assistant minister of the Detroit Mosque after the membership had tripled. At the end of 1953 he went to Chicago to live with Muhammad and be trained by him for some 9 months. Muhammad sent him to Philadelphia, which had no mosque. In less than 3 months a mosque had been formed. He was obviously a man of unusual talent, energy, and devotion. Muhammad picked him to head the movement in New York, and he went back to Harlem in 1954, before he was 30 years old. In a few short years, his work helped to transform the black Muslims from a virtually unnoticed to a nationally very well-known organization, and he himself had become one of the country's most noted figures, one of the most desired speakers on the nation's campuses, and the object of admiration by the nation's most militant youth. Before proceeding chronologically, I want to say a few words about Malcolm as a public speaker. I am not an expert in this field, and hope somebody who is will make a study of it. There is certainly plenty of material, thanks to the fact that many of his talks were taped and are readily available. His speaking style was unique, plain, direct like an arrow, devoid of flowery trimming. He used metaphors and figures of speech that were lean and simple, rooted in the ordinary daily experience of his audience. He knew what the masses think and how they feel, their strengths and weaknesses. He reached right into their minds and hearts without wasting a word, and he never tried to flatter them. Despite an extraordinary ability to move and arouse his listeners, his main appeal was to reason, not to emotion. This is true even about speeches in which he was presenting ideas that he abandoned in the last year, such as the last great speech he made as a black Muslim, his speech to the Grassroots Conference in Detroit in November 1963. It is one of his best speeches, although I repeat it does not reflect his thinking at the end, and is worth listening and re-listening to, because of the qualities I have been trying to pinpoint. And because his main appeal was to reason, he was the very opposite of a demagogue, the very opposite of what the kept press called him. It was also a style very different from Elijah Muhammad's. I don't mean only that Malcolm commanded the weapons of wit and humor, which are alien to 394-4. Muhammad. Muhammad's appeal was to faith, authority, divine authority, to the hereafter. Malcolm's appeal was to reason, to logic. It dealt with the real and the present, even when he was expounding Muhammad's line. To be able to listen to Muhammad for any length of time, you had to be a believer, convinced in advance, while Malcolm seemed to achieve his greatest success with non-Muslims. These few remarks about Malcolm as a speaker are admitted inadequate. I make them only in the hope of interesting someone more qualified than I to study and write about it. I only wanted to convey the idea that there rarely has been a man in America better able to communicate ideas to the most oppressed people, and that this was not just a matter of technique, which can be learned and applied in any situation by almost anybody, but that it was a rare case of a man in closest communion with the oppressed, able to speak to them because he spoke for them, because he identified himself with them, an authentic expression of their yearning for freedom, a true product of their growth in the same way that Lenin was a product of the Russian people. Split with Muhammad. We come now to the second period of Malcolm's life, 1963, and the split with Muhammad, which was consummated in March 1964. The year 1963 was a year of stirring and movement in the Negro struggle, with hundreds and thousands in the streets, the year when the struggle moved from the south to the northern ghettos, where the black Muslims were strongest. It was not yet a revolution, but a prelude to revolutionary struggles. This was a situation that sharpened a dilemma and then produced a crisis in the black Muslims. By their militant stance they had helped push other Negro organizations to the left. This was their positive contribution. But they were on the sidelines of the struggle, not participants. They talked in angry tones but did nothing when non-Muslim Negroes were under attack. They were separated not only from whites but from Negro militants. Among the members, younger and less conservative than in the pre-Malcolm period, signs could be detected of a desire to get into the battle, to pass from propaganda to action. Muhammad tried to allay the ferment. One example was his call, at the organization's national convention in February 1963, for independent black political action. But he soon pulled back from this and other moves that might have drawn the black Muslims out of their abstentionism. When the Freedom Now Party was started 6 months later, he refused to endorse it or let the members join. 395. The occasion for the split was a remark made by Malcolm after Kennedy's death in November 1963, followed by Muhammad's silencing of Malcolm, with a virtual suspension that was humiliating. But this was only the occasion, not the cause. The basic factor behind the split was the growth of militancy and mass action in the Negro community, and the different ways in which the two main tendencies in the black Muslims wanted to respond to the masses knocking on the doors of their mosques. There is an instructive relation between the way Malcolm came into the black Muslims and the way he left. He turned to them from a state of isolation, not only the physical isolation of prison, but an alienation from society generally and from his own people as well. His years in the black Muslims had been good for the organization, and they were good for him. He had traveled all over the country as Muhammad's chief troubleshooter, and he knew the ghetto nationally as no one else did. His vision had broadened, his interests had widened. He entered the black Muslims because he was alone and lost, and he left, you could say, because now he was in closest touch with the Negro people, attuned to their needs and wants more than the black Muslims were or wanted him to be, because he was becoming the spokesman of a growing multitude looking for a new road, because he had found a new role, or because a new role had been thrust upon him, which his whole life's experience told him he had to accept, however difficult it would be. It could not have been an easy decision. Consider the circumstances: 38 years old, a wife and several dependent children, a secure post, relatively well paid, home provided, car provided, expenses, great prestige, a position in an organization second in authority to a man in his late 60s who was not in good health. Some men in his place would have taken the easy way: keep quiet, do as you are told, stay out of the line of fire, mend your fences, and wait. That's the American way in business, in government, church, fraternal, and labor circles. Essence of the change. But Malcolm X was not that kind of man. He had been disturbed to see that Muhammad and some of his ministers were, like other preachers of Puritanism, not living in accord with the strict puritanical code they prescribed for rank-and-file black Muslims. He tried to overlook things like this. His eyes were mainly turned to the outside world of the broad Negro struggle. He was not the only minister who knew that new, bolder, and more active policies were needed if the black Muslims were to fulfill their real responsibilities to the 396 Negro people. But the other ministers who recognized the need for change, they played it safe. They weren't Malcolm X. Malcolm had what can be called a second rebirth early in 1964 when he decided his place was with the Negro masses more than with Muhammad's organization. As a black Muslim leader, he had rejected corrupt American society. Now he passed from merely rejecting it, a negative, passive position, to rebelling against it and organizing to change it, a positive, active position. That was the essence of the change. Some ultra-leftists in the Negro community did not understand this and talked condescendingly about Malcolm becoming weak or soft. But the American ruling class and its spokesman understood what was happening, and they were more hostile to him after the split than before. And they had greater reason to hate and fear him after he set out to build a new movement. That is why, as George Novak puts it, he was crucified by the paid press long before he was martyred by the assassin's bullets. We have heard the expression, the new Malcolm X. It is appropriate in some ways, misleading in others. Some of his ideas did change starting last March, but others did not. Let us at least mention those that did not change before examining those that did. That Negroes can get their freedom only by fighting for it, that the government is a racist government and is not going to grant freedom, that gradualism, the program of the liberalism, white and black, is not the road to equality, that Uncle Toms must be exposed and opposed, that Negroes must rely on themselves and control their own struggle, that Negroes must determine their own strategy and tactics, that Negroes must select their own leaders. These are ideas that Malcolm believed in before he left the black Muslims and that he still believed the day he died. Political perspectives. In approaching the immensely difficult and exhausting job of building a new movement, in opposition to new as well as old enemies, a task which radicals should best be able to understand and sympathize with, Malcolm showed from the start that he did not want merely a replica of the black Muslim structure plus some modifications in policy. He wanted a different kind of organization, with a different kind of relation between leaders and ranks. 397. The black Muslims built everything around a mystique of leadership and faith in and submission to a divine, all-wise chief. That Malcolm wanted something radically different could be seen from the statement at his first press conference after the split. He denied that he was expert in any particular field. He called for help in the form of ideas and suggestions from all quarters, especially students, white or black. He not only accepted advice, but sought it. He not only invited criticism, but welcomed it. I am aware of one such case personally. I never met Malcolm or saw him in person, but I wrote many articles about him, most of them supporting and defending him. It was typical of him, I think, that the only one of these articles about which he sent me a message of appreciation was one that was most critical of some implications in a speech he made. When he read something useful or pertinent to the problems of his organization, he would go out of his way to get copies for his fellow leaders so that they could read and think about it and develop informed and collective attitudes. On the day he was killed, he was scheduled to present for discussion his ideas on the program of the Organization of Afro-American Unity. It is planned that he was trying to develop a far more democratic organization and a far more collective leadership than the black Muslims ever dreamed of. Malcolm believed in black unity after as well as before the split. But as a black Muslim, when he meant and had to mean was black unity under the leadership and control of Muhammad, and with unquestioning acceptance of his religious dogmas and discipline. The kind of black unity Malcolm sought after the split was the unity of all Negroes, whatever their religions, whatever their philosophies, so long as they were ready to fight for freedom. In the area of political action Malcolm was also far ahead of the black Muslims. That didn't take much doing, since they abstained from politics. He favored Negroes organizing politically and running and electing their own candidate, and driving out of office black stooges of the major parties. He participated in a Harlem conference on independent political action before his death. But his position on politics was largely general. He said he found some good in that the Freedom Now party was doing, and while he was in Africa last summer, he briefly gave consideration to an offer that he run on the Michigan FNP ticket for the US Senate. He decided instead to remain in Africa longer. However, he never affiliated with the FNP, for reasons not discussed publicly, maybe he thought the FNP was premature or launched without sufficient groundwork on too narrow a basis. While his thinking on politics was still in a process of development, and uncompleted, there was nothing general or tentative about his attitude to the 398-4 capitalist parties and the two-party system. To him they were both enemies of the Negro people, currently as well as historically, and neither merited an iota of support from Negroes. In terms of the political spectrum, he stood on the radical side, although he had not reached strong conclusions about how to organize independent black political power. At his first press conference last March, Malcolm had this to say on the question of alliances: "Whites can help us but they can't join us. There can be no black-white unity until there is first some black unity. There can be no workers' solidarity until there is first some racial solidarity. We cannot think of uniting with others until we have first united among ourselves." This, as I pointed out at the time, is not the statement of man claiming that black and white working class solidarity is unnecessary, or that it is impossible. On the contrary, it is the statement of man explaining one of the conditions through which workers' solidarity may be achieved on a broad and durable basis. And if I may quote myself for one more sentence, I noted, revolutionary socialists will certainly agree with Malcolm that a meaningful and mutually beneficial labor-Negro alliance will not be forged until the Negro people are organized independently and strongly enough, numerically and ideologically, to assure that their interests cannot be subordinated or sold out by the other partner or partners in any alliance. When he spoke at a militant labor forum in New York last May, he said, "In my recent travels into the African countries and others, it was impressed upon me the importance of having a working unity among all peoples, black as well as white. But the only way this is going to be brought about is the Negroes have to be in unity first." So far as I have been able to learn, that remained Malcolm's position to the end. He was not opposed to alliances with other forces, including labor, provided they were the right kinds of alliances and provided the Negro part of the alliance was independently organized, so that it could guard against betrayal by being able to pull out of any alliance that went bad. Socialism and black nationalism. Next, let us consider briefly Malcolm's attitudes to capitalism and socialism. In an interview with the Young Socialist he stated, "It is impossible for capitalism to survive, primarily because the system of capitalism needs some blood to suck. Capitalism used to be like an eagle, but now it's more like a vulture and can only suck the blood of the helpless. As the nations of the work free themselves, then capitalism has less and less victims, less to suck, and it becomes weaker." 399. And weaker. It's only a matter of time, in my opinion, before it will collapse completely. Marxism might question whether capitalism will collapse, or have to be collapsed, but who can question that in his last months Malcolm was taking an unequivocally anti-capitalist position? Malcolm did not learn about socialism by reading Marx, but he managed to learn about it anyway. He learned about it from the colonial revolution, especially its pro-socialist contingent. He had discussions with Castro and Che Guevara and Algerian socialists and socialists in Ghana, Guinea, Zanzibar, and elsewhere, including the United States. When he was asked last May at the Militant Labor Forum what kind of political system he wanted, he said, "I don't know. But I'm flexible." As was stated earlier, all of the countries that are emerging today from under the shackles of colonialism are turning towards socialism. I don't think it's an accident. Most of the countries that were colonial powers were capitalist countries, and the last bulwark of capitalism today is America, and it's impossible for a white person today to believe in capitalism and not believe in racism. You can't have capitalism without racism. And if you find a person without racism and you happen to get that person into conversation and they have a philosophy that makes you sure they don't have this racism in their outlook, usually they're socialists or their political philosophy is socialism. Let us now conclude this discussion of Malcolm's ideas during this last year of his life by examining his positions on black nationalism and separatism. This is important because some political opponents of Malcolm are already circulating distorted stories about him, alleging that he was on the verge of quitting his movement, going over to his opponents, etc. Black nationalism and separatism are not the same thing, though unfortunately they are often confused. Separatism is a tendency favoring the withdrawal of Negroes into a separate black nation, either in America or in Africa. Black nationalism is a tendency for Negroes to unite as a group, as a people, in organizations that are Negro-led and Negro-controlled, and sometimes all black, in order to fight for their freedom. Black nationalism, as it now exists, does not imply any position on the question of a separate nation in the future, for or against. So you can be a black nationalist without being a separatist, although all separatists are black nationalists. When Malcolm X was a black Muslim, he was of course a separatist. At his first press conference after leaving the black Muslims last March, he said he was out to build a black nationalist movement, and the major stress was on black. 404. Nationalism. But he also had a few words to say about separatism. He said he still thought separation was the best solution, previously he would have said the only solution. But, he continued, separation back to Africa is still a long-range program, and while it is yet to materialize, 22 million of our people who are still here in America need better food, clothing, housing, education, and jobs right now, his emphasis. At the time I took this to be a declaration of his intention to build a black nationalist movement that would attempt to unite the Negro people in a fight for immediate needs, while at the same time continuing to hold up separation as a nation as an ultimate objective, and to make propaganda for it accordingly. But I was obviously wrong, because after that statement last March I cannot find any place where Malcolm advocated a separate nation. And on May 21st, a few hours after returning from his first trip to Africa, when he was asked at a press conference if he thought Negroes should return to Africa, he said he thought they should stay and fight in the United States for what is rightfully theirs. What about his position on black nationalism? Everyone called him a nationalist, friend and foe, and there was no question about it until a few weeks ago. Then he was asked, in the Young Socialist interview, how do you define black nationalism, with which you have been identified? He began by saying, I used to define black nationalism as the idea that the black man should control the economy of his community, the politics of his community, and so forth. That is, he used to define it in the traditional way, as I tried to do a few minutes ago. The second paragraph of Malcolm's reply relates a discussion he had with a white Algerian revolutionary he met in Ghana last May who sought to convince Malcolm that his self-designation as a black nationalist tended to alienate people who were true revolutionaries dedicated to overturning the system of exploitation that exists on this earth by any means necessary. His third and final paragraph was, so, I had to do a lot of thinking and reappraising of my definition of black nationalism. Can we sum up the solution to the problems confronting our people as black nationalism? And if you notice, I haven't been using the expression for several months. But I still would be hard-pressed to give a specific definition of the overall philosophy which I think is necessary for the liberation of the black people in this country. Please notice, he was reappraising his definition of black nationalism and wondering if it can be summed up as the solution. He had stopped using the term. 401. But he had not yet been able to find another definition for the philosophy necessary for black liberation. Now let me offer what I think is the explanation for all this. Malcolm had been a black nationalist, it was a starting point for all his thinking, the source of his strength and dynamism. And he remained a black nationalist to his last hour, however uncertain he was about what to call himself or the program he was trying to formulate. It would be a bad mistake to mix up what he was with what he thought might be a better name for what he was. The most urgent need of the Negro people is still the mobilization and unification of the Negro masses into an independent movement to fight for their freedom. Black nationalism is still highly progressive because it contributes to that process and to the creation of that kind of movement. But black nationalism is a means, not an end. It is a means, but not the only means. It is probably an indispensable means toward the solution, but it is not the whole solution. It helps to build an independent movement, but it does not necessarily provide the program that will lead such a movement to victory. As he discussed with people in Africa, in the Near East, at the United Nations, and in the United States, as he studied and thought and learned, he began to become a black nationalist plus. Plus what? I have already given you many quotations from his speeches and interviews showing that as he studied the economy, the nature of the political and social system of American capitalism, as he developed greater and keener understanding of how this system functions and how the ruling class rules and how racism is a component and instrument of that rule, he came more and more to the conclusion that not only must the Negro control his own community, but radical changes have to be made in society as a whole if the Negroes are to achieve their freedom. Black nationalism, yes. But the solution cannot be summed up as only black nationalism. Needed is black nationalism plus the transformation of the entire society. Whatever difficulty Malcolm might have had in finding the right name, what he was becoming was black nationalist plus revolutionist. Malcolm's uncertainty about the right name arises from the fact that he was doing something new. He was on the road to a synthesis of black nationalism and socialism that would be fitting for the scene and acceptable to the masses in the black ghetto. He did not complete the synthesis before he was murdered. But the stunning blow to the struggle does not destroy the struggle. Malcolm will not easily be replaced. But he will be replaced. The capitalist system breeds not only racism but rebels against racism, especially among the youth. Malcolm cannot be replaced overnight, but meanwhile we all can and should. 402-4. Strive harder, work harder, fight harder, unite more closely to try to fill the gap left by this man we loved, and give help and encouragement to those destined to replace him. 5. Divergences and consolidations. Paul L. E. Blanc. After the 1953 exit of the substantial group around Bert Cochran, a significant leadership shift was effected within the SWP. James P. Cannon formally stepped down from leadership of the SWP, retiring, or semi-retiring, from the party center in New York to Los Angeles. The two central leaders were now Farrell Dobbs and Tom Carey, although Murray Weiss and Myra Tanner Weiss, with particularly close ties with Cannon, also had significant influence. While this had potential for the generation of dissension and divergence, such things came most dramatically from other quarters. In the 1950s, a significant oppositional current developed in the Socialist Workers' Party, led by Sam Ballin, generally known by his party name, Sam Marcy, and Vincent Copeland in the Buffalo branch of the SWP. They saw the world divided into two camps, bourgeois and proletarian, that were engaged in a global class war. The Soviet Union and other countries ruled by Communist Party dictatorships were seen as dominant elements in the proletarian camp, and despite increasingly diluted Trotskyist criticisms, this global class war tendency gave full public support to these dictatorships, including in situations in which popular uprisings within their own countries challenged them. This included support for the 1956 military invasion of Hungary by the Soviet Union, which brutally repressed the popular revolution against the dictatorship there. This tendency remained in the SWP as disciplined and loyal members, while ideologically constituting in effect a party within a party, Marcy later reminisced. Excerpts from Marcy's The Global Class War of 1953 and from Copeland's 1956-57 document China, Hungary, and the Marxist Method give a sense of their perspectives. Marcy and his co-thinkers finally left in 1959 to establish the Workers' World Party. We based our conceptions on those developed by Marx, Engels, and Lenin, Marcy emphasized in 1996. Adding that Trotsky contributed much to explaining the era that followed Lenin's death, but that all of the organized Trotskyist tendencies had become violently anti-Soviet and anti-socialist, as shown by their hostility to the USSR as it existed, to the socialist countries of Eastern Europe, and above all to the People's Republic of China. 1. In the early 1960s a very different oppositional group crystallized around Tim Walforth and James Robertson, attracting support among a substantial segment of the recently recruited young activists who had been helping to build the Young Socialist Alliance, of which they were key leaders. Claiming to represent Trotskyist orthodoxy, they opposed what they saw as uncritical supportiveness by the SWP majority for the Cuban Revolution, rejected the SWP's support to black nationalism, preferring the revolutionary integration position of Richard Fraser, and flatly opposed the rapprochement with the Pabloid sector of the Fourth International led by Ernest Mondale, whose party name was Germain. A sharp division soon ruptured this opposition. Robertson and others around him viewed the SWP as no longer revolutionary, but instead as centrist, veering toward opportunist reformism. They sought to bide their time, recruiting to and building up their faction before the inevitable split. Walforth and those around him chose to follow the leadership of the British group, the Socialist Labour League, later renamed the Workers' Revolutionary Party, headed by Gary Healy. The SWP had been formally aligned with this group, and with a French group headed by Pierre Lambert, from 1953 until 1963. Walforth's current was instructed to remain in the SWP and seek to win a majority, rejecting any appearance of the disloyalty. This divergence is reflected in the documents The Centrism of the SWP and Call for the Reorganization of the Minority Tendency. The Robertson group was soon expelled from the SWP for disloyalty, and the Walforth group was also rapidly forced out, resulting, respectively, in the Spartacist League and the Workers' League, which many years later took the name Socialist Equality Party. A key issue in this divergence was the SWP majority response to the Cuban Revolution, which they argued was a revolutionary overturn of both imperialist domination and capitalist property relations, in the interest of the great majority of the Cuban people, a living embodiment of Trotsky's theory of permanent revolution, democratic revolution spilling over into socialist revolution. The fact that this was led by revolutionaries who were not Trotskyists was a theoretical political deal-breaker for the young oppositionists, who insisted that genuine Trotskyism does not allow for such a development, and that the SWP majority was capitulating to the Pabloism that it had opposed in the 1950s factional dispute in the Fourth International. Other dissident and semi-dissident currents, including some who shared the majority position on the Cuban Revolution, were also pushed to the side, as the Kerry-Dobbs leadership sought to enforce greater unity and stability. Most prominent among the marginalized were those associated Murray and Myra Tanner Weiss, who had, in fact, not sought to organize an ideologically distinct opposition. Another current was developing a distinctive set of political positions, led by Richard Kirk and Clara Kay, Richard and Clara Fraser, influential leaders of the Seattle branch. Advancing the perspective of revolutionary integrationism, and placing special emphasis on feminism, their tendency was marked by a positive attitude toward Maoism, and by calls for a creative rather than a routine approach to politics. The Frasers, who would soon split away to form the Freedom Socialist Party, offered a critique of an alternative to the SWP leadership in the document Radical Laborism versus Bolshevik Leadership. 3 Dobbs, with support from George Novak and the full backing of Kerry, produced a document codifying their own approach, which became the official position of the SWP, the organizational character of the Socialist Workers' Party. 406.5. 1. The Global Class War and Destiny of American Labor. 4, Excerpts, 1953. Sam Marcy, Sam Ballin. Is there an independent destiny for the American working class? I propose to discuss in this article what I believe to be the basic and underlying issues in the current discussion. The first one is there an independent destiny toward the American proletariat? The second one is, what is the historical fate of Stalinism in the new epoch of global class war, and how does this affect the task of the American vanguard, the SWP? Let us consider the first issue. Is it possible for the American proletariat to carve out for itself an independent destiny, an independent road towards socialism separate and apart from Europe and Asia? Is it possible to strike out on an entirely new path, which will lead to the broad highway of the American Revolution? After all, Is it not true that the American working class is still virgin soil and really has no allegiance to any political party in the sense that the Europeans, or the Asians, or the Latin Americans have? Is it not possible to start from a new beginning, brush aside the Stalinists as well as the debris of the various socialist sects and begin anew, dig deeper and deeper into the trade unions and conduct the struggles there in the spirit of the independent class politics of Lenin? If we divorce ourselves from the fate of Europe and Asia, will we not get the ear of the workers more readily? If the workers hate Stalinism and Russia, be it for good or for bad reasons, of what concern is it to us if they will follow us on our path to socialism? In Europe and Asia there is a complex, or contradictory combination, of revolution and reaction. Such is the situation in Russia, Eastern Europe, and China. Is it not far better to disregard the whole complexity? Why take the onus of Europe's curses on own back? Why carry a burden which is not necessary, and certainly not acceptable, to the American workers today and perhaps not? 4 Marcy 1953. 407. Even adaptable to the American scene? Will we gain more by linking up our fate with the revolutions of the East and of Europe, or by withdrawing from them? Does what is described as the revolutionary complex in Europe and Asia hinder or help us? Is the revolutionary reality of Europe and Asia a magnet through which we can draw the most advanced elements into our party, or is this revolutionary reality not overshadowed and outweighed by the dark specter of Stalinism? Will we gain more by drawing upon the revolutionary reality in Europe and Asia, or will we lose more as a result of the terrific obstacles which Stalinism puts in our way as a bar to the American worker? I have raised this series of questions in a particularly sharp manner because I think it has a close relevance to the present discussion. I have raised these questions because I have felt for a long time that sooner or later the process of uneven development in the revolutionization of the world proletariat would place these questions on the agenda in the American Party. This would happen because of the tardiness in the radicalization of the American working class and the fact that the revolutionary center of gravity is still in the East. The revolutionary center of gravity has been moving with giant strides, but thus far, further and further east, so that by now it has fully in its grip not only the continent of Asia, but Africa and the Middle East. The tidal wave of world revolution abroad is in sharp contrast to the reactionary trend that has dominated this country for several years now. That is why the above series of questions must be put on the agenda and fully examined. Let us begin with the most elementary question. Is the American proletariat an independent social entity? Obviously the answer is no. But let us pursue it a little further with the aid of a quotation from Lenin. The link in the chain. Lenin wrote, "The whole of political life is an endless chain composed of an infinite number of links. The whole art of the politician consists in finding and taking firm hold of the link that it is most difficult to take from you, the most important at the given moment and the one which best guarantees to you the possession of the whole chain." Lenin's reference to the link and the chain offers an almost perfect analogy of the relationship between the American proletariat and the worldwide proletariat. The American proletariat is the link, the world proletariat is the chain. The American proletariat is historically the most important and decisive link for the fate of the whole chain. But and this is of the greatest importance, the link is indissolubly connected and intertwined with the whole chain. Separate the link from the chain and neither the link nor the chain exists. If the American proletariat were a social entity not connected with the chain, then we could. 408.5. Consider the question of an independent destiny. But the American proletariat is an inseparable and completely interdependent link, not merely of the world proletariat, but of an entire global class camp. Unless we view the American working class in this light, we cannot see it in proper historical perspective, nor can we analyze the course of its ultimate destiny. In order to fully answer the questions posed, it is absolutely necessary to consider the New World setting. I have introduced in the above paragraph the conception of the global class camp, the camp of which the American working class is an indispensable and key part, whose fate, let me repeat, is completely tied up with it. The conception of our class camp is different today from any other period in the history of the working class. There was a period in the history of the working class when its camp was confined almost exclusively to the exploited proletariat. That was in the period prior to the October Revolution, when it had relatively few allies among the oppressed masses in the colonies and dependent countries, when the latter slept the sleep of centuries. Of course they were always allies in a social sense, but not politically articulate. In the epoch that saw the rise of the victorious revolution in the USSR headed by Lenin and Trotsky, the Soviet Union was at the head of the camp of the exploited, which already included millions of awakened colonial masses. In the epoch of Stalinist degeneration and the consequent isolation of the Soviet Union, the isolated workers' state introduced a monstrous distortion, mutilation, and atomization within the camp of the world proletariat. In the present epoch, our class camp is not only constituted differently because it is a new historical period, but because it has a number of characteristics which distinguish it from the previous epoch. In what manner is our class camp different than in the previous epoch? In the first place, the camp of the proletariat today, unlike the previous epoch, has the bulk of the oppressed peoples in the colonies and dependent countries within its camp as allies. The mass of peasants, semi- and non-proletarian elements of the backward countries, which in previous epochs were the reserve of imperialist reaction, can now be regarded not merely in a social but in a political sense as well, as having been attracted to and daily becoming more and more part and parcel of the camp of the proletariat. The revolutionary ferment all over the colonial world is testimony to this fact. Our class camp is numerically much larger, much more politically conscious than in all previous epochs. The second characteristic of our class camp is that it has state allies, states. 409. Where the working class, if not in a political sense, then certainly in a social and historical sense, hold ruling power. The third characteristic of our camp, as differentiated from the Stalinist epoch proper, is that the deformity and mutilation introduced by the Stalinist leadership at the head of this camp is now on the threshold of its exit from the historical scene. Whether this be a matter of months, or a few years, is not of great moment. What is of great moment is that the conditions for its existence are slipping from under its feet. The fourth characteristic of our class camp is that the new state allies, China and Eastern Europe, by their very existence, have so thoroughly undermined the foundations of the imperialist structure that it can virtually be said that the world relationship of forces has been definitely and irretrievably turned in favor of our camp. However, this turn in the relationship of forces does not automatically decide the fate of our camp, but merely sets the stage for the inevitable struggle. Our camp, the camp of the exploited, is still characterized by the same deficiencies which have characterized the exploited, the oppressed, and subjugated classes in all previous historical epochs. It lacks, first and foremost, at its head, a leadership willing, capable, and ready to ensure victory in the unfolding conflict with imperialism. As in all previous historical epochs, the exploited classes are still blinded by the class enemy's poisonous ideology of sectionalism and narrow-mindedness, the purveyors of which are the labor lieutenants of capitalism and the Stalinist bureaucracy. Our camp needs unity, but in large part is characterized instead by totalitarianism. It needs revolutionary internationalism, but instead is consistently being injected with the chauvinism of imperialism or the no less virulent chauvinism of the Moscow oligarchy. The entire class camp, with all its shortcomings, with all its dire failings, with all the terrible handicaps of treacherous leadership, is nevertheless moving onward, not consistently, not uniformly, not everywhere with the same tempestuous revolutionary sweep, but it is moving steadily and invading the fortresses of imperialism. Our class camp, it becomes plainer every day, constitutes an invincible and wholly viable social formation. The struggle that it is conducting is many-sided. It fights its battles not only economically and politically but, as is now evident, with military means. The global class war. Actually, there has been a global war on ever since Korea. The bourgeoisie has long been aware of this, and its most authoritative representatives are applying the conception of the global war with every new tum of the situation. Let 410.5. Us examine this war before we resume our main point, the relationship of the American proletariat to the entire class camp. On May 4, 1953, the New York Times, in an editorial on the crisis in Indochina, wrote, "Thus what might seem at first glance to be a small jungle war in the hinterland of a little and obscure state in the interior of Southeast Asia comes into perspective as part of a great global conflict that is both physical and ideological. It cannot be divorced from other developments in that conflict. It must be seen, therefore, in this light. Thus we see from this authoritative organ of the bug bourgeoisie that they regard the war from an exclusively global viewpoint, and the bourgeoisie has so regarded it for quite a long time. Of course, the bourgeoisie does not in so many words characterize the global struggle as a global class war. Why should it? The bourgeoisie must always mask the class character of its predatory war in the interests of duping the masses. I believe I was the first one to show that the global war was in reality a global class war. I did this in a memorandum submitted as material for a pre-convention discussion entitled Memorandum on the Unfolding War on October 29, 1950. In this memorandum I stated, "The fact that the opening phase of the war in Korea may manifest itself, or rather conceal itself, even if only initially and temporarily, as a war between nations, should not in the slightest degree obscure its clear-cut class character. It is not a war between the nations but a war between the classes. In this war the geographical boundaries are social boundaries, the battle formations are class formations, and the world line of demarcation is the line rigidly drawn by the socialist interests of the world proletariat. Every worker must know his place as well as his duty." We must now come back to the elementary generalization made earlier to the effect that the American proletariat is not an independent social entity but, on the contrary, an unbreakable link in the class chain. It must share its fate and its destiny, and since its role is enormous and decisive within the camp, all the heavier are its responsibilities to the camp. The road to peace. Now let us see how far the line of our party has been in accord with the concept 10N of the emergence of two irreconcilable class camps in global conflict for hegemony over society. Let us examine Comrade Cannon's pamphlet, The Road. 411. To Peace according to Lenin and according to Stalin. Comrade Cannon's pamphlet was not written in some bygone era of peaceful development. It was published in 195 in the midst of the era of the global class war. The author's point of departure is not the existing world of social relationships. True enough, there is a passage where Comrade Cannon makes allusion to the class struggle of the workers merging with the colonial revolutions in common struggle against imperialism, but he does not indicate that this concrete world we are living in is tomed by two irreconcilable class camps whose struggle has already broken out in military warfare, where the casualties are already counted in the millions, where the fighting is on opposite sides of the class barricades. But Comrade Cannon's pamphlet, as the subtitle indicates, is according to Lenin and according to Stalin. It is the road to peace according to Lenin that we are interested in. The road to peace, as Lenin taught us, is through ruthless and implacable class war. The war in Korea is a class war. It has to be waged in that manner. Nowhere in his pamphlet does Comrade Cannon ever characterize the war as a class war. One has to infer it or guess it. Nor does he view it as part of a general class war. Comrade Cannon points out that according to Lenin, war in the epoch of imperialism is inevitable. That is true, and it is also good criticism of the perfidious Stalinist theory of coexistence. But it is not sufficient criticism of Stalin's road to peace to say that coexistence is a delusion, and that war is inevitable. It must also be shown that we, the Leninists, are for the road to peace in this concrete global class war through the vigorous, unrelenting, and energetic prosecution of the war. Our road to peace is fighting the war to a finish through the combined efforts of the exploited and oppressed in our camp. This also is not shown in Comrade Cannon's pamphlet. The American proletariat is not depicted as an inseparable detachment of one army in one class camp whose aim is overall victory over the class enemy. Furthermore, Comrade Cannon does not deal with Korea as a case of the class war. He does not see the battlefield in Korea as a picket line or one of a series of world picket lines demarcating the socialist interests of the global class struggle. In effect, he does not deal with the war from a thoroughly revolutionary internationalist point of view. The defense of the USSR. It has been traditional in our movement to include a section on the unconditional defense of the USSR in any document or popular pamphlet which deals with war. Comrade Cannon's pamphlet, dealing precisely with this question, the question of war, in order to continue this tradition, should contain such 412.5. A section. But all that we can find in Comrade Cannon's pamphlet is a bare reference to the heritage of October. No one except a party member could possibly infer from this isolated phrase that our movement is for the unconditional defense of the USSR. Such a section, on the defense or the USSR, is all the more necessary, particularly because Comrade Cannon goes into such detail in his descriptions of the monstrous crimes of Stalinism. Where one deals in such meticulous detail with the degeneration of the Soviet state and Stalinism, it is all the more important to make crystal clear our defensist position on the USSR. I am not for splashing all over the pages of the militant blaring headlines of unconditional defense of the USSR. But every worker who is thinking at all about politics sooner or later approaches us with this question: where do you stand on Russia? The Soviet Union is a contradictory phenomenon. It is a revolutionary social system with a counter-revolutionary leadership. Comrade Cannon expounds on the concentration camps, frame UPS, etc. What he says is true. But this truth alone is insufficient. There was a time when we were practically the only group in the labor movement consistently explaining this truth from the revolutionary point of view. But today the bourgeoisie has seized upon this aspect of the Soviet state and broadcast it to the four corners of the earth. Today this is practically all the American worker hears. It is drummed into his ears day in and day out by the tremendous capitalist apparatus of radio, television, the press, and the pulpit. He identifies the reactionary aspect of the Soviet Union with the entire social system just as the capitalist class wants him to do. Hence it is all the more obligatory to emphasize the other side of the Soviet Union, its class character, its new social system. It is necessary to explain that it is a living, viable workers' state, an historic gain of the working class, a conquest to be defended. To China, Hungary, and the Marxist Method 5, Excerpt, 1956. V. Gray, Vincent Copeland. Our position. 413. We condemn the first Soviet military intervention against the unarmed demonstration on October 23. But recognizing that the consequent nationwide uprising was swiftly turned into a restorationist movement, we should support the second entry of the Red Army and its overthrow of the Nagy regime. We should call for an independent Soviet Hungary allied to and equal to the Soviet Union. This is integral to our call for the political revolution to regenerate the Soviet state under the banner of world revolution. The overthrow of the bureaucracy presupposes the preservation of state property and planned economy. Trotsky, in defense of Marxism. The overthrow of the Hungarian bureaucracy must presuppose the preservation of state property and planned economy in both Hungary and the Soviet Union. We should strongly reiterate our defense of the Soviet Union against imperialism, and our subordination of the task of overthrowing the bureaucracy to this defense. We should arm the advanced workers ideologically for the coming great conflict, which Hungary may have brought closer. In the long run, the bureaucracy cannot successfully defend the Soviet Union itself, not to mention Hungary. Only genuine proletarian revolutionists can do so. The great lesson of the half-blind Hungarian counter-revolution is the necessity for the Marxist Party. The Chinese Revolution proved that there could be the possibility, after 24 years of armed struggle, of one class defeating another class without a Marxist leadership. Hungary has proved that the substitution of the bureaucratic leadership by a revolutionary leadership within the same class cannot be accomplished without the Marxist Party. The bourgeoisie says the Hungarian Revolution will not have been in vain. By this they mean that genuine communism has had a historic setback. It is 5 Gray 1957, p. 25. 414-5. Hard to deny that this is so. But if the proletarian vanguard learns all the lessons of Hungary and learns them thoroughly, it will prepare itself to lead the whole class in the next inevitable leap forward. This leap will come earlier and extend farther than the bourgeoisie now imagine on the basis of their estimate of Hungary. But our estimate is more profound than theirs. In the deeper sense, the Hungarian uprising, counter-revolutionary though it proved to be, is a training ground for proletarian revolutionaries. It will be studied and debated for a long time. Its lessons will be deeply pondered and well learned. The more clearly the proletarian vanguard assimilates the lessons of Hungary and the reasons for it, the more surely it will not have been in vain. Tim Woeforth. 415. To me the central question which we have been discussing in one form or another is the role of the working class in the revolutionary process. It is our contention, our feelings that there is a tendency on the part of the majority in its international resolution, in its approach toward Cuba, in its current political committee draft, to see other forces substituting for the role of the working class. I mention here the working class and not the party. I think we were a little off previously in emphasizing simply the party. It is not, our dispute is not simply over the necessity of the party anymore but more basically over the necessity of the class in the conscious form, whether or not that takes the precise form of the party. That to me is the difference. This flows from an empiricist outlook on the part of the majority which I went into and which will have to be gone into much more thoroughly and much more competently than it has been done here in a literary discussion. Secondly, on the question of Cuba. Now I can't go into a detailed analysis of the current Cuban development but I want to say a few things because I think they're very important. I've been reading the material I get, the speeches of Fidel Castro, etc., and I've been watching the developments in relation to Escalante and other current developments in Cuba. My own opinion and attitude, I feel that Castro will go down as one of the most remarkable figures in history. I feel that he is an extremely sincere revolutionist. I feel he fulfills every criterion established in the international resolution for a revolutionist. I feel that if the Cuban Revolution had to depend on any one individual it would be difficult to find a better one for it to depend on. The whole crisis of Cuba today, the crisis of its future, not so much of its present, though it is already beginning to show up, is whether or not the individual, the greatest individual can replace the working class. That is the crisis. 6 Woolfarth 1962. 416-5. I was attacked by Joe 6 months, a year ago, at the last plenum for just talking about disaster, 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 danger, danger, danger. That was because I raised the threat of Stalinism. I mentioned that there was a danger of Stalinism in Cuba. This danger exists and it still exists. And the danger of Stalinism isn't the danger of an individual. We know what it is. It is the danger of the isolation of the revolution, of the lack of working class control over the governmental apparatus. It is that element of consciousness of the necessity of working class control which Fidel does not yet have, and at least our approach should be to point that out and carry out a campaign to do that. So that's my analysis of Cuba. It may be wrong. It may be crazy, but that is my analysis. Now you say, have events vindicated your analysis? I would say that events have fundamentally not really vindicated any analysis yet because the thing is still in process. If the governmental apparatus, without the creation of real workers' control as a result of the struggle of the working class itself, should this apparatus prove capable of leading Cuba onto a new course of an undeformed workers' revolution, then we will have to re-evaluate our whole analysis, re-evaluate our whole concept of working class rule. We will go back and re-evaluate Debs' ideas that only the working class can rule for the working class, that only the workers can rule in their own name. We will have to re-evaluate that and recognize that a benevolent bureaucracy that is pro-working class can substitute as the rulers of an undeformed workers' state. That I do not see. But, If that happens, we will change our position. We will have to. But in the meantime your position is not vindicated. Our position is not vindicated. We both have different analyses of an unfolding event. Similarly, no position was vindicated in Yugoslavia for several years, 2 or 3 years. We can go into the Yugoslav question. It's related. I want to make it very clear what my position is on Yugoslavia in 1948 and 1950. That is that Yugoslavia was a deformed workers' state at the time that it broke from Stalin. The only possible way you can understand Yugoslav developments is to recognize this. And the Yugoslav bureaucracy could not reform itself. Why? Because we do not look upon leaders of a bureaucracy simply as individuals. They represent the interests of a social caste which must be overthrown by revolution precisely because social castes as castes do not reform themselves just like classes do not reform themselves. This is Trotsky's position. Does it apply to Yugoslavia? I say it does. Therefore we could say emphatically that it was impossible for Yugoslavia to have become an undeformed workers' state, to evolve that way, except through the intervention in a revolutionary capacity of the masses. The perspective of the International at that time was all wrong because it did not orient toward the independent intervention of the masses in Yugoslavia.